Chapter 1126. Female Literature. The power of this punch was extremely powerful. When this punch was blasted out, the terrifying lightning radiance spread directly. The powerful force was like a long dragon, directly suppressing it and colliding directly with Jing Xingming's sword qi. Jing Xingming's cultivation was not weak, and his sword qi had reached a higher level. Such a sword showed an extremely powerful domineering aura at this time. At this time, the lightning radiance was directly swept away and completely dissipated. However, his sword qi had already disappeared without a trace at this time. In this confrontation, the two of them were neck and neck. At this time, the two people's eyes met directly. In an instant, angry sparks spread directly at this time. Moe's face immediately turned cold. What he was most afraid of was that there would be turmoil in this place. Otherwise, it was very likely that he would be directly suppressed. However, those little brats obviously did not have any sense of crisis and actually fought with others. However, he soon calmed himself down and did not speak. Instead, he looked at Yin Wanqing. He wanted to know what Yin Wanqing's attitude was at this time. After all, the two sects were going to cooperate in the future. If the other party's attitude was not friendly, then there was no need for cooperation. Yin Wanqing smiled at this time, and then said, "They're all young people, so it's inevitable that they will be angry. It's actually not good to suppress this anger at this time. I think let them fight so that they can understand each other better. As the saying goes, no discord, no concord. Maybe they can become good friends in the future." After Yin Wanqing finished speaking, the large formation began to change. A small formation fell directly and then isolated the two people. Mo Ying's heart skipped a beat, and he thought to himself, "This formation is so amazing. It moves according to one's will. It's simply terrifying." Every formation had its own flaws, the most important of which was that the formation was fixed. Such a formation was easy to find loopholes and crack. This was also the so-called life and death gate of the array formation. However, the formation in front of him could move as he wished. It seemed that there was no such hidden danger at all. As long as the master of the formation thought of it, a small formation would immediately appear. That was amazing. This showed that the master of the formation had a very profound understanding of this. He knew that this formation was Su Yan's arm, so he was even more in awe of Su Yan. Sect Master Yun is right. They are all youngsters. It would be beneficial for them to get to know each other better. By the way, I wonder where Venerable Su Yan is now. This time, our sect has also brought him a gift. He asked with a smile. Su Yan is currently in seclusion. He wants to break through to the next realm. If there's anything, I can pass it on his behalf. Your sect's sword techniques are truly powerful. My husband, Su Yan, came from the burial sword tomb. He seems to have some relationship with your sect. Otherwise, my husband wouldn't have come here directly. Moe's heart skipped a beat. Before this, he actually didn't know. The closure of the Stupa sect was too sudden. The changes in the world came too quickly. If it weren't for the Venerable of the Ninth Firmament, they would have been completely obliterated. At that time, it was not surprising that the experts of the Stupa sect left their inheritance outside. However, he didn't expect that Su Yan had such a relationship with them. But soon, he focused on the battle at this time. The moment the formation appeared, the two of them were shocked. At this time, Zhang Daqian said with a smile, "Don't be nervous. This is just a small formation, similar to a temporary arena. After all, we are in the sect. If we fight, it will easily destroy the environment. That's why this temporary arena was built for us to fight." Zhang Daqian was already familiar with this situation, so he didn't panic. Jing Xingming, on the other hand, did panic at the beginning. After all, such an unforeseen event happened at this time. If the Heaven and Earth organization really wanted to teach him a lesson, he couldn't do anything. He had heard that the Heaven and Earth organization was different from others. The moment the formation appeared, he found that even with his strength in the dragon realm, he couldn't control his body. However, after hearing the other party's explanation, his heart calmed down. Then, he glanced at Moe and understood the elder's meaning. He wanted him to fight with all his strength and not lose face for the stupid sect. In the beginning, he was most afraid that the elder wouldn't allow this to happen. In fact, he was very clear that the reason they came here this time was to ask for help, not for other reasons. Although cooperation would greatly benefit Qian Yunxian, it would be more beneficial to the stupid sect. Therefore, if there was a conflict in this regard, generally speaking, they would make concessions. However, since the elder allowed this to happen, it was easy to talk about. His strength burst out at this time, and his aura climbed to the peak at this time. Is that so? That's good. It will save some people the trouble of getting involved. His tone was very serious. Obviously, it was obvious who he was talking about. Zhang Daqian smiled coldly and said, I think so too. At this time, he was also very excited. Putting aside the problem of his junior brother, he had long wanted to fight with these people. These people had a strong inheritance and were blessed by the heavens. They grew up in a mystic realm and cultivated. It could be said that compared to people like him, these people were the lucky ones. After all, the environment in the 5 counties was really bad. In the past, he didn't think so. However, after cultivating to this point and knowing the true cultivation speed, he couldn't help but have such thoughts. The last time Yi Xingxing had appeared here, he had seen everything. But at that time, Yi Xingxing had been too strong. The power he had displayed had almost made him despair. Dragon Realm. This was a powerful realm that he had never heard of before. How could he withstand such a person standing in front of him? However, it was different now. He had also reached this realm, and his cultivation speed was even faster than he had imagined. At this time, there was a strong desire in his heart, and that was to fight with someone of such a high level. However, in the sect, he couldn't find a good opponent. Fight with Su Yan? That was too ridiculous. Although he didn't know what level Su Yan had reached at this time, he had seen how Yi Xingxing was like a child in front of Su Yan. He didn't even have the strength to fight back. What about Yun Wanqing? He didn't dare to. As for Lei Wanjun, he could only spar with him. It was the same with his other senior and junior brothers, because he couldn't go all out. But now, he didn't expect that a guy would come knocking on his door. This was great. At this time, he could attack without any scruples. It was just a punch, but he had already displayed all his strength. Sure enough, one couldn't immerse oneself in cultivation. If one blindly did so, then no matter how powerful one's strength was, it would be useless. This was the first time he attacked with all his strength. When he attacked, he couldn't control his own strength. However, it was just a little bit. Jing Xingming was also an extremely powerful expert. He had already seen Zhang Daqian's shortcomings in an instant, so he immediately let out a long roar. It turns out that you are a guy who has never fought at all. How pitiful. At this time, his strength blasted out again. A sword light condensed again, and a terrifying power slashed directly at Zhang Daqian at this moment. This was the pagoda sword. The so-called pagoda represented immeasurable life and death. When this sword fell, the sword chi flew out. The powerful force had been displayed to the extreme at this time. The magnificence of this sword was simply unimaginable. At this moment, that terrifying power had already reached an inexhaustible level. One had to admit that this person's comprehension of the sword was really extraordinary. In the face of such a sword, Zhang Daqian's face was also extremely dignified. Although he didn't take the other party seriously on the surface, in fact, he knew that this was an extremely powerful opponent. He was even the most terrifying enemy he had ever encountered. At this time, his strength was constantly being stimulated. Lightning Fist. The name of this move was extremely simple. There are only 2 words, and this punch itself was the same. It was a simple punch, and then directly blasted out all his strength. The moment this punch was blasted out, everywhere was filled with lightning, and the terrifying power directly erupted. The other party's sword move was really exquisite, so he clearly knew that if he fought with the other party with this move, he would be courting death. Therefore, at this moment, he directly used his most powerful move to counter the attack, which was his lightning power. The overbearing lightning power directly condensed into a ray of light, and then rushed towards the sword light. At this moment, the confrontation between the two people had completely begun. Two violent forces directly erupted, and a huge cyclone directly impacted the surroundings at this time. If it weren't for the formation defense here, they would have been greatly impacted at this time. Even those with a slightly weaker cultivation would have been in danger. However, at this time, the formation was activated, so there's no need to worry about it. At this time, the two people directly fought to their heart's content. This battle had greatly improved Zhang Daqian's strength. At this time, his strength had reached an extremely terrifying level. He had been cultivating in seclusion before, so his strength had increased rapidly. However, in the end, he still fell into a bottleneck and could no longer improve. Chapter 11:27. Girls' Literature. However, at this time, he already knew the reason. His Thunder secret art was originally focused on ferocity and power. Before that, no one in the Sound of Thunder sect was able to cultivate their own strength to such a state and level. In fact, there was a gap in the past 1,000 years. He wanted to continue cultivating, but in fact, he would encounter many problems. In the beginning, he could solve these problems through his own hard work and discussions with Lei Wanjun and other disciples. However, when his strength had reached a certain level and completely surpassed Lei Wanjun's, even Lei Wanjun was no longer able to provide him with any help. This was the meaning of the so-called "it's lonely at the top." At this time, the arrival of a battle made him understand a lot. For example, under what circumstances would he be able to circulate his power faster and more smoothly? How would he be able to display it to make his strength even more terrifying? At this time, Zhang Daqian had completely immersed himself in the battle. Now, he was no longer fighting, but enjoying it. It could even be said that he was cultivating. In the end of the battle between Jing Xingming and Zhang Daqian, the roles of the two had been reversed. In the beginning, Jing Xingming was able to suppress Zhang Daqian with his extremely varied moves, but later, Zhang Daqian's strength became more and more terrifying. Even a simple punch often had a terrifying aura that seemed to be the essence of Tao. With such a burst of power, Jing Xingming gradually fell into a disadvantage. Elder, Jing Xingming can't hold on for much longer. That brat named Zhang Daqian is not as simple as he seems. He seems to have an unimaginable intuition that allows him to find the most critical points. Every time he makes a move, he can hit a vital point. He's really amazing. At this time, even he had to admire Zhang Daqian. In fact, his strength was above Jing Xingming. If he were to attack at this time, then Zhang Daqian would have already lost. But even so, he had to admit that Zhang Daqian was indeed an extremely terrifying person. At the very least, his talent was extremely powerful. If he was given time to grow, then his strength would definitely become more terrifying. Perhaps it was only a matter of time before he surpassed him. In the beginning, he had thought highly of himself and felt that he was superior. In his eyes, all the people in the 5 counties were inferior and could not be compared to him. But only now did he realize how childish his thoughts and ideas were. Even without Su Yin, it was impossible for him to continue to be so proud of himself. As time passed, he naturally came to know more about the situation. The people of this world had begun to awaken. There would only be more and more experts. If he was still the same as before and felt that he was the strongest existence in the world, then it was only a matter of time before he was surpassed. There might even be a day when he would be killed by those enemies that kept appearing. That's for sure. Do you really think that only people from the Pagoda sect are the true geniuses in this world? He said coldly. Yi Xingkong's brother, Yi Kongxing, was a true genius. He was someone who could fight with Su Yin directly. Yi Xingxing was not as strong as his brother, but he was also very strong. At least among the younger generation, he could be considered as outstanding. Yi Xingxing was not as strong as his brother, but he was also very strong. After all, there were not many abnormally strong geniuses. However, he was too arrogant. He always felt that apart from his elder brother, there were no other experts in this world. Therefore, his actions were always so erratic. For example, this trip to the Heavenly Cloud sect was also the same. Sometimes he did not even take an elder, seriously. However, After this lesson, he might be able to understand that there would always be someone better than him in this world. At the very least, with his current strength, he was still unable to look down on everyone. However, this time, Su Yin seemed to have dealt a big blow to him. At least in these 2 days, Immerse could feel his obvious improvement. Sure enough, a person's growth could not be separated from bumps and bruises. If his path was always smooth sailing, it would be impossible for him to grow. Elder, I know that I was too ignorant in the past. Don't worry, I will work hard to cultivate. I will definitely become a true expert. He made up his mind. At this time, Immerse said, well, it's good to have such a heart. You have to remember, the people who are able to escape now are all very talented. Moreover, they seem to have a feeling of destiny, so, if possible, try to build a good relationship with them. At this time, they once again focused on the battle. Outside of Jing Xingming's body, 10 powerful iron swords had already appeared. Each iron sword seemed to be ordinary and had nothing special about it. However, those who knew Jing Xingming knew that this was his trump card. Each iron sword had been sacrificed by him countless times. There was an extremely terrifying power in each iron sword. When this power continued to condense, it would erupt with an unimaginably sharp aura. The terror of each aura was unparalleled. Half of the time, Jing Xingming only used 7 swords at most. But at this time, he took out all 10 swords. It was obvious that he was really angry at this time. He decided to decide the winner with this blow. The guy opposite him was simply a monster. At the beginning, he still had an overall advantage, but now his disadvantage was getting bigger and bigger. In the end, he could no longer hold on. The transformation that his opponent had undergone in this battle with him was simply astonishing. He had already become a whetstone. If this continued, he was afraid that he would definitely be defeated here. Therefore, he decided to end this battle with this strike. 10 swords came out together. For a time, his aura had risen to the peak. That terrifying power had reached an invulnerable level at this time. 10 swords in one, Buddha's boundless. This move was finally displayed. At this time, Zhang Daqian also shouted coldly, "Come on, rumbling thunder!" At this time, he directly displayed rumbling thunder. This move was Su Yan's most proficient move, Thunder Tactics. It was extremely simple, but it was incomparably fierce. He simply displayed this move to the extreme. In fact, his attack vaguely had Su Yan style. This person could be said to have been injured at the right time. At this time, his strength had improved too quickly. That terrifying strength had reached an extremely terrifying level at this time. His power and everything about him had become an unimaginable existence at this time. In between this blow, he almost had a sense of transcendence. To put it bluntly, he was a person favored by fate. He was the son of destiny. At this time, an extremely powerful will suddenly appeared in the formation. The moment the will appeared, the battle between the two of them was forcibly stopped. More importantly, not to mention the 2 people who were fighting at this time, even Immerse, after feeling this will, had a sense of despair in his heart that he could not fight against it. So powerful! How terrifying is this? Could it be that Su Yin is here? Well, today's battle will end here. The 2 of them are tied. If they continue to fight, then both of them will only suffer. This will was plain and indifferent. That's not Su Yin. Immerse immediately discovered that this was definitely not Su Yan's voice. Seemingly seeing his shock, Yin Wanqing said at this time, "This is Lord Oriole, a good friend of my husband, Su Yin." Oriole was Su Yan's monster beast, but now Oriole had become a holy beast. At first, Su Yin thought that he was going to die, but in fact, he had already broken the contract between them. However, Oriole still recognized himself as Su Yan's monster beast and became Su Yan's helper. For such a powerful holy beast, the people of the Heaven and Earth organization were naturally very respectful, treating him as a great elder. Oriole. When Immerse heard these 2 words, he was also shocked. Even in ancient times, Orioles were famous existences. Their strength was extremely terrifying. Although in terms of bloodline, they were indeed not comparable to top existences like the Phoenix, they were still at the peak of perfection. He never thought that he would actually meet this legendary existence here today. The yellow sparrow didn't completely reveal his aura, but just this short thought was enough to declare his strength. He did not know if Oriole could fight against Great Elder Fu Qing, but he was sure that with such a powerful holy beast and Su Yin, the Heaven and Earth Organization would definitely be the most powerful sect on this continent before the return of those sovereigns. Stop fighting. Lord Oriole has already said so. Both of you stand down. After this battle, both sides had a certain understanding of each other's strength. Most importantly, it was very true that no discord led to concord. Before the fight, the people of the Heaven and Earth Organization were not convinced by the high and mighty attitude of the people of the Stupa sect, while the people of the Stupa sect looked down on the disciples of the Heaven and Earth Organization. However, after this fight, everyone had already understood that the gap between the two sides was not that big. At least, when the super powerhouses of the Stupa sect were not here, the Stupa sect would not be able to show their overwhelming advantage. Since this was the case, the relationship between the two sides became much more pleasant. Although Zhang Daqian and Jing Xingming still did not like each other, it would not be like before. Chapter 1128. Girls' Literature. Another month passed. During this time, the cooperation between the Stupa sect, the Heaven and Earth Organization, and the Sound of Thunder sect had fully begun. During this period of time, the Heaven and Earth Organization had prioritized protection. After all, the demonic beasts at this time were still extremely powerful and frightening. The disciples of the Heaven and Earth Organization could only protect the nearby cities and prevent the demonic beasts from entering. However, this was far from enough. Powerful demonic beasts would still attack. Of course, those powerful demonic beasts would not attack the powerful places of the Heaven and Earth Organization. However, they would definitely affect the nearby cities. At this time, the arrival of the Stupa sect had greatly increased the strength of the Heaven and Earth Organization. At this time, the three sects had formed an alliance and launched an attack. Those demonic beasts must not be allowed to continue wreaking havoc. This time, the disciples of the Heaven and Earth Organization had finally made their move. Of course, as stated in the agreement, the Stupa sect was the vanguard this time. The disciples of the Stupa sect were generally much stronger than the disciples of the other two sections. Apart from the top disciples like Zhang Daqian, the other disciples were still inferior to them. They had already started preparing for this operation a month ago, so after this period of running in, their cooperation with each other was already considered to be in order. The results of the first battle were not bad. The disciples had almost no casualties, but they had killed a large number of demonic beasts. With a portion of the demonic beasts killed, the pressure on the surrounding citizens was greatly reduced. This was only the beginning. Their killing of the demonic beasts would continue to spread to the surrounding areas. After another half a month, the disciples of the Heaven and Earth Organization had opened up a safe zone. There are almost no demonic beasts left in this zone. Just as the disciples of the Heaven and Earth Organization were working hard to kill the demonic beasts, a person appeared in a dark world. He was far away, looking straight at the Heaven and Earth Organization. This person seemed to be born to blend in with the darkness. Su Yin? It's been a long time. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, but there was no friendliness in that smile. At this time, Su Yin was at the end of his seclusion. This time, he had failed to break through to the Four Origin Realm. Just as he had imagined before, the source of his Tao was the law. If he had not obtained law, it would not have been so easy for him to break through to the Four Origin Realm. However, how difficult was it to obtain law? Wanting to condense each law was extremely difficult. Otherwise, why would law be the symbol of a Tao sovereign? In Su Yin, he had achieved what only Tao sovereigns could do. At this time, all the energy was absorbed by him. The space energy, the vast space had begun to dissipate. These powers were gradually being absorbed and devoured by Su Yin. At that moment, Su Yan's aura was constantly rising. Although he had yet to condense nomological laws and become a four essences supremacy, his aura was still rising. However, his strength had once again increased compared to before. The current Su Yin had already become a complete anomaly. His cultivation had already broken many of the unchanging truths of ancient times. This time, he had gained something from his cultivation. He breathed a sigh of relief. Actually, he had expected that he would not be able to break through to the four origin realm. However, he had wanted to see how far he was from the four origin realm. And now, he could see how far he was from the four origin realm. After completely devouring the void crystal, it was as if he had directly devoured a void beast. How powerful was a void beast? How terrifying was its energy? Su Yin had personally experienced it. Even if this void behemoth was only an incomplete existence and had consumed a lot of its power, it would still be able to do so. But after all, his essence still existed. After Su Yin finished devouring, he did not immediately break out of seclusion. Instead, he went to the square seal. The square seal could no longer be called that, because Su Yin had begun to refine it. At this time, marks that belonged to Su Yin appeared in the seal. While he was cultivating, Su Yin suddenly realized that his path of cultivation was probably related to the space formed by the square seal. In other words, this was the key to his Tao. When he became a Tao master, the square seal would completely become his small space world. He had not entered the small space world of the square seal for a long time. When he stepped in, the son of emptiness with the big turtle on his head immediately became alert. He instinctively hugged his chest and said, "What do you want to do to me? I'll tell you, no matter what, I won't agree to it." Su Yin. What exactly was going on in this guy's head? This was what Su Yin wanted to know. Now, Su Yin really wanted to slap this guy to death. However, Su Yin suppressed this impulse in his heart and said, "Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. I just have some things to talk to you about." After hearing Su Yin's promise, the son of emptiness was finally relieved. He said, Okay, ask. Don't worry, I know. I'll tell you. I'll be very cooperative." Su Yin was still a little speechless. This guy was a top master, but he did not have the integrity of a master. He was really a coward. However, this was also good. Su Yin could save a lot of effort. Thus, Su Yin asked directly, "Let me ask you, what is your name? What sector are you from? Why did you attack back then?" Su Yin looked straight at the son of emptiness. If he was hiding something, he would be able to tell in an instant. The son of emptiness said, "You really have a lot of questions." Su Yin was speechless. Couldn't this guy have some awareness of being a prisoner? At this time, he still had so much nonsense to say. At this time, the son of emptiness said, "My name is Kong Wuhan. Listen carefully. I am the son of destiny of the greatest sect in this world, the Emptiness Tao sect. When I was born, there was a multicolored light following me, and there was the sound of heavenly music." Su Yin said, "Stop, don't talk nonsense. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to resist killing you." What kind of nerves does this guy have? It's really scary. Doesn't he know that I'm already his prisoner? Su Yin's strength had already been suppressed by the black tortoise seal. If Su Yin wanted to kill him, it would be almost effortless. However, under such circumstances, Su Yin still had so much nonsense to say. Su Yin really had to hand it to him. Kong Wuhan helplessly rolled his eyes and said, "The patience of young people nowadays is really terrible. Don't you even have the slightest bit of respect for the old and love for the young?" Su Yin was speechless. What happened to not talking nonsense? Besides, what did poor patience have to do with respect for the old and love for the young? Su Yin found that he could no longer follow Kong Wuhan's logic. Kong Wuhan saw that Su Yin's face was getting darker and darker. He finally stopped talking nonsense and continued, "The reason why I attacked was because of the space crystal. Our Kong Tao sect's most powerful skill is the space travel technique. If you can cultivate to my level, you will find that your strength is simply terrifying. Of course, our Kong Tao sect's cultivation technique is also extremely difficult to cultivate. After all, there are not many people who can reach my level." Unknowingly, Kong Wuhan started talking nonsense again. The core of his words was actually very simple. That was, "Do you know how powerful I am?" This was a central point that he would never forget no matter what. At this time, Su Yin patted his head. He was really dispirited to meet such a fool. Su Yin interrupted him again and said, "Teach me your cultivation technique, and I will let you go. How about it?" To be honest, Su Yin really coveted Kong Wuhan's cultivation technique. When the cultivation technique was used, it could make his aura completely disappear. Even with his powerful divine sense, he didn't notice anything before. He didn't know much about the so-called Kong Dao sect, but a senior who could create such a powerful cultivation technique must be an extremely powerful expert. Moreover, he had already discovered last time that this guy's heart was still quite kind, so Su Yin didn't have any intention of taking his life. Of course, if Su Yin knew that the reason why the Kong Dao sect's ancestor spent so much effort to create the Kong Dao divine sense was to fulfill his lifelong wish of stealing the underwear of the powerful woman he admired, Su Yan's admiration for him would be very awkward at this time. Of course, he also knew that it was actually very difficult to take someone else's cultivation technique. After all, such a precious cultivation technique was passed down by the sect, so the other party would cherish it very much. Therefore, he was also thinking about whether he should pay a price to get the other party's cultivation technique. Just when Su Yin was thinking about whether he should exchange something with the other party, Kong Wuhan suddenly said, "Deal." These two words were very simple and decisive. He almost didn't think about it and immediately agreed. "Su Yin, huh? What did you say? I didn't hear it clearly." Su Yin was shocked again at this time. He felt that his ears were damaged. How could the other party agree so easily? Kong Wuhan looked at Su Yin and said, "You really want to do something to me? I have already agreed to give you the cultivation technique, but you still don't want to let me go. Although I'm handsome, I'll never succumb to anyone." Chapter 1129, Female Literature. Su Yin. Suddenly, Su Yin really wanted to strangle this guy to death so that he would never be able to open his mouth again. "Shut up. I've already said that I will let you go. If you continue to spout nonsense, I will definitely make you regret it." Seeing Su Yan's face darken, Kong Wuhan finally shut up obediently. Su Yin sighed. He was really helpless against this kind of guy. Negotiating with this kind of guy was even more painful. At this moment, his aura began to rise slowly. Then, under his will, the tortoise suddenly moved. Then its four claws moved gently, and its entire body immediately floated up. The moment the tortoise left Kong Wuhan's head, he immediately felt that his body was really light. It was as if he had completely come back to life in an instant. This feeling was really wonderful. His aura was constantly fluctuating, and he felt that the world had become lighter and more joyful. At this moment, he actually somersaulted a few times. Then he suddenly asked Su Yin, "By the way, big brother, what did you just ask me for?" Su Yin, was this guy talking to him just now? His anger was really rising. However, at this moment, Kong Wuhan immediately laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, don't be angry, don't be angry. I was just teasing you. I will remember what you just said. Don't worry, isn't it just our cultivation technique? No problem." At this moment, he suddenly started rummaging through his spatial equipment. After a while, he took out a cultivation technique called the Prairie Fire Sutra. Su Yin raised his eyebrows. This cultivation technique exuded an extremely heavy and blazing aura. At a glance, he could tell that this was an extraordinary cultivation technique. Could it be that this was just a disguise? Traceless Kong, such a powerful cultivation technique, was indeed different from the rest. Just as Su Yin was lamenting in his heart, Kong Wuhan suddenly threw the cultivation technique aside and said, "Oh, I took the wrong one. Forget it. I'll give it to you." Then, he began to search again. "Su Yin, did I lose my mind just now? How could I have such thoughts? I must be crazy." After a while, he took out another cultivation technique, Wind Scar the World. No, he threw it away. Indestructible Vajra Divine Art no. Throw it away. Boundless Ocean Divine Art, isn't it? Keep throwing it. After the son of Kong Wuhan threw away more than a dozen cultivation methods, the real, traceless emptiness finally appeared in his hands. "Ha! I finally found it. Hey, what's your name? Didn't you want it? Come, come, come. Don't be so polite. I'll give this to you." He happily handed over the secret cultivation method of his sect. At this time, Su Yan's mind was still a little confused. Why was this guy so happy? He was forced to hand over the cultivation technique. Shouldn't he be incomparably indignant at this time? But what was he so happy about at this moment? This was truly unfathomable. Are you sure you're giving it to me just like that? That's your sex cultivation method. Are you sure you want it? Kong Woohan directly said, I'm sure. I'm extremely sure. I say, why do you have so much nonsense? I've already said that I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you as well. He said straightforwardly. This was very awkward. Suyin suddenly felt that he had gone too far. After all, Kong Woohan's cooperation was far beyond his expectations. So, Suyin said, what do you want? Tell me. Don't worry. As long as I can do it, I'll do my best to help you. Suyan's words were extremely sincere. At this time, Kong Woohan looked at Su Yin strangely again. Su Yin immediately patted his head. Forget it. Communicating with this kind of strange person is really unimaginably difficult. All right, I'll let you go, but you'll have to wait for a while. As for your cultivation methods, I won't take them for free. After Su Yin finished speaking, his body disappeared from the spot. He didn't leave the small world of the square seal. Instead, he went to the temple in the square seal. This temple was the core of the square seal. It was where the seal spirits, Aya and Gang, resided. At this time, the temple was somewhat dilapidated. Since this was the core of the square seal, after the seal was restored, this place should have returned to its original state. In fact, this was indeed the case for a period of time. However, later on, this place gradually declined. This was because Su Yin had sealed this place and even started to refine it. Big brother Su Yin, you haven't been here for a long time. Just as Su Yin was hesitating, a voice suddenly sounded. Then, Aya, dressed in white, appeared. When Su Yin first entered this small world, Aya was just a skinny little girl. She was an artifact spirit, but he didn't know it. Several demonic beasts in the square seal started to wreak havoc and wanted to devour him. It was the gang who protected her. However, it was different now. Her divinity had awakened. At this time, she was no longer a little girl who didn't know anything. Instead, she had become a high and mighty artifact spirit. To everything in the space, she was a god. To Su Yin, she had become his enemy. This was an ironic thing. They were supposed to be the best of friends, but at this time, they had become two opposing sides. Su Yin knew that he couldn't blame Aya. After all, Aya was born for the square seal. The Buddhist saint's purpose in refining the square seal was also for the Buddhist sect and himself. Yes, I haven't been here for a long time. Su Yin looked at the little girl in front of him and suddenly felt a pang of heartache. Although he knew that she was just an artifact spirit, humans were sentient animals after all. Big brother Su Yin, actually, you don't have to feel any psychological burden. I'm a creature that doesn't exist in the first place. It doesn't matter if I disappear again. It's all the same to me, she said softly. At this time, what else could Su Yin say? He could only slowly nod his head and choose to remain silent. But I'm sorry, big brother Su Yin. My destiny is that I can't help you. Instead, I have to go against big brother Su Yin. I don't like this, but I can't decide my own fate. I've made things difficult for big brother Su Yin. She spoke so softly that it was simply unbearable. Su Yin said, I'm the one who's sorry. However, many things were like this. She was destined to not be treated gently by him. It's okay. Both parties remained silent. Big brother Su Yin. What? Aya looked at him for a while, but in the end, she shook her head and said, Big brother Su Yin, you have to be careful. As for what he had to be careful of, she didn't say it out loud. Su Yin saw that the girl wanted to say something, but he really didn't know what he should say. He left Xinmiao and then spread his divine sense into the world again. When Su Yin truly became the master of this world, perhaps everything would be different. His strength was increasing bit by bit at this time, and as his strength increased, the process of conflict was inevitable. Of course, Su Yin also knew that in this world, nothing could really be done as one wished. Everything followed one's heart, and everything followed the law. That was all he could do. The Alliance's progress was still very smooth. On this day, their target was the 5 Dragon Mountain area. This time, Zhang Daqian, Jing Xingming, and Yi Xingxing personally participated in the battle. This was because there were extremely powerful demonic beasts in the Five-Dragon Mountain. There was even a demonic beast that seemed to have the bloodline of the Dragon Clan. In this world, anything that could be related to the Dragon Clan was extremely powerful. No one could deny that the Dragon Clan was one of the most powerful creatures in this world. Their strength was extremely terrifying, and within their powerful strength, there was a terrifying majesty that made people suffocate. Such strength was enough to make almost everyone feel despair. Even if one only possessed their bloodline, it would still be a terrifying thing. This demonic beast's realm was probably equivalent to a powerhouse at the peak of the dragon realm. For such a demonic beast, the so-called dragon transformation was directly releasing its Dragon Clan bloodline. This was definitely an extremely terrifying thing. Therefore, it wasn't exaggerated at all that the three experts of the Alliance had come. Let's push forward and get rid of the small fries in the periphery first. The small fries in the periphery weren't very powerful. If the three of them wanted to get rid of them, they could do it very quickly. However, many things were destined not to be so easy. If they wasted too much of their strength on these small fries, their own strength would definitely be affected. If they only had to face ordinary opponents, it wouldn't be a big deal. But today, they were about to face a powerful demonic beast with the Dragon Clan bloodline. At a time like this, even a little bit of strength would be a good thing. Therefore, they didn't dare to retreat in the slightest. The disciples of the three major sects had already launched their attack. The disciples of the Stupa sect were still at the forefront. They were the sharp knives in the charge, while the disciples of the Heaven and Earth organization were at the back. This was because the disciples of the Heaven and Earth organization were generally better at support. After using the Cloud Mist technique, they were very effective at healing and recovery. The Heaven and Earth organization had played a big role in the recent battles that had gone so smoothly. At this point, the disciples of the three major sects had formed an excellent cooperation. The disciples of the Sound of Thunder sect had strong physiques and were equivalent to meat shields. The disciples of the Stupa sect were the sharp knives and blades. The Heaven and Earth organization were healing and support. Chapter 1130. Female Literature. This time, the cooperation between the three parties became closer. The demonic beasts in Five-Dragon Mountain were actually much more powerful than those in other places, but for the disciples of the three major sects, their strength had improved a lot. Their advance was already extremely fast. The demonic beasts that had just awakened on the periphery were directly wiped out. Damn it, this Five-Dragon Mountain is much higher than I thought. At this time, a disciple began to sigh. Indeed, this Five-Dragon Mountain was a bit steep. Even as cultivators, they felt tired facing such a towering mountain. This was not surprising. After all, they didn't just come to this mountain for sightseeing. They still had to face the extremely powerful and terrifying demonic beasts here. Even if they were powerful, it was extremely difficult for them to advance at this time. It was at this moment that the sky suddenly darkened, and then a thin fog began to appear. What's going on? Today's weather shouldn't be like this. At this time, Zhang Daqian suddenly frowned. The changes in the weather have always been unfathomable. You and I are not venerables yet, so it's naturally difficult for us to know. This doesn't seem to be wrong, Jing Xingming said coldly. Although the relationship between him and Zhang Daqian was not the same as when they first met, and their relationship was not bad, the two of them often argued with each other. Zhang Daqian said, "In other places, the weather changes are actually nothing, but don't forget that this is Five-Dragon Mountain. There is a powerful demonic beast with a dragon bloodline here. You have to understand that this kind of demonic beast is often accompanied by terrifying innate abilities, so we must be careful." At this time, Jing Xingming still wanted to say something, but at this time, Yi Xingxing had already spoken. Brother Daqian is right. At this time, we still have to be careful. The current Yi Xingxing's mentality had undergone a huge change. In the past, he was arrogant and radical, thinking that there was nothing in this world that he couldn't do. Therefore, he didn't put anyone in his eyes. But now he understood his shortcomings. There was a saying that went, "Know your shortcomings and change them." Being able to recognize this point would be of great benefit to his future cultivation. Since Yi Xingxing had already spoken, Jing Xingming naturally wouldn't say anything else. After all, Yi Xingxing was still the leader of the stupid sect. Jing Xingming's strength was not on par with Yi Xingxing's, and neither was his background. The three of them discussed for a while and finally decided that they would personally take the lead for this part of the journey. Compared to conserving energy, protecting his fellow apprentices was the most important thing. While they were moving forward in the depths of the Five-Dragon Mountain, a powerful lizard-like demon beast was looking down coldly. He was the powerful demon beast with a dragon bloodline, the giant dragon lizard. This kind of creature had an extremely powerful physical body. At this time, he had awakened his innate talent, causing his strength to become even more powerful. He looked at those fellows who were heading towards his mountain. He revealed an extremely human-like, eerie smile. These damn humans had some guts. They actually dared to barge into his territory. Things were different now. Back then, demon beasts and humans had not truly begun to strengthen. Although demon beasts had an advantage individually, their overall strength was much weaker than humans. Furthermore, humans had all sorts of weapons, so demon beasts were the weaker party. But things were completely different now. This was their era. Those humans who still thought that they were the main characters of this continent were gravely mistaken. He would let these fellows know how stupid they were. The sudden appearance of the fog was naturally not a change in the sky, but his innate talent. Dragons could breathe out fog. Although he couldn't do it like a real dragon, he could still summon a small amount of fog. What are you going to do next? Among these people, there are peak dragon realm existences. You should know that I won't help you. At this time, a voice suddenly appeared. The voice came from the depths of the darkness. When it appeared, it was already standing beside the giant dragon lizard. The giant dragon lizard's huge eyes rolled, revealing an extremely disdainful expression. It directly said, "Hee hee, there's no need for you to do anything. 3 peak dragon realm existences? Ho ho, these humans actually dare to use the words dragon transformation. What a joke. Their appearance will only make me eat my fill." The giant dragon lizard seemed to have gotten used to this fellow's sudden appearance. However, deep in its heart, it was extremely disgusted by this fellow's sudden appearance. It even had a strong, killing intent towards this fellow in its heart. It wanted to directly kill this fellow. Unfortunately, this fellow's origin was too mysterious. It was simply not a match for this fellow. Of course, he had to admit that the reason why his strength could increase so quickly was largely due to this mysterious guy. If it wasn't for this mysterious guy giving him something, his strength wouldn't have increased so quickly, and his intelligence wouldn't have been so high. But so what? It would definitely not have any feelings of gratitude. This was because it knew that this fellow was not helping it out of good intentions. He was just using it to achieve his own goals. The figure in the darkness said, all right, giant dragon lizard, your temper is getting worse and worse. I really hope that you won't be killed by those fellows. Otherwise, all my time will have been wasted." The person yawned and then walked into the darkness, as if he was going to disappear into the darkness again. At this time, the giant dragon lizard spoke again. "Hey, I say, if a fellow like you wants to kill them, it should be very easy. Why? Why don't you do it yourself?" The giant dragon lizard directly raised its question. The giant dragon lizard was getting stronger by the day. However, it was very clear that it was not a match for this fellow in front of it. If this fellow wanted to kill it, it would have no chance at all. If this was the case, if this fellow really wanted to kill those humans on the mountain, it would not take much effort at all. However, he did not do so. Instead, he let the giant dragon lizard do it. However, at this time, that fellow had already disappeared into the darkness again. It was as if he did not hear what the giant dragon lizard said. "Humans, you damned humans. Sooner or later, you will all become food again." In the end, he still managed to focus his attention. In just a short while, many more demonic beasts had died. Of course, it did not care. There were no feelings between monsters. Since they died, they deserved to die. Monsters could only blame themselves for not being strong enough. If they were strong enough, they wouldn't have been killed like this. Therefore, it would not have any contact with those who were already dead. It's time to move my muscles. Roar, let the earth shake. At this time, black ripples were suddenly released from its body. The ripples spread out and then slowly seeped into the ground. At this time, it suddenly jumped up and then stomped heavily. At this time, an extremely terrifying aura suddenly became active. At this time, a terrifying and violent power immediately spread out. In an instant, the extremely tall Five-Dragon Mountain began to tremble slightly. When the trembling first appeared, it was still very weak, but later it was already out of control. Is it an earthquake? At this time, all the disciples of the three-sects alliance changed their expressions. If they encountered an earthquake at this time, it would be an extremely huge test for them. At this time, Zhang Daqian's expression suddenly changed, and then he said, "Senior brother Yi, let all the brothers leave this mountain immediately." Jing Xingming looked directly at him, but this time he did not refute. Yi Xingxing said, "Junior brother Zhang, did you feel something?" During their time together, Zhang Daqian repeatedly showed his extraordinary side, so at this time, he would not disobey Zhang Daqian's words. "I think this landslide is also caused by that evil beast. If we don't let the disciples retreat, I'm afraid it will be troublesome." "Okay, Xingming, let all the disciples retreat immediately." "Junior brother Zhang, can you feel the location of that evil beast?" Yi Xingxing said. Zhang Daqian nodded. "I didn't know before, but now he has begun to stir up trouble, so he has exposed his location to me. He is in that direction." At this time, Zhang Daqian directly pointed his finger at the place where the giant dragon lizard was. He could know the location of the giant dragon lizard not by relying on his divine sense, but purely by feeling. This was why he was so terrifying. Feeling was the most illusory thing. Many people believed in their own feelings, but this was all based on nothing. Many people would even die under their own feelings, but Zhang Daqian was different. His feelings were extremely sharp. In these few actions, he had already proved himself very well. Is that so? That's good. Xingming, you take everyone away and come back to help us later. Junior brother Zhang, and I will go and stabilize the guy first. If this earthquake is really caused by him, it will only get stronger and stronger. Yi Xingxing said immediately. Chapter 1131. Female Literature. He didn't know how powerful this guy's earthquake could be, but he didn't dare to take any risks. With their strength, they naturally weren't afraid of the earthquake, but the other disciples couldn't. Once the earthquake was fully displayed, the entire Five-Dragon Mountain would collapse, and countless people would die. Zhang Daqian and Yi Xingxing went directly into the depths of the Five-Dragon Mountain. At this time, the giant lizard's eyes were so cold, and his gaze fell directly on the two people. "You can actually find my existence. How amazing." He has hidden himself in the mountainside, extremely secretive. His power fluctuation will never spread out. That is to say, he can hide in the dark at will, and then use his power to launch a sneak attack. But he didn't expect that Zhang Daqian could directly determine his position without relying on his power. It was like a person who was lost and didn't know where to go, so he directly picked up a branch, then threw it casually, and moved forward in the direction where the branch fell to the ground. And the most terrifying thing was that no matter what, he could find the right direction every time, which was the most terrifying thing. And Zhang Daqian was like this. Now that you have realized the crisis, you want to escape? I have to say, although humans are annoying, they are indeed extraordinary. He sighed in his heart, but he was not ready to give up so easily. His power was still spreading at this time, and the intensity of the earthquake became even more terrifying at this time. The violent power continued to rush out at this time, and the terrifying aura has reached the extreme. The earthquake is getting stronger. At this time, the two people's expressions changed directly. Hurry up. Fortunately, they had made a decision before, otherwise, it would really be too late to regret it. Their speed was extremely fast, and they directly turned into phantoms. At this time, Jing Xingming's face also became extremely dignified. It was not easy for Zhang Daqian and Yi Xingxing to kill the powerful monster with the dragon bloodline, And it was also not easy for him to escort these disciples back to the mountain, because at this time, many demonic beasts suddenly appeared behind them. During the earthquake, these demonic beasts should have been running for their lives. After all, demonic beasts were far more sensitive to danger than humans. However, at this moment, those demonic beasts didn't have any thoughts of running away. They even charged forward with all their might. This was an extremely frightening thing. If it was any other time, he would just kill them all again. However, at this time, there was a fatal threat of an earthquake. If the earthquake completely broke out, who knew how many disciples would die here? Motherf asterisk her. Even demonic beasts know how to use strategies. This was clearly a plan to lure the enemy in. First, they would lure them into the depths and then directly surround them. In the past, they had always clashed head-on with the demonic beasts. But at this time, the demonic beasts actually knew how to use strategy. This was not a good thing. At this moment, Jing Xingming directly summoned his 10 swords. Follow me. At this time, he could no longer hide anything, because even the slightest bit of concealment could lead to a huge change. At this time, a powerful force was constantly erupting, and the violent and terrifying aura had reached its peak. The 10 swords danced, and countless demonic beasts were killed in an instant. However, these damned demonic beasts, even at this time, did not show any fear. Instead, they fought to be the first to arrive. Junior brother Jing Xingming's situation is not good. We have to hurry. The two of them were extremely close to the giant lizard dragon's cave. However, at this time, a shadow suddenly appeared. Damn it! What suddenly appeared in front of them were 4 demonic beasts. These 4 demonic beasts were all at the peak of the dragon realm. One of them was a giant mantis. Its sickle-like claws displayed an extremely terrifying sharpness. On the other hand, there was a 3-headed strange bird. Below them, there was a huge rhinoceros and a ferocious tiger. When these 4-legged demonic beasts appeared, the two of them's expressions changed again. Ambush. At this time, they already knew the severity of the situation. This was because the information they had received was wrong. At this time, their information indicated that there was only 1 peak of the Dragon Realm demonic beast here. However, at this time, there were already 5 peak Dragon Realm demonic beasts. No, that was not all. This was because at this time, in front of Jing Xingming, who was rushing down the cliff with all his might, a powerful demonic beast had appeared. Damn it, what do we do now? The two of them felt their hearts skip a beat. These demonic beasts had organized an ambush. This was definitely not a good thing. At this time, Zhang Daqian said, Senior Brother Yi, although these demonic beasts are also at the peak of the Dragon Realm, their blood qi is insufficient. They did not cultivate it themselves, so we still have a chance. At this time, Zhang Daqian's powerful senses came into play again. Although these 4 demonic beasts were also at the peak of the Dragon Realm, he realized that their blood qi was not in the normal range. Why is this? At this time, Yi Xingxing released his senses. Very quickly, he came to the same conclusion. I think that these demonic beasts were forcefully raised by someone using a special method. Senior Brother Yi, your battle strength is stronger than mine, so I'll leave the one inside to you. I'll deal with these 4. At this time, Zhang Daqian immediately made a decision. This was not the time to be a hero. During this period of time, his battle strength had increased rapidly, but he knew that he was still no match for Yi Xingxing in front of him. There is only one explanation for the 4 demonic beasts in front of him to appear here. They were the guards of the guy inside, guarding the terrifying guy who was causing the earthquake. The law of demonic beasts was very simple. That was, the strong were respected. Therefore, the guy inside was the most difficult to deal with. At this time, he already had an idea. That was, he wanted to use his own strength to kill that guy directly. However, he also knew that this was far from the time to be a hero. They had to buy time. If they could not stop the earthquake as soon as possible, it would be terrible. In just a short while, the intensity of the earthquake increased by a lot. At the beginning, it was only a slight tremor, but now, cracks had appeared on the ground. Zhang Daqian suddenly jumped up and directly rushed towards the demonic beast in front of him. His target was the flying mantis because he had already felt that it was the biggest threat to him. This guy was too fast. If he forcibly confronted him with the advantage of speed, then he would be very passive and would be at a disadvantage. Therefore, he had to kill the guy who was the biggest threat directly. Thunder, roar, rumble. The moment he unleashed this move, a terrifying sound of thunder rang out. The huge explosion was like a bolt from the blue. The powerful force directly exploded at this time, and the violent aura was like a terrible disaster. Since Zhang Daqian wanted to fight against 4 demonic beasts, he had to show absolute suppression from the beginning. If he couldn't do it and let the 4 demonic beasts find their own rhythm, then he would be the unlucky one. When Zhang Daqian launched the attack, Yi Xingxing also released his sword Qi. He saw Zhang Daqian's purpose, which was to kill the flying mantis demonic beast. Junior brother Zhang, let me give you a hand, Pagoda's glimpse. The moment the thunder exploded, his sword Qi suddenly blasted out, directly cooperating with Zhang Daqian's attack towards the flying mantis demonic beast. Of course, after he slashed out with his sword, he went straight to the cave, leaving the battlefield to Zhang Daqian. And he himself had to face an even more terrifying opponent. With Yi Xingxing's sword, Zhang Daqian's confidence in this attack was even greater. The sword Qi was too fast, and the flying mantis demonic beast was already very powerful. The moment the sword Qi arrived, it flapped its wings and directly escaped the range of the sword Qi. However, the majesty of the thunder had already suppressed it. Under the suppression of the thunder, its body was a little numb, which caused its speed to slow down by half a beat. And in just half a beat, Zhang Daqian had already arrived in front of it. At this time, Zhang Daqian had already shown his absolute strength. The most powerful part of the flying mantis demonic beast was its terrifying sickle-like claws. But at this time, Zhang Daqian did not have the slightest fear. He directly rushed forward and pressed the sharp claws with his hands. Umph! Die for me first. The power of lightning was released first, and it finally arrived at this moment. All these actions were completed in the blink of an eye. The terrifying power directly fell at this time, directly injuring the flying mantis demonic beast. At this time, the flying mantis demon roared in pain, trying to break free. The other 3 demon beasts also reacted at this time. Not only the 3-headed demon beast, the 3-headed demon beast directly released 3 rays of light, wanting to kill Zhang Daqian. But at this time, Zhang Daqian had already expected this. He forcibly turned his body and directly used the flying mantis demonic beast as a shield to block the attack. The flying mantis demonic beast was already trembling after being hit by this terrible attack. Chapter 1132. Female Literature. At this moment, he was once again attacked by his companions, which was already unbearable for him. Such a huge power kept erupting at this time. The terrifying power had reached such a level. His life began to fade away in an instant. After all, they're just a bunch of beasts. Zhang Daqian sneered. Among the 4 monstrous beasts, the one that posed the greatest threat to him was the mantis demon. After all, if the mantis demon was allowed to unleash its full power, its speed would be too fast, which would put unprecedented pressure on him. It was precisely because of this that he chose the mantis demon as his target the moment he attacked. Moreover, Yi Xingxing also directly attacked and sealed the mantis demon's movements with his sword. In this way, he finally succeeded. At this moment, he demonstrated his strong combat awareness. Under normal circumstances, many people would panic inexplicably when encountering such a situation. They would feel that they had reached a dead end today. However, Zhang Daqian had already formulated a reliable combat plan in an instant and was able to carry it out. The flying mantis demon died, just like that. However, he knew that his battle was far from over. The reason why he succeeded this time was because he had the element of surprise. However, there were still 3 more beasts. Although these 3 beasts' strength was forcibly increased, they were still at the peak of the dragon realm. It would not be easy for him to defeat them. It was at this moment that Yi Xingxing rushed into the huge cave mansion. At this moment, the dragon's breath was constantly stepping on the ground. Every time it stepped on the ground, its power would seep into the ground. As soon as Yi Xingxing entered the cave, he immediately felt a huge pressure rushing towards him. It was the dragon's power, as expected of a powerful existence that had awakened the dragon clan's bloodline. This dragon's power was so terrifying that the moment he entered, his hair stood on end. The moment it saw Yi Xingxing, the giant dragon lizard stuck out its tongue slightly and said, "I can't believe I let you break into this place. Those four things are really useless. They're really unreliable." It spoke slowly, but it put even more pressure on Yi Xingxing. This demonic beast actually had such a high level of intelligence. I really didn't expect that a beast would have such high intelligence. I'm really surprised. As he spoke, he had already made his move. A sword light shot out at this moment. The terrifying sword chi was so awe-inspiring at this moment. He wanted to stop the dragon lizard directly. If he allowed it to continue, the disciples would be in great danger. However, although his sword chi was not weak, it did not have any effect. That was because when the sword chi reached the dragon lizard, a pattern actually appeared. It blocked his sword chi. Ha ha, sword chi? It's really interesting. It's a pity that such a weak sword chi can't hurt me. You must be very anxious at this time. Unfortunately, you are powerless. I will let you know what despair is. The dragon lizard laughed loudly. At this moment, Yi Xingxing was furious. How could a beast be so proud of itself? This made him furious. Moreover, this beast was threatening his junior brothers at this moment. Buddha immeasurable, sword chi soars to the heavens. You say my sword chi is weak. Then give a try. For a swordsman, his sword was his life. His sword was insulted by such a beast. Naturally, he was furious. Of course, it was meaningless to be angry with a beast. Of course, it was very easy to prove to him. Kill him. As long as he killed him, everything would be settled. There seemed to be the power of a formation around the giant lizard dragon. How could a beast know how to set up an array? Of course, that was impossible. At least, it was absolutely impossible before reaching the beast saint level. Then there was only one explanation. The array was set up by someone else. Someone had helped him set up an array formation. This was not good news at all. Now, the first thing he had to do was to break the array. Ha ha ha. Human, have you seen through it? Yes, this array was set up by your own kind. You should be angry. You are obviously the same kind, but you want to hurt each other. The dragon lizard laughed directly. Yi Xingxing just ignored it. His Buddha sword chi had finally reached the peak at this moment. Delirium slash. As the sword fell, the sword light turned into a long dragon and went straight ahead. At this moment, the terrifying aura showed an indescribable majesty. Such power was truly incomparably terrifying. The thick aura seemed to be able to completely suppress everything. Yi Xingxing's sword had gathered all of his strength. Instead, the speed of the sword slowed down. At this moment, it was as if everything had become calm. When the sword light approached, the array released a light again. As soon as this ray of light appeared, it was about to shatter the sword. However, this time, it was not as successful as last time. At this time, the light of the array had become extremely slow. It was like a decaying machine that had lost the power to move forward. Yi Xingxing's sword was constantly attacking and exploding. Just as the Five-Dragon Mountain was fighting, a layer of dark clouds suddenly appeared above the Heaven and Earth organization. The arrival of the dark clouds was so sudden that in an instant, a fierce wind blew directly. Who dares to come to the Heaven and Earth organization? How dare you? At this time, Lei Wanjun suddenly shouted. The aura of the peak of the dragon realm was fully activated. A bright lightning fist directly bombarded the sky. However, his power dissipated as soon as it reached the sky. Without warning, without a sound, it directly disappeared. At this time, Mo also walked out. He was the person in charge of the Stupa sect. During this time, he had been in the Heaven and Earth organization. When he saw such a terrifying darkness, his face became serious. He went to Lei Wanjuan's side and said, "Brother Lei, quickly retreat. This is not something you and I can deal with." Lei Wanjun was still wondering why his power had suddenly disappeared. At this time, When he heard Moe's words, he was shocked. He heard very clearly that Moe said you and I. In other words, even a venerable like him could not intervene. What kind of terrifying existence was the other party? At this time, a huge yellow hole suddenly appeared above the Heaven and Earth organization. In that hole, a loud and clear cry directly sounded. The Oriole. At this time, the Oriole finally appeared. That power was so strong that it had reached the level of a Tao Master. It was a threat to the Heaven and Earth organization. At this time, the formation could no longer stop that guy. The Oriole naturally sensed this, so at this time, it directly appeared. That extremely strong power appeared in the sky. The Oriole was usually in the 9 heavens above the Heaven and Earth organization. As an extremely powerful demonic beast of the bird species, its combat strength was extremely terrifying. This was even more so after it became a sacred beast. At this time, it was disdainful to stay in ordinary places. Only in the astral winds of the 9 heavens was its home. When the Heaven and Earth organization was attacked, it would directly awaken. At this time, its powerful strength would be completely displayed. At this time, a hurricane directly appeared. After becoming a sacred beast, the Oriole had mastered the law of wind. At this time, the power of the law rushed out, extremely powerful. Such a violent power had reached an unimaginable level at this moment. At this time, the endless aura at this time continued to increase, and, in the end, it had turned into the most terrifying power. This power directly rushed to the deepest part of the dark clouds. At this moment, Moe and Lei Wanjun truly witnessed the true power of a Tao Master. When this attack rushed out, everything in the world seemed to begin to change. Such a terrifying power continued to surge, and in the end, it was simply terrifying to the extreme. Suddenly, a strange face appeared in the dark clouds. The face did not seem to have any shape, but it had an extremely powerful and terrifying majesty. Such a power directly fell from the sky and directly collided with the terrifying hurricane. At this time, the hurricane was directly scattered at this time. Obviously, the Oriole was at a disadvantage in this exchange of blows. Another terrifying bird cry rang out. At this moment, the Oriole was clearly enraged. It didn't expect that it wouldn't be able to defeat its opponent with its attack. Haha, Suyin, is this your pet? Interesting, but this is still not enough. Where are you? Come out and meet me. At this time, a voice suddenly came from the dark clouds. The Oriole was even more furious when this voice came out. He was directly ignored. At his level, of course, he could understand the other party's meaning. This guy seemed to be looking for trouble with his master. It was not easy for the Oriole to reach this level, but it was not a match for him. At this time, 10 hurricanes appeared. Each hurricane was extremely terrifying. These hurricanes kept rotating as if they were going to directly annihilate the whole world. Such a power was extremely terrifying. All the aura between heaven and earth had been directly compressed and condensed to the extreme. At this time, the air had become the Oriole's weapon. An enraged sparrow was terrifyingly powerful. The 10 hurricanes directly went against the sky, and in the end, they turned into a hurricane sword. The hurricane sword was incomparably fast and directly went toward the terrifying face. Its speed was extremely fast, and it appeared in the sky almost in an instant. Chapter 1133. Female Literature. The power of the Sword of Hurricane was simply terrifying. Such a terrifying aura directly spread out. Such power directly sank between heaven and earth. Such a power had almost reached an indescribable level. Under the power of the Sword of Hurricane, the entire space began to tremble. The power of this sword was actually so strong. With the might of a single sword, it directly shook the power of space. This was the terrifying power of laws. How persistent. Such a sword of laws is not bad. However, if such power can defeat me, it would be too ridiculous. At this moment, a huge palm print directly appeared. The veins of the palm were clearly visible. At this moment, a powerful power was directly displayed. At this moment, The terrifying power rose at this moment, like a flame. The gigantic palm came crashing down. Such a terrifying power, the power contained within it, could be said to be capable of annihilating the entire world. This power continued to condense, and in the end, it turned into the most terrifying light. Under the suppression of this huge palm, the sword of hurricane's speed suddenly slowed down. At this time, the aura continued to attack at this time, showing signs of dissipating. At this moment, the Oriole was furious. He really could not imagine that such a powerful attack of his would be directly dispersed by someone. His wings moved again, and his terrifying gaze almost directly dispersed the dark clouds in the sky. It was the Eye of Truth. At this time, the Oriole's Eye of Truth was displayed, and naturally, its power was endless. It was a powerful method that could disperse all falsehoods and directly return to the origin. Under this power, the extremely terrifying face in the sky finally began to disperse. At this time, the power continued to move, and the Oriole finally saw clearly. Above the 9 heavens, there was a thin man. He stood there proudly, his gaze fixed on the ground below. His entire person was like a god, and there was an extremely terrifying power of space around his body. Layers of space folded together, showing his extremely terrifying strength. The Oriole was shocked. He immediately felt that this guy was not here with his real body. Instead, he directly used his power to fold space and then descended. To be able to use such an inconceivable method to bring that power to this place was already extremely terrifying in itself. What made him even more terrified was that the power was still so berserk after it landed. The power that he had unleashed with his own authority had been so easily dispersed. Eyes of Truth. Suyin, this pet of yours is not bad. However, isn't a little too presumptuous? Fine, I'll help you teach it a lesson. It'll also let it understand that no matter what it does, it has to pay the price. The man gently raised his hand, and a huge black light appeared. The black light changed, and, at this moment, it directly condensed into a terrifying radiance that could devour everything. The moment the light appeared, Oriole immediately felt an awe-inspiring aura. It was a terrifying power that made it feel like it was about to die. At this moment, his wings flashed with all their might. Void storm, boundless destruction. After feeling the extremely terrifying power, he immediately understood that he had to use his full strength at this time. Only in this way could he increase his strength to the extreme. If he couldn't do that, then he would have to die under that sword. Ridiculous. The strike released by the Oriole was already extremely terrifying. However, in the eyes of that guy, he only got one word to describe it, and that was laughable. His power was boundless, and at this moment, it kept circling around. Finally, it landed. The void storm was about to take shape, but at that moment, everything was abruptly contained. It was as if there was a sudden break in his life at this moment. At this time, Huang Ke was extremely shocked. He had never thought that there would be such a terrifying person in this world. That casual sword strike of his had made him unable to move at all. The void storm that he had brewed was extremely powerful, and it was his trump card. However, the key now wasn't that his power couldn't block the opponent's sword, but that his power was directly frozen at this time, and he couldn't use it. Oriole felt like he was a marionette. He clearly had the power to fight with the opponent, but at this time, he couldn't even move. What kind of grievance was this? The speed of the dark light sword was too fast. Almost at the moment when Oriole saw it, the sword had already arrived in front of him. If the sword moved forward slightly, even if Oriole was as strong as he would probably die. However, this terrifying dark light sword finally stopped. He was right in front of Oriole, but he couldn't take another step forward. Of course, it wasn't that the person in the sky suddenly became kind and didn't have the heart to attack, but that this sword was forcibly stopped by a person. The power of space. It was the same power of space. Suddenly, countless densely packed folded spaces appeared in front of Oriole, and the appearance of this power of space immediately imprisoned that terrifying sword light. The person in the sky suddenly revealed a light smile. You can actually reach this level. How amazing. He didn't seem to feel anything about his sword being blocked. At this moment, Oriole was immediately pleasantly surprised. Master! He knew who appeared at this moment. It was his master. When he was in the most danger, his master appeared and blocked this terrifying sword ray. Of course, at this time, he was also amazed by Su Yan's strength. At this time, Su Yan was actually able to reach this level. This was something he couldn't achieve. He was now a holy beast, but he couldn't block this sword. But his master, Su Yan, was able to block this sword. When they first met, Su Yan was actually nothing in front of him. If it wasn't for the Godslayer's sword in Su Yan's body, Su Yan would have been eaten by him as food. But at this time, Su Yan's strength was already so terrifying. Although he hadn't reached the Dao Master Realm, Oriole could feel Su Yan's terrifying strength. And at this time, Su Yan's attack proved this point. The power of the space was too strong and too exquisite. At this time, Su Yan finally appeared and directly landed on Oriole's head. If it was someone else who dared to offend him like this, Oriole would definitely kill that person. But this person was Su Yan, his master. Su Yan said, "Long time no see, Duan Mu Long Hu." His eyes fell directly on the figure in the ninth heaven. This person had a strange head of white hair and a thin figure. But in the dancing wind, he was still so proud. This person was none other than Duan Mu Long Hu. Although his appearance seemed to have changed a little, Su Yan still recognized this guy at a glance. When Su Yan first saw this guy, he realized that this guy would be his lifelong enemy, and now it seemed that this was indeed the case. The method this guy used before was also extremely terrifying. His spatial level had already reached an extremely powerful realm, and the confrontation just now was only a short test. At this time, Duan Mu Long Hu was also sizing up Su Yan. His smile became more and more brilliant, and then he said, "Yes, long time no see, Su Yan." The last time they met was in the Shadow Kingdom. At that time, Duan Mu Long Hu wanted to release the shadow creatures, but unfortunately, he was stopped by Su Yan in the end. Of course, he didn't fail. He directly took in Rosen of the Ghost Killing Hall. After Rosen joined him, he even had the strength to fight against the master of the Ghost Killing Hall. After his resurrection, he was like a poisonous snake, hiding in the dark, but each of his arrangements was extremely terrifying. Duan Mu Long Hu was indeed worthy of the name Dragon Fox. He was extremely cunning. Su Yan looked at him, full of vigilance. At this time, between heaven and earth, an extremely blazing power suddenly appeared. The moment that power appeared, everything was directly emptied. The battle between the two had begun. This was not the most direct confrontation of power, but the confrontation of the two's divine sense. They hadn't seen each other for too long, so they didn't know each other's strength very well. The previous short attack could not even be considered a test. Now, the real test had just begun. The violent power was constantly moving at this time, and the terrifying power fell down. The divine sense was like fire, and the world changed. The strength of these two people was on full display at this time. At this time, the Oriole let out a cry. At this time, his power also surged out. Of course, he didn't want to intervene in the battle between the two, because he knew that he was not qualified to do so at this time. What he wanted to do was to use his power to strengthen the large formation of the Heaven and Earth Organization. The large formation of the Heaven and Earth Organization was the Thousand Clouds Universe Great Formation. In the past, the power of this formation was extremely powerful in the 5 continents. However, later on, with the awakening of the spiritual power of the continent, the power of this large formation became insufficient. When Yi Xingxing arrived, he wanted to directly lift this large formation with his own strength. However, later on, Su Yan directly used his powerful and terrifying power to upgrade this large formation. The power of this formation was naturally much stronger. Chapter 1134. Girls' Literature. Even a venerable would not be able to break this formation. Even a Dao Master would have to spend a lot of time to break this formation. But now, the two people fighting in the sky were really terrifying. Even if it was just a battle of divine senses, it was already very powerful. Under the confrontation of these two terrifying people, the layers of space were stacked and became incomparably turbulent. It should be noted that this was under the premise that the space of the 5 counties was extremely powerful. If it was any other place, the space would have been directly shattered by such a battle of power. Even if the Thousand Clouds universe formation was upgraded, it would be extremely difficult to defend against such power. It was a huge risk. Therefore, at this time, the Oriole directly used its own power to cooperate with the formation's protection. At this time, Su Yan's body suddenly flashed. The next moment, he appeared in the sky. He stood directly opposite Duanmu Longhu. Right now, the two of them were standing face to face. However, in fact, there were layers of overlapping space between the two of them within a short 100 meters. Perhaps if he stretched out his hand, he would appear in another place, or even another plane. This was the terrifying power of space power. The two people's divine senses continued to fight. The powerful power turned into a storm, and the terrifying aura at this time was constantly changing. At this time, Duanmu Longhu pointed his fingertip again. "You're really amazing. You're not even a Tao master, but you already have such terrifying power. Su Yan, you're really admirable." Duanmu Longhu's eyes were really sharp. In an instant, he had already seen through Su Yan's true realm. Su Yan just sneered and then said, "Same to you." During this confrontation, Su Yan had already discovered that Duanmu Longhu had yet to reach the level of a Tao master. However, his mastery of the power of space had already reached a terrifying level. If Su Yan had not directly killed the Void Beast and refined its space power, he might not have been a match for this guy at this time. This showed that Duanmu Longhu was a terrifying person. The two of them continued to exchange blows, competing with the power of the laws of space. Finally, when the power of the two people was completely condensed, a terrifying light beam flashed, and the dense power directly blasted out. In an instant, the radiance of the world changed, and the terrifying power became extremely violent. Lei Ming began to appear. Those thunderous roars were the wrath of the heavens. This meant that the confrontation between the two of them had angered the laws of the world. Heavenly lightning fell, incomparably domineering. The so-called heavenly might was fully displayed at this moment. Even though the two of them were domineering and overbearing, they had no choice but to retreat at this moment. Although they were already extremely powerful, they had not reached the point where they could ignore the rules of the world. "Good, you're really amazing. Your spatial energy is actually able to compete with mine. I didn't waste my effort in projecting my energy to fight you." Duanmu Longhu chuckled. Su Yan said, "You should be on the verge of a breakthrough, so you want to find a strong opponent to fight with you, to find your own opportunity." At this moment, Su Yan directly broke through this little bit. Duanmu Longhu chuckled and nodded. In fact, this was indeed the case. At this moment, he was already on the verge of a breakthrough, and he indeed needed a strong opponent like Su Yan said. However, just as he was about to find this opponent, he suddenly had a sudden impulse. At the same time, he also heard the news from the 5 counties continent and guessed that Su Yan might be in the Heaven and Earth organization. Therefore, he directly used this method to come here. Therefore, although the fight between the two of them seemed to be right in front of him, in fact, it was already a battle in an extremely deep space. "Ha ha ha, your eyesight is really sharp. Since you already know this, then come, let's have a good fight. I'm really looking forward to it. Being able to fight with an expert like you is the happiest thing in my heart." Duanmu Longhu's body suddenly pressed towards Su Yan. With every step he took, his strength increased by a little. As he moved forward, his aura had reached a terrifying level in an instant. Such a power directly pressed down, as if the entire sea was pressing down at this time. At this time, Su Yan naturally would not show weakness. Since the other party had already made a move, he naturally could not be indifferent. At this time, the power of the Taishang directly condensed. Then he blasted out a punch. Lightning Fist. This was the simplest and most terrifying punch. Zhang Daqian already had his own unique understanding of the thunder tactics, so his lightning fist should not be underestimated. However, if he was here at this time and could see Su Yan's lightning fist, he would discover that the direct difference between the two was huge. This was not only the difference between the strength of the cultivation, but also the comprehension of the laws. Although Su Yan did not comprehend the Thunder Law, he had already comprehended the power of the three great laws. He could also comprehend the other laws by analogy and understand the essence of them. This lightning fist was the most terrifying power displayed by the Will of Thunder. At this time, he blasted out a punch. That power could only be described as explosive. At this time, the terrifying power continued to pass through at this time. The endless power was like the most profound god in the world waking up. Thunder Tide. The two terrifying auras met directly, and then the most intense confrontation began. At this time, the terrifying auras had reached the extreme when such power collided with each other. At this time, the power continued to erupt at this time, and a violent aura fluctuated. At this moment, the two people were like gods. These two people were clearly not Tao masters, but they were so terrifying. At this moment, the fight between these two people naturally attracted the attention of the old farts who had just woken up in the 5 counties. For example, the dark mountain that Su Yin had once been to. The person from the Dark Demons sect suddenly projected his will and looked towards the sky. In the Pagoda sect, Fu Qing also probed out with her divine thought. There were also some other old farts who focused their attention here. In this short period of time, there were already no less than 10 wills. In other words, there were already 10 Tao masters who were paying attention to this place. At this time, the darkness in Duanmu Longhu's hand became denser, and at the same time, the torrential demonic qi was extremely strong. He suddenly shouted coldly, "Humph, a bunch of old farts. Why are you interfering in our fight? Get out of my way." The power of his attack suddenly rushed towards the surroundings. At this time, Su Yin, who was moving at this time, seemed to have the same intention. At this time, his power exploded, and a powerful and terrifying aura immediately went berserk. "Get out of my way." His voice was just as crisp, and he also blasted out with a lightning fist. The wills that had just approached this place were immediately scattered. In fact, when the two of them were fighting like this, it was taboo for others to watch the fight. This was because they were all Tao masters. If they directly interfered when the two of them were fighting, it would cause a huge impact on the two of them. Moreover, even if they did not interfere, they could still spy on a lot of things while they were fighting. Of course, Duanmu Longhu and Su Yan were also extremely domineering at this time. At this moment, Ling not only drove away their wills, but also directly annihilated their wills. How domineering and terrifying was that? Such terrifying wills were rolling at this time, and the terrifying aura had reached an extremely terrifying level. How dare you? They were all terrifying Tao masters, and naturally, they were filled with anger when Su Yin and Duanmu Longhu violently swept away their wills. Unfortunately, none of them dared to make a move at this time. This was because they were afraid. That moment was too short, and in just an instant, their wills had been directly swept away. With such strength, even if they wanted to make a move, they had to think twice and see if they had the ability to do so. You're all a bunch of old things. However, Su Yin, your combat strength is indeed terrifying, but this is the end of the test. Duanmu Longhu suddenly smiled, and an extremely bright golden light suddenly shone from his body. Divine light descends, divine body. He was clearly a monstrous demon, but at this time his body was shining with such a strong divine light. He was reversing his own power from demon to god. A golden divine body appeared, and at this moment his aura increased by more than 10 times. At this time, Su Yin raised his eyebrows. He really did not expect Duanmu Longhu to have such a terrifying method. However, he also knew that Duanmu Longhu was right, and at this time, there was no meaning in testing. Since this guy had shown his true strength, Su Yin would not back down. With a thought, a huge shadow appeared behind him. It was the devil shadow. What? The immeasurable devil. At this time, Duamu Longhu was obviously shocked to the extreme. He never would have thought that Su Yin was actually able to summon such a devil shadow. He was the crown prince of the devil sect in ancient times, so he knew far more than Su Yin. Therefore, when this devil shadow appeared, he immediately knew the origin of this devil shadow. That was the immeasurable devil. In the long history of the devil sect, only the great devil heavenly lord, the great devil sect's ancestor, had condensed this devil shadow. In the past, Duanmu Longhu had also wanted to successfully condense this demonic shadow. However, he had failed in the end. Even after he died and came back to life, he still did not get what he wanted. However, in the process of pursuing this realm, he unexpectedly comprehended the powerful method of transforming from demon to God and directly condensed the divine body. Chapter 1135. Female Literature. There was no doubt that the body of God possessed the most terrifying strength. Now, he had reached a few important stages. The body of God was not complete, and he always felt that something was missing. That was why he was so eager to find an opponent. After receiving the news about Su Yin, he gave up on the opponent he had originally chosen and came here to fight with Su Yin. Before he came, he had already determined that Su Yin was extremely terrifying. However, he did not expect that Su Yin's strength had actually reached such an extent. However, this was also what made him happy. He was very similar to Su Yin in one thing, and that was that he would not be afraid of the enemy's strength. If the enemy was too weak, what was the point of fighting? Therefore, at this time, he directly displayed his body of God. However, he did not expect that after he displayed his body of God, Su Yin would display the infinite true demon. That was the power that he had always dreamed of cultivating, but he did not succeed. However, Su Yin was able to cultivate it. Although the power of the celestial body that he had cultivated was also extremely terrifying and was not inferior to the infinite true demon body, he still had a grudge in his heart. Therefore, at this time, he was even more determined to defeat Su Yin directly. At this moment, his body flickered and directly appeared in front of Su Yin. At this time, Su Yin was also unprecedentedly dignified. He had already sensed the strong fighting spirit of this guy. The infinite true demon? This is the first time I've heard of it. It seems that I still know too little. However, this guy's divine body seems to be very powerful as well. I'm afraid there's a connection between the two. At this time, Su Yin naturally realized this point. At this time, he and Duanmu Longhu were in a strange confrontation again. Kill. At this time, in the sky, the wind was fierce. All of a sudden, the word kill exploded. Two huge shadows, one golden and one dark, directly collided. At this time, a terrifying power immediately erupted, an aura directly spread out to the surroundings. That terrifying aura had already reached such a terrifying level. At this time, the violent power was constantly changing. At this time, the endless power had already condensed into a terrifying aura. At this moment, it seemed that only these two most terrifying forces were left in the world. In the sky, the intense beam of light had condensed to the extreme. At this moment, Su Yin took a step forward. He made a grabbing motion in the air, and a wisp of cloud energy flew into his hand. Then, he swung his power, and the terrifying sword broke apart and fell to the ground. After that, Duanmu Longhu, he had practically used the same method. At this moment, the two of them started the most primitive battle. Every move was so primitive. That violent aura continued to move at this moment. At this time, the people in the Heaven and Earth organization could no longer see the scene in the sky. Only the Oriole saw everything with his eye of truth. At this moment, the Oriole's heart was filled with hot blood. This time, he had truly witnessed the terrifying strength of his master. Right now, Su Yin was like a heavenly god. Back then, he finally chose to truly follow Su Yin. It seemed that he had made the right choice. The blood-winged dragon had chosen to betray him. It was really stupid. Su Yin and Duanmu Longhu continued to fight. At this time, Duanmu Longhu suddenly stopped. At this time, he was already slightly out of breath. Painful. He directly let out a long howl. At this time, his entire aura increased again. He seemed to have found his opportunity. This time, he had come for his celestial god's body. However, before coming here, he did not expect to encounter the infinite true demon body. The strength of the infinite true demon body was beyond his expectations. But for him, it was more interesting. Because of this, he would be able to better improve himself. At this time, his strength was constantly rising, and his violent aura had already reached its peak. Vaguely, he seemed to have come into contact with some crucial points. In his opinion, as long as he could grasp this point, he would definitely be able to break through. Unfortunately, he had no idea what that extremely vague dose system was. Therefore, at this time, he could no longer hide. This was how a battle with a person like Su Yin was. If one did not want to lose, then one would have to reveal all of one's hidden skills bit by bit. Fighting was really addictive. At this time, Su Yin was the same. He did not want to lose to Duanmu Longhu. Therefore, there was only one word, and that was to fight. An extremely strong light appeared in the hands of the infinite true demon body. The light finally condensed into a sword. It was the appearance of the Taiji sword. At this time, a saber appeared in the hands of the god's body. The god wielded a saber, and the demon wielded a sword. This was an extremely strange scene. The situation of the two had completely overturned everything in the past. At this time, the terrifying battle between the two of them began to erupt. The violent aura was so terrifying at this moment. Between heaven and earth, brightness and light changed. The power of yin and yang began to rotate continuously. At this time, the terrifying aura continued to expand. It was as if an extremely terrifying monster was breathing at this time. At this time, the lightning in the sky had become even more powerful. Because at this time, the two powers had destroyed the balance of heaven and earth. Therefore, at this time, the wrath of heaven descended. Those extremely powerful and terrifying existences had reached the level of Emperor Realm or even surpassed it. Why were they still in a deep sleep at this time? This was because they knew that if they were to jump out now, they would immediately be locked onto by the will of the heavens and be directly killed. At this time, Heaven's will was still unattainable. It was definitely not something they could offend. At this time, Su Yin and Duanmu Longhu had actually touched the edge of Heaven's will. The reason why they were still alive at this time was that they had taken advantage of a loophole. That was, their true realm was not that of a Dao master. Everything had cracks, even the heavenly Dao. Otherwise, how could there be a saying that 4 out of 5 great Daos could be derived from heaven? However, if they continued to fight like this, they would soon touch the forbidden zone. When their power reached a certain level, even if their realm had not reached that level, Heavens will be destroyed. The heavenly might would also directly destroy you. That was the incomparably tyrannical Heavens. Why would it care if your strength had already reached this limit? That powerful force was so terrifying that all the powers between heaven and earth were constantly changing at this time. It was already an extremely dangerous signal. However, neither Su Yin nor Duanmu Longhu showed any signs of stopping. This was what it meant to fight to the point of madness. At this time, the two of them had gradually entered a frenzied battle. At the very least, Heaven's will was not enough to make them fear. At this time, the power in the sky rolled, and the terrifying aura continued to rise. At this time, the two huge shadows collided again. Terrifying power directly filled the air. Boom! At the moment when the terrifying lightning exploded, the power of the two people also directly collided. At this time, the power had become so violent. Su Yan's aura directly suppressed and descended at this time. Between heaven and earth, endless light condensed to the extreme at this time. The power of this heavenly thunder was really strong. Compared to this heavenly thunder, the thunder produced by Su Yan's thunder fist was simply weak. Su Yan and Duanmu Longhu retreated at the same time. At this time, the two of them were finally injured. However, the reason why they were injured was not because of each other, but because of the terrifying lightning. At this time, the true demon and the celestial god's body disappeared at the same time. They knew that the previous attack had crossed the lightning zone and exceeded the scope of the lightning's power. If the two of them did not withdraw their true demon and celestial god's bodies, it would be equivalent to giving the lightning a target. In other words, it was equivalent to putting a lightning rod on their heads. That was an act of seeking death. Although the two of them were in a state of frenzy, it did not mean that they had lost their minds. Suyin, I was right. You are indeed powerful, and you are qualified to be my friend. Speaking of which, we had a good cooperation last time. So, do you want to continue working together? In fact, the cooperation last time was considered to have ended without a result. However, strictly speaking, both of them could still accept it. However, Suyin did not believe Duanmu Longhu's words. He said directly, "It's dangerous to ask a tiger for its skin." His words were a direct rejection. Duanmu Longhu was not angry. He only said, "Ha, Suyin, what do you mean by asking a tiger for its skin?" That was because he was too weak, so he had such concerns. But you're different. You're the same as me. You're a true expert. Our alliance will only bring us greater benefits. He continued, "In fact, you already know that a huge change has begun to take place in this world. Those old things that have been eliminated now want to reappear in this world. Those wills just now are just the beginning. The real powerhouses have yet to awaken. Although you and I are not weak, we can't be compared to those old things. So let's cooperate. Only by cooperating can we become strong enough to deal with those old things." In fact, Duanmu Longhu's words were right. They were still far from being strong enough. If those powerful existences appeared directly, the current Su Yin would not be able to deal with them. Not to mention the others, there was Yang Tai, who had ulterior motives. If he came out of the sealed land, with his strength as a venerable emperor, how could Su Yin resist him? Moreover, Yang Tai was not at his strongest. Thinking about the terrifying existence in the cold land of the extreme north. At that time, if it wasn't for the fact that that terrifying existence was still in a sealed state, he would have already died. That was a terrifying existence that even Yang Tai feared to the extreme. If such a person were to awaken, how terrifying would he be? Therefore, he really did not have much time now. However, if he cooperated with Duanmu Longhu, he would indeed be able to obtain benefits in the shortest time. However, Su Yin still rejected this proposal. It was still the same sentence. Asking a tiger for its skin would only lead to one's own death. Su Yin naturally had great confidence in himself. However, having confidence did not mean that he was blind. Duanmu Longhu's heart was too sinister. Every step he took, he was scheming against others. As the saying goes, there's no way to guard against thieves. Not to mention, Duanmu Longhu was such a powerful thief king. At this time, Su Yin said, "Duanmu Longhu, do you still want to fight? If you want to fight, then I will accompany you. If you're here to talk nonsense, then there is no need. My time is precious." When Duanmu Longhu heard Su Yin's words, he shook his head and said, "Su Yin, there are many things that cannot be decided by momentary imagination. You must know that in this world, no matter how strong a person is, there is a limit. You and I are both people of destiny. Only by joining hands can we escape this damned fate and control everything in our own hands." At this time, he revealed a secret, and that was the child of destiny. It turned out that he, Duanmu Longhu, was also the child of destiny. Chapter 1136. Female Literature. To Su Yin, the title Child of Destiny was a heavy burden. There were too many things on his shoulders, and the most terrifying thing was that those powerful existences had set him up and left behind chess pieces. Although it seemed like Su Yin had benefited greatly, in fact, it was a greater crisis for Su Yin. If those powerful existences returned one day, they might bring huge trouble to Su Yin. However, Su Yin didn't have any other choice. He could only continue down this path. At this point, he didn't have the qualifications to turn back anymore. This was fate. Even if he was extremely powerful, there were many things that he couldn't refuse in front of fate. It was because of this that Su Yin crazily increased his strength. He knew very well that if he wanted to escape his fate, he could only become stronger. Merely, he did not expect that Duanmu Longhu would actually tell him that he was also a child of destiny. This caused him to be astonished. Why? Are you surprised? But that's the truth. I'm also a child of destiny like you, so I can feel what you feel. And what I've experienced is what you want to know, right? He said in the sky. At this moment, Su Yin was silent and looked straight at Duanmu Longhu. Duanmu Longhu looked at him in the same way. His gaze was so calm. Obviously, he was telling the truth this time. 3,000 years ago, I was also a child of destiny and carried the fate of many people. Therefore, when the battle broke out, I ultimately became a sacrifice to the point where I couldn't even save my own life. However, back then, I knew that I was the child of destiny, but I wasn't willing to accept such an unfair fate. Therefore, from the very beginning, I wanted to defy the heavens and change my fate. In the end, I was able to revive today, 3,000 years later, and increase my strength. After experiencing what happened back then, I knew that everything in this world is fake. Only one's own strength is the true foundation. If you're not strong enough, then you can only be a chess piece. Duanmu Longhu seemed to have recalled the scene back then, and his eyes were filled with deep hatred. He was really hateful. Back then, he struggled bitterly for his life, but in the end, he still died. This was the unfairness of the damned heavens. That despicable heavens gave all its blessings to others, but he, a child of destiny, had to suffer such a fate. Fortunately, he was resurrected in the end. Back then, he was so miserable and couldn't escape the fate of death. But this time, he definitely wouldn't be like that. I understand now. So you're also a child of destiny, and you were set up by those powerful people. But it's a pity that on the surface, you still died in the end. Su Yin said. Duanmu Longhu said, that's right. That's why I'm angry at those people. Why? Why should they be so high and mighty and treat me as a chess piece? Back then, I died because of their struggle. Now that I've been resurrected, I'm going to lift the chessboard. Duanmu Longhu's tone was not small. But to be honest, Su Yin understood him very well this time. After all, he was going through the same experience as Duanmu Longhu. Therefore, there were some things that he could empathize with. Su Yin, I know that you're also a person who yearns for freedom. How can you be willing to be restrained by those people who have already been eliminated? So let's work together. As long as we work together, I guarantee that you'll be able to break free from the shackles of fate and become your own master. This was the call from Duanmu Longhu's heart. And to be honest, this sentence was really quite tempting. But unfortunately, Su Yin shook his head in the end. No need. I don't need it. His words were calm and firm, and there was no hesitation in them. At this moment, Duanmu Longhu's gaze became a little cold. He was the kind of person who made all decisions by himself. In his opinion, no one in this world had the right to reject him, and no one had the right to control him. He wanted to become a high and mighty king. It was already an extremely rare thing for him to be so kind to Su Yin. But now, Su Yin actually rejected him. In his opinion, this was an unforgivable crime. Unfortunately, Su Yin didn't care about all of this. He only said flatly, okay, you already know my answer. If you still want to fight, then I'll accompany you. If you don't want to fight, then go back to where you came from. Duanmu Longhu stared at Su Yin and finally said, why? He wanted to know why Su Yin rejected him. Su Yin sighed and said, shouldn't fate be the path one walks? If that's the case, what's the point of saying anything else? It wasn't that Su Yin wasn't worried about his current situation. It wasn't that he didn't feel the danger at this moment. But just like he said, wasn't fate the path one had to walk? If he really chose to work together with Duanmu Longhu, then he would be giving up on himself and linking his fate with Duanmu Longhu's. Once experts like them gave up on themselves, how could they continue to live without their own beliefs? Therefore, at this point, Su Yin no longer wanted to do anything fearless. Putting aside the fact that he was asking a tiger for its skin, his own fate had to be changed by himself. His own path had to be walked by himself. In his opinion, even now, Duanmu Longhu didn't have a fate. Of course, this wasn't the case. Everyone's understanding of fate was different. There was no right or wrong. This was the so-called those with different paths cannot work together. Oof, haha. Good, very good. Su Yin, I'm looking forward to our next fight. Duamu Longhu looked up to the sky and laughed before gradually disappearing. This time, he directly found Su Yin and fought with Su Yin. In this battle, he gained a lot, especially when he saw Su Yan's true demon shadow. This was of great significance to him in perfecting his body of the god. Although Su Yin rejected him in the end, it didn't matter. After all, a person like him was an ambitious and ruthless person. He would never waste his energy on such a matter. He knew very well that if Su Yin directly agreed to his request, it would be unrealistic. Su Yin was indeed Su Yin, the son of fate. His choice was very similar to his own in the past. In his opinion, Su Yin didn't choose to work with him because Su Yin hadn't encountered any real danger yet. In other words, he hadn't encountered any real setbacks. If one day he encountered a real setback, then he would understand how insignificant his power was in front of the world. At that time, he would come to find him and work with him. Therefore, at this time, he wasn't in a hurry at all. Duanmu Longhu's figure disappeared into the horizon. At this time, Su Yin looked ahead in the direction of Five Dragon Mountain. Duanmu Longhu, did you really come here on a whim? How can I completely believe your nonsense? Su Yan's divine thought directly rushed towards Five Dragon Mountain. At this time, Zhang Daqian was in an extremely difficult situation. Although he had killed the flying mantis monster at the very beginning, the remaining 3 monsters were still very powerful. It was extremely difficult for him to fight against a group of them alone. However, it was extremely difficult but not impossible. In any case, Zhang Daqian wouldn't give up. Ever since his innate talent had awakened, his will to fight had become stronger and stronger. In such a situation, instead of forcing him to give up, it could stimulate his strength even more. At this time, he had pushed his aura to the extreme. The powerful force erupted directly, and the powerful dragon's power directly bounced back the demon tiger that was about to approach. Damn it. Do you really think you can defeat me? Even if I, Zhang Daqian, die, I won't die in the hands of evil creatures like you. At this time, his lightning fist erupted again. On Five Dragon Mountain, lightning fell one after another, and the terrifying pressure began to expand. He was going to go all out. For him, although this was an extremely difficult battle, it was also very beneficial. This was a real battle of life and death. The more difficult the battle, the more invincible fighting will in his heart could be stimulated. At this time, his aura began to rise suddenly. The dragon's power in his body was getting stronger and stronger. At this moment, the slowly moving lightning was constantly twisting and changing, almost turning into the appearance of a lightning dragon. At this time, such strength was simply terrifying. He was condensing the power of the thunder dragon. Originally, he shouldn't have taken this step so early. At the very least, he still needed to wait for a while to stabilize his cultivation before he could proceed to the next step. But now, he had no choice but to release the arrow from the bow. The world was always like this. If everything could develop according to plan, then life would be too perfect. At this time, if Zhang Daqian wanted to live from death and directly break through the situation, then he must welcome the breakthrough and directly condense the Thunder Dragon. Chapter 1137. Female Literature. The art of thunder was a very domineering cultivation method. There was no doubt about it. Even now, when Su Yin fought with others, he would use this cultivation method, and one could see the power of this cultivation method. In fact, there was a gap in the inheritance of the sound of thunder sect back then. Otherwise, the strength of the sound of thunder sect at this time would definitely be unimaginable. Now, it was clear in his heart that if he wanted to break through to a more powerful realm, then he must condense his own thunder dragon. Once the thunder dragon was successfully condensed, his strength would increase by 100 times. At that time, he would be able to do whatever he wanted. Even at this moment, his aura was actually strong enough. When he directly exerted his strength, the embryonic form of the thunder dragon had gradually taken shape, and that terrifying power began to distort and circulate little by little. At this moment, his strength had reached an unimaginable level. At this moment, the three great monster beasts couldn't get close to his body. Stop him. Although these three great monster beasts had their realms forcibly increased, they were extremely powerful monster beasts after all. They had a deep foundation. At this time, their power erupted, which was unimaginable. At the same time, their wisdom was also very high. Although they didn't know what Zhang Daqian was doing at this time, they knew if Zhang Daqian completed it, it would definitely not be a good thing for them. Since this was the case, they had to do their best to stop Zhang Daqian. At this moment, their power was completely reversed, and that power even forcibly reversed the terrifying aura. They were unleashing their demonic qi with all their might. Since they already knew how powerful and terrifying this power was, how could they allow it to continue being unleashed? Therefore, at this time, their aura erupted with full strength, wanting to directly suppress all of this. But at this time, Zhang Daqian wanted to raise his aura to the peak. Therefore, this time the battle began again. The confrontation of the terrifying power was directly launched, and the violent aura was even more unimaginable. A strong power erupted directly. At this time, the violent power had reached its peak. Do you think you can suppress my power with just a few beasts like you? What a fool's dream. I will let you know that your strength is nothing in front of me. Being suppressed by the three demonic beasts, not only was he not angry, but he also pushed his strength to the peak. The berserk aura continued to erupt at this moment, and the terrifying radiance continued to strike down. At this time, he had to constantly force himself in the midst of adversity so that his strength could reach a breakthrough. In the face of challenges, he did not shrink back. Instead, he continued to erupt with his own strength, allowing himself to reach the pinnacle. Such cultivation was true cultivation. From a certain perspective, he was somewhat similar to Su Yan. Perhaps this was the attitude that a true powerhouse should have. In the face of challenges, he never backed down. Instead, he pushed himself forward and raised his strength to the peak. This was the attitude of a true expert. Of course, there were two sides to every coin. If he could succeed, it would naturally be amazing. He would be able to continuously break through and become a super powerful existence. However, if he couldn't succeed, then he could only face death. The dangers of the path of cultivation were extremely great. Since ancient times, there were actually many geniuses. There were even some who were already in the spirit realm when they were born. However, those who could survive were the true heroes. As for those who died prematurely, they were nothing. No one would remember their existence. At this moment, whether Zhang Daqian was a true hero had already been decided. Now, he was constantly forcing and challenging himself. If he was a true hero, then he would be able to achieve a breakthrough at this moment. Under the suppression of the three demonic beasts, the embryonic form of the Thunder Dragon was close to dissipating. However, Zhang Daqian did not have any intention of giving up. Instead, he condensed his strength more and more. The terrifying aura continued to reverberate at this moment, like a hurricane in the sky that was constantly circling. Thunder Dragon ascends to the heavens, rise from the dead. At this moment, he suddenly roared. Suddenly, his strength dissipated in an instant. The three demonic beasts' power fell directly on his body without any resistance. At this moment, he was in extreme pain, as if he was about to die. At this time, the three demonic beasts were extremely excited. That human, the embryonic form of the Thunder Dragon, made them very afraid. However, this idiot actually dissipated his strength when he was being suppressed by them. This was giving him a chance, allowing them to directly succeed. Demonic beasts ate humans as food. Zhang Daqian's strength was very strong. They saw an extremely terrifying source power in Zhang Daqian's body. For them, this was an extremely huge temptation. If they could directly devour Zhang Daqian, then their lack of forcibly increasing their cultivation realm could be made up for. That was not all. Perhaps they could even advance further and directly become venerable realm demonic beasts. Therefore, at this time, the three demonic beasts became even more excited. The three heads of the three-headed monster bird directly burst out three terrifying rays, wanting to directly destroy Zhang Daqian's head. But at this moment, Zhang Daqian, who was full of pain, suddenly opened his eyes. There was an extremely terrifying light in his eyes. This light shot out, and then the thunder dragon that had already dissipated appeared again. Rise from the dead, what was that? It was a kind of nirvana. At this time, the thunder dragon that appeared directly opened its mouth and directly swallowed the three demonic beasts. Humph, stupid three things. Then use your strength to make me succeed. At this time, Zhang Daqian was really violent to the extreme. It was still difficult for him to form the thunder dragon, even without the suppression of the three demonic beasts, because this time he acted in a hurry. So just now, he simply dissipated the power directly. When the three demonic beasts arrived, he directly circulated his strength again. At this time, his strength directly condensed the three demonic beasts into his thunder dragon. It was an extremely dangerous thing for him to integrate the three demonic beasts in his body like this, because he was afraid that his whole body would be implicated. After being directly swallowed by the extremely powerful demonic beasts, his death would come directly. But at this time, he didn't care about all this, not because he didn't know, but because he was fearless. This was the confidence of a person who had great confidence in himself. If he didn't even have this confidence, then how would he dare to perfect his thunder dragon? And how would he be able to break through the high and mighty venerable realm? In fact, at this time, Zhang Daqian already had a reason to become stronger. For this reason, no matter what, he would work hard to make himself stronger. The powerful demonic beasts directly entered his body, which made him feel extremely painful. After all, the torture of such a powerful and terrifying demonic beast was enough to make his body explode. But at this time, he had an opportunity, and that was to channel his demonic beasts out and then let his terrifying strength continue to break through and finally reach the point he wanted. At this time, he was at the point of energy conversion, and he had to control this conversion. If he couldn't do it, then only death would await him. In such a state, his vitality was actually less than 1/10, but he was still willing to take the risk. Damn it, this kid is converting our demonic beasts. The three demonic beasts were not stupid. At this time, they naturally saw through it. That's a fool's dream. Kill him. At this moment, the three demonic beasts were furious. Regardless of whether Zhang Daqian succeeded in the end, in their opinion, this was already a blatant offense and humiliation. Therefore, at this time, they had made up their minds to tear Zhang Daqian apart piece by piece, let him know how stupid they were, and let him feel their pain. However, at this time, Zhang Daqian didn't care about it. He calmed his mind. He knew that at this time, he had to go all out. At this time, the demon tiger suddenly rushed forward. The demon tiger's body was extremely huge. When its power erupted, its body skyrocketed. For Zhang Daqian, it was a real behemoth. Even if it was just a claw, it was still bigger than his body. At this time, its huge claw directly fell, and a terrifying aura directly pulled down. Such a violent power manifested at this time, it was truly terrifying. The terror of that powerful power was even more indescribable. Boom! A loud sound was heard, and in the next moment, dust flew everywhere. The power of that palm was so terrifying that it directly shook the mountains. Reckless human! The demonic tiger roared in anger. In fact, they were also extremely afraid of Zhang Daqian. At the beginning, they came together with the four demonic beasts, but Zhang Daqian had already killed their companions at the beginning. Although it was unexpected, and because of Yi Xingxing's sword, his strength couldn't be underestimated. Therefore, in the subsequent battle, the three demonic beasts didn't dare to be careless at all, whether it was attacking or defending together. At this time, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 1138. Female Literature. In such a situation, this kid must have been killed. If he didn't die in such a situation, then he was simply a dog. At this moment, the other two monstrous beasts also revealed relaxed expressions. Just like the demon tiger, They also felt that Zhang Daqian was an extremely terrifying existence. But at this time, Zhang Daqian was already dead. They believed that Zhang Daqian must be dead. At this moment, his power was so violent. The carefree feeling released from their hearts made them extremely excited. But at this moment, the demon tiger suddenly let out a loud roar. It wasn't a roar of excitement, but an extremely painful howl. It turned out that at this moment, a bolt of lightning directly erupted and directly pierced through his tiger claw. After receiving such a blow, the demon tiger's entire body retreated continuously. At this moment, he was really shocked and angry to the extreme. And also at this time, a sneer was heard. "How stupid! Do you think you can kill me so easily? Animals will always be animals. Although they have some wisdom, they still can't compete with humans." That was Zhang Daqian's voice. After being hit by the demon tiger's claw like this, he actually didn't die. And, judging from his voice, it was obvious that he was in a very good state at this time. At this time, his aura rose to the extreme, and that terrifying aura was simply unimaginable. That powerful light was pressing in bit by bit, and the strong aura was really terrifying to the extreme. At this time, the demon tiger immediately wanted to retreat. At this time, a feeling of death had already shrouded his heart, which made him feel very uncomfortable. But at this time, it was already too late for him to think of escaping. "You only want to leave now?" "Too late." Zhang Daqian's voice sounded again, and an extremely violent power suddenly erupted at this time. Lightning fist. It was another lightning fist. But at this time, Zhang Daqian's fist blasted out, and when a bolt of lightning directly exploded, a faint dragon roar sounded. The power of that punch was several times stronger than before. The body of the demon tiger was also extremely powerful. At this moment, it was precisely the time when it was circulating its demonic energy, causing its defensive power to be even more abnormal. However, after taking this punch, his huge body was directly sent flying. The three-headed strange bird let out a strange cry and immediately dodged. Rumble! That huge sound seemed to shake the heavens and the earth. The terrifying movement was truly incomparably terrifying. The demon tiger had actually been beaten to such a state by a single punch from him. At this moment, the bolt of lightning had yet to dissipate and was still circling around him. At this moment, Zhang Daqian's eyes were fixed on the two beasts. A sinister smile appeared on his face. "Hee, are you ready? Are you ready to die?" At this time, his power erupted once again, and his body actually burst out with the dragon's might. At this moment, he finally succeeded in condensing the lightning dragon. At the moment when the demon tiger's claw fell, he actually directly condensed his lightning dragon. This also meant that at this moment, he had already cultivated the thunder incantation to perfection. At this moment, the powerful aura was constantly escaping, and on his fist there were sharp barbs. If one looked closely, they looked like densely packed teeth. That was the talent he condensed the moment he condensed the lightning dragon, dragon's teeth. In the dragon realm, there was a certain chance of giving birth to one's own talent. Just like the Taihang sword faction's Wang Baichuan's cold appearance and Su Yan's dragon wings. At this time, Zhang Daqian also burst out, and that was the dragon's teeth. Lightning dragon's teeth. The power of the punch that the demon tiger received was already extremely strong. It was the terrifying power that burst out the moment Zhang Daqian condensed his strength, and the power of that punch was unimaginable. And this punch contained the power of the dragon's teeth. The function of the dragon's teeth was very simple, and that was extreme destructive power. When this punch was blasted out, the powerful destructive power immediately rose to the peak. Such a terrifying power was simply unparalleled. That valiant power displayed endless majesty at this moment. Until now, the demon tiger still did not stand up, because at this time, the demon tiger had already lost the strength to stand up. Its whole body was paralyzed by the lightning, and the powerful lightning power was constantly wreaking havoc in its body. At this time, it was really incomparable pain and unimaginable. And at this time, Zhang Daqian had already rushed towards the other two fellows. You all can die now. The lightning fist appeared again, and as the fist blasted out, the powerful lightning dragon directly soared into the sky. Previously, Zhang Daqian's strength alone was enough to fight against the three great monsters. Although he was suppressed, he could still hold on. But now he had successfully condensed the lightning dragon, and his aura had risen to the peak. At this time, his strength was really terrifying to the extreme. On the other hand, the previous attack on Zhang Daqian not only did not work, but also helped Zhang Daqian in a disguised way. At this time, the demon tiger had already lost its fighting strength. So at this time, the situation had been reversed in an instant. Now, no matter what, they were no match for Zhang Daqian. After these two monsters discovered the situation, they wanted to escape, but how could Zhang Daqian give them such a chance? You want to leave now? It's too late. You'd better stay here. His strength had reached the peak in an instant, and his violent aura directly suppressed them. Such power had truly reached the pinnacle at this very moment. The terrifying aura continued to surge at this time, and the terrifying power was unimaginable. At this moment, Zhang Daqian had already taken the absolute initiative, and his speed had also reached the peak at this time. In just a moment, he had already arrived in front of the three-headed monster bird. The three-headed monster bird wanted to fly away, but it was directly caught by Zhang Daqian, and then directly fell from the sky. His body directly smashed into the last demonic beast. At this time, Zhang Daqian's strength erupted again, and the terrifying power directly impacted the two monsters, killing them directly. Huff, huff. Zhang Daqian finally won. He directly killed these monsters, but in fact at this time, he was also extremely tired. This was also because the two monsters were scared out of their wits by Zhang Daqian's thunderous power. They didn't dare to confront him at all, but in fact, if they continued to persist, then it was possible to directly turn the situation around. Zhang Daqian had just broken through, and his momentum was indeed fierce, but there was always a limit. If they could continue to support him, then it wouldn't be like this. Zhang Daqian fell to the ground, swallowed the medicinal pill directly, and then began to recover his aura. Although he had already killed all the demonic beasts, he knew that his battle was far from over. At this time, the fog had become extremely thick, and the earthquake had not stopped, which meant that the extremely powerful monster beast with the dragon bloodline was still alive and seemed to be in good condition. He knew that although Yi Xingkong's strength was strong, even stronger than his current strength, it was still very difficult for him to face the terrifying monster beast alone. Therefore, he had to recover his strength as soon as possible so that he could help Yi Xingkong. Yi Xingkong condensed all his strength into the Buddha's sword, and finally exerted an extremely powerful force. The array began to ripple directly under the sword. It was like endless waves were constantly shaking, and in the end, the array was finally broken. The giant dragon lizard looked at Yi Xingkong, and its huge eyes revealed incomparable surprise. Human, I really didn't expect you to be able to do this. This is greatly beyond my expectations, it said slowly and in a low voice. Indeed, it had never thought that Yi Xingkong could break this array. After all, the guy who set up the array was a powerful existence that even it was extremely afraid of. He had personally experienced the power of this array formation. However, at this time, the array was actually broken. Such terrifying strength was really unimaginable. At this time, the giant dragon lizard thought highly of Yi Xingkong. Yi Xingkong said directly, "Evil creature, is breaking this array already very surprising to you? What are you going to do when I chop your head off?" At this time, Yi Xingkong was simply aggressive, and he asked directly. The giant dragon lizard seemed to have heard the funniest joke. Its long snake tongue kept sticking out, and then it said, "Haha, human, if you can do it, then come. If you can really defeat me, then I will die a worthy death. Unfortunately, you don't seem to have the strength." At this time, an extremely dense aura directly oppressed from the giant dragon lizard's body. Dragon's aura. This was the real dragon's aura. the majesty that was emitted by the giant dragon's blood. It was not like Zhang Daqian's dragon's aura, which was condensed from his own thunder dragon. The two majesties were very different. The moment the dragon's aura was released, a shallow layer of soil on the ground was directly shaved off, and Yi Xingkong took 3 steps back in a row. Ha ha ha! Is this what you meant when you said you were going to kill me? But you can't even withstand my dragon's aura. You stupid humans should be delicious food, but you have to do such unnecessary things. It really disgusts me. The powerful giant dragon lizard flicked its tongue again. Yi Xingkong gritted his teeth. Chapter 1139. Female Literature. If he had not expended so much energy to break the formation, he would not have ended up in such a pathetic state. However, he had to admit that this giant lizard dragon was very powerful. The dragon's aura was so terrifying that it was even more terrifying than the aura of a venerable one. Was a true dragon really that powerful? At this moment, he gripped the sword in his hand tightly, and the pagoda sword chi was constantly pulsating. At this moment, his power was so strong and terrifying. That thick power was constantly changing at this moment. All the powers between heaven and earth were constantly changing at this moment. The auras were also constantly shaking at this moment, and they were all gathering around Yi Xingxing's body. It was the pagoda sex recovery technique. According to legend, if one was able to cultivate this profound technique to the limit, then one would even be able to directly bring the dead back to life. Of course, Yi Xingxing had not cultivated this technique to this level. In fact, even great elder Fu Qing had not cultivated it. But now, it was perfect for him to use this technique to restore his cultivation. At this moment, the giant lizard dragon suddenly took a step forward. Its power was still seeping into the ground. The earthquake was still ongoing, and it slowly walked towards Yi Xingxing. I hate humans. In my opinion, you're all like bedbugs, so I'm still going to kill you. In fact, I'm a terrible lizard, but compared to laziness, I hate humans more. At this moment, its aura was pulsating, and its powerful power was simply terrifying to the extreme. At this time, his rich power was constantly rushing out, and his violent aura was even more powerful at this time. At this moment, its terrifying aura was directly suppressing Yi Xingxing. Are you recovering your power? Haha, although I hate you humans, I have to admit that you humans have really come up with a lot of interesting things. Of course, it was not interesting. The strength of humans was not without reason. The strength of demonic beasts lay in their powerful inheritance. As long as their bloodline was strong enough, they were born to be extremely terrifying. The legendary demonic beasts with top-notch bloodlines were comparable to humans in the dragon realm when they were young, or even stronger. How terrifying was this? With such a starting point, it was natural for them to be at the top. It was enough to look down on all living beings. However, the heavenly Tao was fair after all. Such existences were undoubtedly powerful. However, their birth was not easy. Just think about it. If there were many such existences in this world, how could the other living beings survive? They would probably all be killed by those terrifying existences. Therefore, although they were powerful, the heavenly Tao was still fair. Humans, on the other hand, were not very strong when they were born. Up until now, in the records of history, the most outstanding human had only reached the spirit-drawing realm at birth. That child had died after birth, as if he had been punished by the heavens. Not to mention the top demon beasts. Even compared to those ordinary beasts, the starting point of the human race was lower. However, the human race was an intelligent race. They were originally so powerless, but they created cultivation. This caused their strength to increase greatly. In the end, human powerhouses emerged one after another. Even the most powerful demonic beasts had to make concessions. Even the most powerful dragon clan could only stay on Dragon Island at this time. The giant dragon lizard's words were true. However, it was precisely because of this that he especially hated humans. Yi Xingxing did not answer. At this time, he simply did not have the time to answer. At this time, he was constantly gathering his strength. In his current state, he was unable to fight against this extremely powerful and terrifying existence. The only way was to restore his strength. Only then would he have chance. Looks like that sword strike just now really consumed too much of your physical strength. That's why I say that you guys are the real idiots. What's that saying again? That's right, you know you can't do it, but you still do it. At this time, the giant dragon lizard's tongue slowly stretched out at this time. That extremely powerful force also slowly rose at this time. An extremely strong fishy smell had already rushed towards Yi Xingxing. He was going to die. If he was touched by the snake's tongue, he would definitely die. In just an instant, he had already determined that the snake's tongue was extremely poisonous. If he was touched by the snake's tongue, he would definitely die. Therefore, at this time, he could no longer gather strength. His sword suddenly rose, and a beam of sword chi was waved again. That beam of sword light sped forward. The sword light was sharp, but it was not so for the giant dragon lizard. Weak, pitiful. This was his evaluation of the sword light. The snake's tongue flickered gently, and a red light flashed. At this time, the sword chi was directly torn apart. Yi Xingxing's face was solemn. In fact, when he attacked with his sword, he had already thought that his sword could not cause any harm to the opponent. However, he did not expect that the giant dragon lizard would be able to destroy his sword light so easily. Forget it, it's better for you to become food. The snake's tongue rushed towards Yi Xingxing at a terrifying speed. Its speed was faster than his sword light. At this moment, a bolt of lightning directly rushed out from the cave entrance. Thunder Dragon Fist. Then, Zhang Daqian directly appeared. He had the elixir given by Su Yan. After swallowing it, he directly recovered his strength. Although he did not recover to his peak state, it was extremely rare. As soon as he recovered, he did not dare to delay any further and directly rushed towards the cave entrance. That Thunder Dragon Fist directly bombarded the snake's forked tongue. The power of thunder was extremely overbearing. When the punch landed, even the giant lizard dragon was directly injured, and its tongue was rolled back into its mouth. At that very moment, a look of anger flashed in his eyes. You were actually able to come here alive. In that case, did you already kill those 4 pieces of trash? Those 4 monsters were also powerful monsters at the peak of the dragon realm. In terms of realm, they were the same as him, but in his eyes, they were just trash. At this time, his aura was so violent and terrifying. All of his strength was condensed at this time. Zhang Daqian came to Yi Xingxing's side and said, "Are you okay?" Yi Xingxing smiled bitterly. "I won't die." Zhang Daqian handed over a pill. "This is Su Yan's energy-gathering pill. Eat it, and it will restore your strength." Yi Xingxing did not hesitate and directly swallowed the pill. "I'll hold it off for a while. Hurry up." Seeing this, Yi Xingxing swallowed the pill. Zhang Daqian directly rushed towards the giant dragon lizard. As soon as he arrived in front of this lizard, he already knew that this lizard was really not to be underestimated. It was stronger than the 4 monsters he had killed before. Just the dragon's might that drifted out was already extremely terrifying. If he had not condensed the Thunder Dragon, he was afraid that standing under this dragon power at this time would be extremely heavy. Thunder Fist, Thunder Roar. In the face of such a monster, he did not dare to give the other party a chance to attack first. He directly roared and immediately blasted out a punch. At this time, the powerful and terrifying fist directly burst out at this time. The powerful light constantly flashed, showing the extremely terrifying power. Such an attack was already extremely terrifying. It was a punch that condensed all of his will and strength. Looking at the roaring thunder power, even the giant dragon lizard showed a dignified look at this time. Go to hell. He swung his huge tail and slammed it into the ground. The entire cave immediately shook violently, and then an extremely powerful aura directly spread out at this time. On the ground, layers of rock walls suddenly appeared. His Thunder Dragon Fist had been completely sealed off. The emergence of this power was so sudden that it surprised Zhang Daqian a little. This was the terrifying talent of monsters. Generally speaking, If a person wanted to perform such a method, he or she must be proficient in the five elements law. However, at this moment, he did it so effortlessly. After the rock walls appeared, not only did they block the power of the Thunder Dragon fist, but they also rose up one by one, trapping Zhang Daqian in it. Zhang Daqian's expression kept changing. He already knew that this was extremely unfavorable for him. He had to find a way to break through the blockade of this wall. However, it was not so easy to break through this blockade. Evil creature, you can't lock me up. After trying to find a loophole and failing to find one, he suddenly erupted his power and began to bombard it directly. A series of loud noises came, but the giant dragon lizard did not care. However, he soon became extremely unhappy because at this time, Yi Xingxing had recovered. This made him extremely unhappy. Elixir. This was also one of the reasons why humans were so strong. Beast, now we can have a good fight. At this time, his power erupted again, and an extremely powerful light directly bombarded the opponent. It was the sword light again. However, this time, the sword light was much stronger than before. Come on. At this time, Yi Xingxing directly recovered his physical strength. He had to admit that the effect of the energy-gathering pill was really good. Under this sword attack, the giant dragon lizard's long snake tongue fluttered again. The terrifying power directly bombarded and then dispersed the sword light. However, although he still managed to disperse the sword light this time, his expression was extremely ugly. Chapter 1140. Female Literature. The attack from before had been so understated. However, it was different this time around. At this time, Zhang Daqian was trapped by the rock wall, but what really trapped Zhang Daqian was not the rocks, but the power he attached to the rocks. At this time, Zhang Daqian was constantly attacking the rocks, which was also constantly consuming his power. Now, Yi Xingxing's sword qi rushed over again. That sword qi was not the sword qi he used to slash out when he was weak, so he had to spend energy to deal with it. The sword qi was dispersed by him, but Yi Xingxing was not unhappy at all. Instead, he laughed. It seems that you're not that strong, Yi Xingxing said. At this time, the power that the giant dragon lizard injected into the earth had stopped. At this time, the five-dragon mountain was no longer shaking, and the earthquake power had disappeared. This meant that the evil beast's power had a limit, and it was impossible for it to be endless. At this time, he had no time to divert more power to trigger the earthquake. Now, he and Zhang Daqian were actually still at a disadvantage, but it did not matter. Once the earthquake stopped, the threat to the disciples at the foot of the mountain would be reduced. He believed that Jing Xingming could take the disciples and leave the five-dragon mountain at this time. In fact, this was indeed the case. After a bitter battle, Jing Xingming finally killed the powerful dragon monster. Now that the earthquake stopped, they were no longer so passive. The disciples of the Heaven and Earth organization immediately began to cast the fog technique on him. With the combination of the Guiyuan pill and the fog technique, his state directly improved. I'm going to the mountain to help Zhang Daqian and Yi Xingxing. You guys return to the Heaven and Earth organization. After recovering his power, he did not talk nonsense and directly went to the five-dragon mountain. So what? Do you think you have one? At this time, the huge dragon's body began to expand. At the same time, he began to release his power directly. At this moment, outside the cave, a huge earth wall appeared, sealing the cave. Human, if you think you have one, then you are wrong. The fun has just begun. At this time, his power was constantly surging, and a powerful force was directly released. Yi Xingxing's expression turned solemn. Although his words were extremely contemptuous, he knew that this guy was powerful and terrifying. At this time, the cave entrance had been sealed, so even if Jing Xingming wanted to come in, he couldn't do it. Zhang Daqian was still trapped in the seal. Although the power of the dragon lizard had been reduced a little, it was still very difficult for him to face this terrifying and powerful monster alone. Pagoda Sword Qi, Pagoda Life Sword. At this time, he no longer hesitated and directly attacked. The sword Qi permeated the air once again. The dense sword Qi rose up at this time. An extremely terrifying power was operating at this time. That powerful power was truly terrifying. The fall of the sword immediately demonstrated the strength of the Stupa sect. This set of sword skills was many times more powerful than the burial sword tomb. As the sword chi fell, there was actually a Buddha chi transforming. The dragon lizard used one move, which was to directly spit out its long snake tongue. The red snake tongue was simply the most terrifying weapon. Yi Xingxing's sword was naturally not a divine sword, but it was still a top-notch famed sword. It was extremely powerful, and when combined with the power of the sword chi, the lethality of the attack was needless to say. However, the snake tongue kept colliding with the sword, but there was no damage. Instead, Yi Xingxing's sword kept shaking, as if it couldn't withstand this power. Great Pagoda Palm. At this time, Yi Xingxing suddenly rose and directly suppressed the dragon lizard with a huge force. This was also the most powerful move of the Stupa sect. Its strength was unimaginable. When Fu Qing and Su Yin fought that day, they had already used this move. However, Su Yin directly responded with a powerful law and immediately neutralized this move. At this time, Yi Xingxing's move was also terrifying. The palm fell directly on the dragon lizard's back, directly pressing it into the ground. At this time, the dragon lizard let out an angry roar. Yi Xingxing's sword had actually pressed it deep into the ground, which made it extremely angry. It had the blood of the dragon clan in it, so naturally, it had the dignity of the dragon clan. In the eyes of the dragon, all other clans were inferior, and humans were even more so. Back then, the blood-winged dragon betrayed Su Yin, even at the risk of being bitten, and directly went against its oath because of this reason. Now, it was actually being suppressed by a lowly human in such a way. This was intolerable. At this moment, an extremely powerful force was constantly surging. His aura had risen to the peak at this moment. Because it was angry, it went berserk. When a powerful demonic beast went berserk, it was naturally extremely terrifying. Its blood directly burned, and its power would be even more terrifying, and its demonic power would be even more intense. Not only that, but its tolerance for pain would also be greatly increased. This was the state of madness. Some humans with special talents would also be like this. At the most critical time, they would directly enter the most violent state, which was actually somewhat similar to the cold state. Of course, compared to the cold state, there was a fatal flaw. That was rationality. When Wang Baichuan displayed the cold state, he would not lose his rationality. On the contrary, he would become calmer, and his grasp of the battle would become even more terrifying. However, this was not the case for madness. However, under the current circumstances, a demonic beast that had begun to go berserk, and it was a dragon lizard that had the blood of the dragon clan, was unimaginable. After the dragon lizard went berserk, it directly let out an extremely ear-piercing cry, and its body directly charged towards Yi Xingxing. The dragon lizard was obviously so huge at this time, but its speed was simply unimaginable. Such a violent speed, even Yi Xingkong was shocked. How terrifying! It can actually increase its speed to this extent. The moment the dragon lizard began to go berserk, he already knew that things were going to be bad. However, he did not expect the dragon lizard to be even more terrifying after going berserk than he imagined. He did his best and directly avoided the impact. However, the strong wind that blew past him made him extremely uncomfortable. This place had been directly sealed by the dragon lizard. In such a narrow place, he did not know how many times he could avoid it. It was at this moment that the giant lizard charged at him again. After dodging several times in a row, Yi Xingxing already felt that it was extremely dangerous. Yi Xingxing, come to me. At this moment, Zhang Daqian's voice suddenly sounded. Yi Xingxing immediately understood what the other party meant. When the giant lizard dragon charged at him again, he immediately arrived in front of the stone prison that the giant lizard dragon had created. At the critical moment, he dodged again, but the giant lizard dragon's power slammed into the stone prison. In an instant, the stone prison was directly shattered, and Zhang Daqian directly came out of the stone prison. At this time, his expression was ugly. Although he came out of the stone prison, the impact just now almost killed him directly. What a terrifying beast! He exclaimed in his heart. Human die. At this moment, a red light flashed in the dragon lizard's eyes, and the ground began to fluctuate again. It was clearly a hard rock ground, but at this time, it turned into quicksand. Seeing that the situation was not good, the two of them immediately rose into the air. At this moment, the dragon lizard's long tongue turned into a terrifying long whip and directly lashed towards the two of them. Fight! At this time, for the two of them, it was already impossible for them to dodge the attack. Moreover, it was in such a narrow place, which made it even more so. Therefore, at this moment, the best choice for the two of them was to fight with all their might. Thunder technique, thunder critical strike. Zhang Daqian directly condensed all his power, and a terrifying thunder light appeared. At this time, Yi Xingxing also did the same. Buddha's immeasurable, demon-slaying sword. The sword in his hand directly shattered, and after that, it turned into an incomparably pure sword chi. The sword chi and his Buddha's chi combined to form an extremely terrifying sword light. When this sword light appeared, it immediately displayed an incomparably terrifying majesty. The two most powerful forces directly fell, and the terrifying aura directly exploded at this time. At this time, the intense power was really terrifying. In an instant, this small cave was completely flooded by the terrifying power. Boom! A terrifying roar directly rushed out, and the power directly exploded. Then, the violent energy continued to surge. Under the impact of this power, Yi Xingxing and Zhang Daqian directly hit the stone wall, and unimaginable pain immediately spread to them. This attack was really terrifying, and the two of them had exhausted their most powerful strength. The impact of this attack was so terrifying that the entire cave almost collapsed. Fortunately, at this time, the cave was directly blasted open by this force. The cave is about to collapse. Let's go. At this time, the two of them directly rushed out, ignoring the intense pain on their bodies. At this time, the dragon lizard's terrible hissing sound was still transmitted. Although it was painful, one could tell from its voice that it was still full of strength. Such an attack still couldn't do anything to it. Chapter 1141. Female Literature. Chapter 1139. Joining forces to fight. Fortunately, the two of them managed to leave the cave before it collapsed and were not buried inside. Otherwise, even if they were not crushed to death by the falling boulder, they would have been trapped inside and died. At the very least, they would not be able to fight against such a terrifying monster in such an unfavorable environment. When the two of them left the cave, Jing Xingming was finally able to meet up with them. Are you all right? At this time, when he looked at the two people in such a miserable state, he already knew how dangerous the battle just now was. Zhang Daqian and Yi Xingxing shook their heads and said, "We're fine. We didn't die, but that guy didn't die either." A top-level monster in the dragon realm was already extremely terrifying. Furthermore, the other party had the dragon bloodline. That was even more unimaginable. The two of them had already tried their best, but they still could not kill the other party. This showed how terrifying the other party was. Their expressions had become extremely solemn. They were already lucky to be alive after encountering such a monster. At this moment, an angry roar came from the cave, followed by another earthquake. Jing Xingming carried the two of them and immediately soared into the sky. At this moment, the five-dragon mountain shook violently again, and the ground cracked. The giant lizard dragon finally appeared. At this moment, the giant lizard dragon had truly become a terrifying monster. Its body had already reached a height of nearly 100 meters, and its terrifying aura was extremely dense. It occupied the top of the five-dragon mountain, displaying an unimaginably terrifying aura. Previously in the cave, it still had a trace of rationality. But now, it had completely chosen to use its crazy and powerful dragon bloodline to propel itself. When the dragon bloodline's power was 100% ignited, its power had reached an extremely terrifying level. The powerful aura was simply indescribable. Such a powerful force could be said to be invincible in the dragon realm. Damn it! How can this beast be so terrifying? Yi Xingxing snorted angrily. They had clearly used all their strength, but they still could not defeat this damned beast. At this moment, Zhang Daqian suddenly said, "In the end, we are still too weak. If Su Yin was here, he would definitely be able to kill this beast in the shortest time possible." At this point, they all fell silent. Could Su Yin kill this guy? Of course he could. Moreover, it would be effortless. However, that was something that Su Yin could kill, not them. As for themselves, it was already very difficult for them to join forces. This reflected the gap between them, and the most important thing was that Su Yin was actually about the same age as them. Yi Xingkong and the others were not the same. They boasted that they had grown up in the mystic realm, so they should have been stronger than the natives of the 5 counties. But the reality was so cruel. Su Yin's strength had already reached the level of a few days. You don't have to be so disappointed. Su Yin's strength is his own business. We can't be envious of him. If it is useful to be envious, why do we need to cultivate? In the end, we have to rely on ourselves to improve. At this time, Zhang Daqian had recovered some of his yuan qi. He said directly, "The problem now is not to talk about those trivial things, but to join forces to kill this guy. If the 3 of us can't do it, then it will be a joke." As he spoke, his conviction rose, and a strong sense of confidence was displayed. At this time, Yi Xingkong also directly swept away the decline and said, "Brother Zhang is right. Su Yin is Su Yin, and we are us. Our lives are not over yet, and no one can say anything about the future. As long as we work hard enough, we may be able to surpass Su Yin one day. In any case, such a giant lizard dragon will definitely not be able to stop us." His strength also began to rise directly. Jing Xingming said, "In that case, let's fight it. I don't believe that the 3 of us are not a match for this beast." At this time, the 3 of them were ready to join forces. Strong willpower began to appear, naturally supporting the incomparable fighting spirit. And now, the 3 of them began to truly join forces. In the past, although they had cooperated with each other, there was still a gap between them, after all. But now, under the powerful pressure, this gap gradually melted away. Su Yin proposed to let the people of the Stupa sect, the Heaven and Earth Organization, and the Sound of Thunder sect work together for this reason. The continent of the 5 counties had already begun to change. Su Yin could not guess what the future would be like. However, he understood one thing. No matter how the continent changed, it was not something that could be dealt with by relying on one sect. If the Heaven and Earth Organization and the Sound of Thunder sect wanted to survive, besides being stronger, they also had to have allies. Only with enough allies could they develop better. This was the way of the world, helping each other and seeking common ground while shelving differences was the only way to develop in an all-round way. However, if they could not do this and did not accept or even reject other sects, then they would be the first to be consumed in fearless battles. As for making the sect stronger, that was just empty talk. Of course, wanting to form an alliance was not just empty talk. As the saying went, everyone was different. Due to the different environments in which they grew up, the way of thinking between the sects was also different. If they were forcefully put together, then there would naturally be conflicts. Even if the leaders of the sect had reached an agreement, it would be useless. Each of these disciples had their own thoughts. No matter how strong a person was, it would be difficult to control the hearts of others, unless they were refined into puppets. However, if all the disciples were turned into puppets, then the sect would be finished. In that case, it would be useless no matter how strong these puppets were. They would still be destroyed. There is only one way to make these people with different thoughts integrate better, and that was to share trials and tribulations. As the saying went, a friend in need was a friend indeed. Only when they had gone through difficult things together would they develop feelings for each other. When he was still on Earth, those large and small companies would hold irregular expansion training. In fact, this was the reason why so many companies would hold irregular expansion training. Let them experience difficulties together and work hard for the same thing. In this way, they would naturally be able to get to know each other better and accept each other better. Of course, in the five continents, there was no need for such things as quality expansion at all, because now there was danger at every moment. The feelings gained after going through the test of life and death were unbreakable. Just like now, at the very beginning, Zhang Daqian and Jing Xingming were fighting directly. If it was just to persuade them, even if Yin Wanqing personally tried to persuade them, it would be useless. But now, they had joined forces to fight this terrifying giant lizard dragon, under the threat of life and death. If they wanted to survive and defeat, or even kill this giant lizard dragon, then they could only cooperate with each other and trust each other completely. At this time, they directly released their power, and the giant lizard dragon immediately felt their existence. It opened its mouth, and a terrifying breath directly went against the sky. Disperse, then attack from different directions. At this time, Yi Xingxing said directly. At this time, the three of them had already developed a tacit understanding in their hearts. Then, they directly dispersed in a triangular formation. The terrifying breath did not cause any harm to them. This attack did not have any effect at all, which immediately made the giant lizard dragon extremely angry. It released a sharp hissing sound again. Pay attention, this guy's hissing sound interferes with soul power. Be careful. Zhang Daqian shouted directly. Zhang Daqian's perception was very keen. The hissing sound didn't have an obvious effect on the soul. However, the power of the hissing sound was like a ticking time bomb that was buried in one sea of consciousness. When the strength of this power reached a critical point, it would directly explode. This terrible impact may not kill them, but it was definitely a huge impact on them. At that time, the giant lizard dragon could directly harvest it. However, Zhang Daqian's keen perception discovered this point and told them about it, so they would be on guard and not let this weak mental power enter their sea of consciousness. At this time, Jing Xingming also shouted, "I'll attack its jaw." When the giant lizard dragon raised its head, a piece of flesh on its jaw was exposed. Jing Xingming immediately found that compared to the other parts of the giant lizard dragon, the flesh on its jaw was obviously very soft. There was no perfect existence in this world. Even the legendary giant dragons had their own weaknesses, so this giant lizard dragon was the same. At this time, it seemed that its jaw was its weakness, so at this time, he directly attacked its weakness. However, if he was alone, he definitely wouldn't have done so. Even ordinary beasts had means to protect their own weaknesses, let alone such a powerful and terrifying monster beast. But now it was different. As soon as his voice fell, Zhang Daqian and Yi Xingxing immediately launched their attacks. What they wanted to do was to attract the attention of the giant lizard dragon. Thunder Roar, Thunder Dragon Fist. Buddha's immeasurable, great demon subduing palm. The power of the two people directly bombarded out, and each power was extremely terrifying and powerful. At this time, the giant lizard dragon was attracted by the two powers that fell from the sky. He raised his head again and immediately let out an extremely terrifying breath. The power of this breath was so imposing that even a one-origin venerable would feel incomparably fearful. Zhang Daqian and Yi Xingxing naturally could not block this attack, and their power was directly scattered. But this was enough. Chapter 1142. Female Literature. Chapter 1140. Finally killed, it didn't intend to use their attacks to kill this terrifying monster. All they wanted was to defeat this terrifying monster. At this moment, a powerful force fell, and the terrifying ray shot out, immediately dispersing their power. The two of them immediately dodged. Jing Xingming immediately shouted, "Now!" Yes, it was now. When the death ray was activated, the huge lizard dragon raised its head high. This also meant that his weakness was exposed at this moment. Buddha's sword light, infinite slaughter. How could Jing Xingming let go of this opportunity? His aura flashed, and a sword light immediately appeared. He had gathered all of his strength in this strike. Such a sword intent directly soared into the sky, and the terrifying aura kept circling in the air. The powerful and terrifying power kept fluctuating. The terrifying power directly fell at this moment. It was as if a terrifying radiance suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. Such a powerful force kept moving at this moment. It was really terrifying. The power was entrusted with all of Jing Xingming's faith. Then it finally landed on that weak piece of flesh. At this moment, the dragon lizard immediately let out an extremely miserable and painful cry. The sword Qi directly pierced through that piece of flesh. That was the first time it suffered such a big loss since the beginning of the battle. One must know that before this, no matter how hard they tried, they could not break through its flesh. But now they had caused such a serious injury. This was a huge improvement and also a huge victory. Good, we finally hurt this evil creature. If this attack still could not hurt this evil creature, the three of them would really be powerless. At this point, they were extremely confident that they could kill the giant lizard dragon. As long as this dragon lizard was injured, the injury would gradually spread. There was no other way. It was like a dam. The dam could originally block thousands of floods, but as long as there was a small hole in most of the dam, it would directly collapse. With this breakthrough, the three of them had a direction to attack. The three of them kept circling around and attacking. Finally, they gradually expanded their advantage. At this moment, in a dark place, a shadow was watching their battle. Hee, it's really amazing. Are you finally going to kill this stupid dragon lizard after working together? But fortunately, you still killed it. You didn't let me down. If you couldn't kill it, it would be too boring. This guy was talking to himself. If the giant dragon lizard's dragon blood hadn't gone berserk, and it just so happened to be here, then it would have discovered that this person wasn't just anyone, but the mysterious person who walked out of the darkness in its own cave. He and the dragon lizard were clearly working together, but from his tone, one could tell that he wanted the dragon lizard dead. If the dragon lizard dies, then that guy will definitely wake up. I really didn't expect Su Yin to be so powerful. Even Master can't do anything to him for the time being. Fortunately, if that guy wakes up, he should be able to find something for Su Yin to do. Otherwise, Su Yan's realm will probably continue to rise. The reason why the Five-Dragon Mountain was called the Five-Dragon Mountain was because there was a five-clawed black dragon sleeping at the foot of the mountain. The five-clawed black dragon was extremely powerful. It was a terrifying existence on the level of a sacred beast. One had to know that sacred beasts were already extremely terrifying, and sacred beasts of the dragon race were even more powerful. They were at least a level higher than ordinary sacred beasts. And this dragon was a five-clawed dragon. Although it was only a black dragon, the five-clawed dragon was already an extremely terrifying bloodline among the dragon race. It only had 3 claws to take down the blood-winged wyvern. This giant lizard dragon was already extremely powerful, to the point of being ridiculously powerful. Why was this so? It was because its talent was extremely terrifying. It had the bloodline of the five-clawed black dragon. In fact, this dragon lizard was already terrifying enough. It could cause great destruction. However, in their opinion, it was still far from enough. What they needed was more dragons to appear. The five-clawed dragon was currently in a deep sleep. Even they were unwilling to provoke it because they knew that once they did so, the five-clawed dragon would attack them first. When that time came, it would be a joke. They had tried to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. Therefore, they could only use the dragon lizard to lure the five-clawed black dragon out. As for how to lure it out, it was actually not difficult. As long as its descendant died, their goal would be achieved. However, they did not dare to kill the black dragon themselves. It was not that they could not do it, but that they did not dare to. It was because dragons would leave behind dragon resentment before they were killed. This dragon resentment was an extremely special curse. Once there was dragon resentment, no matter what race the giant dragon was, it would definitely not rest until one was dead. That was because that was blasphemy against the dragon's dignity. Therefore, as powerful as he was, he did not dare to act rashly. But now that there were a few scapegoats, it couldn't be better. This giant lizard dragon actually had an outstanding bloodline, but unfortunately, his strength was still too low. Such strength was indeed a devastating disaster for ordinary sections. However, it was not enough for Su Yin. If Su Yin personally made a move, he would probably be suppressed in the blink of an eye. Therefore, he wanted to find a powerful opponent for Su Yin. Those fools did not know that yet. At that moment, they were still attacking continuously, wanting to kill the dragon lizard. At this time, their strength was constantly increasing, and the terrifying power kept rushing down. Under the powerful impact, the giant dragon lizard's vitality finally began to decrease. Very good, we're going to succeed. As long as we kill this guy, we can completely clear this area. We can live here very well. Zhang Daqing was a little excited at that moment. Such a powerful opponent was finally going to be killed by them, which was naturally something to be happy about. Moreover, as long as the most powerful monster in the Five Dragons Mountain was killed, the other monsters would naturally not be a threat. By that time, their strength would become extremely powerful and terrifying. The people in this place would also be able to start their own lives and continue to develop. This was an extremely difficult thing to do, so even he was somewhat happy in his heart. Then let's do it. We'll kill it with the final blow. At that moment, the power of the three people converged at the same time. The dragon lizard already had many wounds on its body, but it was far from enough. If they wanted to completely kill it, they were still far from enough. However, at that moment, their power directly converged, and a terrifying aura immediately rose at that moment. Lightning Pagoda's sword. A terrifying giant sword immediately appeared in the sky. On the giant sword, the Pagoda sword's aura was extremely deep. Outside the giant sword, there were also streaks of lightning following it. This was the first time the three people directly merged their power and then used it to attack. The power displayed was simply beyond their imagination. They never thought that they would be able to release such terrifying power. When the sword floated in the air, the terrifying pressure immediately became extremely deep. An extremely terrifying power kept flying in the sky. Such a dignified sword, such a terrifying sword aura. At that moment, everything between heaven and earth seemed to have completely disappeared. The only thing that existed was this terrifying and powerful sword aura. The sword floated in the sky like a terrifying giant that existed at the peak of the world. Such power kept flashing, which was even more difficult to describe. The three people shouted at the same time, "Kill!" At that moment, the Lightning Pagoda sword finally fell. The dragon lizard, which was already on the verge of death, immediately let out a loud roar. It was obvious that it had realized that its death was finally coming. In the end, the sword fell directly. The terrifying aura directly fell and directly cut off the dragon lizard's head. We did it! The three people shouted excitedly at the same time. After paying such a high price, they had finally succeeded. How could they not be happy? However, at that moment, Zhang Daqian's expression suddenly changed. "Oh no, let's go." At that moment, he felt something extremely terrifying. It was an indescribable feeling. It was as if he was being watched by a pair of terrifying eyes that came from nowhere, or as if he was being cursed by a terrifying creature that had existed since ancient times. Damn it, it's the dragon's resentment. At that moment, Yi Xingkong suddenly remembered a record he had accidentally read in the past. All dragon slayers were possessed by the dragon's resentment. The dragon's resentment was the resentment of a giant dragon. With such resentment, the person was the common enemy of the dragon clan. No matter when or where, as long as they saw the dragon's resentment, anyone with the bloodline of the dragon clan would definitely kill them. Although Yi Xingkong knew this secret, he had grown up in a secret realm since he was a child. There were no giant dragons in a secret realm, so he had always hidden this matter deep in his mind. However, just a moment ago, he finally remembered that the dragon's resentment was an extremely terrifying thing. When Zhang Daqian spoke, the three of them had already retreated. However, it was too late. The dragon's resentment was too fast, and it had already been branded on their bodies in an instant. This was not just a simple tattoo, but a terrible curse that was engraved on their souls. Chapter 1143. Female Literature. Chapter 1141. Five-clawed black dragon. Damn it, we're still a step too late. Yi Xingxing was extremely regretful at this time. If he had thought of this earlier, maybe he wouldn't have to do this now. But it was too late to say anything now. The dragon's resentment was already attached to their bodies. At this time, they couldn't escape even if they wanted to. I'm really sorry. It's all my fault. If I had thought of this in advance, we might have been able to avoid the dragon's resentment. Yi Xingxing apologized directly. Zhang Daqian said, "No need to apologize. In my opinion, even if we knew in advance, we wouldn't have been able to avoid it. That was a curse condensed by the dragon lizard when it burned its dragon blood before it died. Unless we're much stronger than the dragon lizard and can directly disperse this power, we won't be able to avoid it. If they were much stronger than the dragon lizard, then why would they have to work so hard, even to the point where they would fight to the death? Therefore, there are many things that were useless to say more. Forget it. It's all fate. But at least we killed this guy directly. As for what the dragon's resentment is and what the consequences will be, I think we don't have to worry about it now. What will come. At this time, Jing Xingming said. In fact, what he said was very reasonable. If many things were really predestined, then what would come will come. Not to mention that they were already affected by the dragon's resentment, so there was no point in thinking about it later. At least the three of them joined forces and killed this terrifying dragon lizard. Killing the dragon lizard was a great benefit for them. Dragons were indeed powerful, but often the word dragon was also associated with wealth. Not to mention other things, the materials on the dragon's body were extremely precious. Its leather armor was so tough that even their strength couldn't damage it. If they could make it into a weapon to protect themselves, then they would immediately have a huge advantage in a battle with people of the same level. And the leather armor was actually the most worthless thing on the dragon lizard's body. Just as they were talking, an extremely silent whistling sound suddenly appeared in the air. It was as if a terrifying whirlwind suddenly appeared out of thin air. What's going on? At this time, the three of them immediately woke up. What exactly happened? Why did such an unforeseen event happen? They couldn't understand why such a terrifying change would occur at this time. Not good. An even more terrifying creature has appeared. Damn it, dragon's resentment. It must be dragon's resentment. There are dragons in this place. Zhang Daqian's expression changed immediately. He immediately thought of a possibility that was the dragon's resentment. They didn't expect that their words of waiting until later would come true. An extremely terrifying power directly appeared at this time. Heaven and earth also changed color at this moment. Woo woo woo. Woo woo woo. The terrifying sound of the wind had become the only sound they could hear between heaven and earth. Look! At this time, Jing Xingming suddenly exclaimed. Zhang Daqian and Yi Xingxing turned around at the same time. What? Even with their mental fortitude, they were shocked at this moment. A pair of indifferent eyes suddenly appeared behind them. There was no light of life in those eyes, as if they were the deepest darkness. Under the gaze of those eyes, the three of them all felt an extremely terrifying force attacking their bodies. That terrifying aura seemed to want to kill them directly. Dragon, that's a real dragon. A monster with the bloodline of a real dragon was already so terrifying, but what appeared in front of them at this time was a real dragon. What kind of terrifying existence was that? What was even more terrifying was that the realm of this real dragon seemed to be far above them. I bestow death upon all of you. His voice was ethereal, as if he was a deity. The moment his words fell, a dark storm directly appeared at this time. The cold storm directly shook at this time. The terrifying power was so powerful at this time. Endless power was directly stimulated at this time. At this time, the terrifying pressure directly pressed down. Die, die, die. In the terrifying storm, the word die kept echoing. Under the influence of this voice, the three of them seemed to have lost themselves. One after another, extremely terrifying scenes appeared directly at this time. They seemed to be directly sinking into it. At this time, the shadow hiding in the distance naturally saw all of this. The terrifying power was really terrifying to the extreme. The incomparably terrifying storm at this time was constantly moving at this time, and it was even more terrifying. At this time, that terrifying power had already shown an extremely terrifying sharpness. The lives of the three people were about to directly wither away. But this time, a cold snort directly appeared. Presumptuous! These two words directly exploded like a clap of thunder. In an instant, the storm stopped, and the terrifying call of death dissipated directly. Zhang Daqian, Yi Xingxing, and Jing Xingming also directly woke up at this time. At this moment, they still didn't know what happened just now. They only felt that an extremely terrifying power appeared, and then their spirit was directly devoured. At that moment, they felt that they were already dead and that they had committed a heinous crime and should be subjected to endless torture. But at this time, when the word presumptuous appeared, all the thoughts in their hearts were directly overturned, and their consciousness was restored. When they recovered, they immediately found that there was an extra person in front of them. This person was none other than Su Yin. Su Yin. When they saw Su Yin, they immediately knew that Su Yin had saved their lives before. Even at this time, they were actually still very confused. Guard your spirit. Don't be affected by external forces. Su Yin didn't turn around, but directly said to them. The three of them didn't dare to have any neglect. After all, they had already felt the terrifying power before. Just when they were ready, an even more terrifying will directly appeared. At this time, they felt that they were just newborn babies, and in front of them was an omnipotent and terrifying dragon. The dragon looked at them coldly, wanting to kill them directly. But sometimes, in an instant, a light shadow would appear, and the terrifying might would be directly destroyed. Feel the dragon's might well. You've all reached the peak of the dragon realm. But if you can once again comprehend the true dragon's might and completely transform yourself into a dragon's might, then when you become an honorable, your strength will naturally be strong. You have the dragon's resentment on you, and misfortune and fortune are interdependent. That is your fate, but it is also your opportunity. That terrifying might was naturally the aura of the black dragon. The black dragon's appearance was to directly kill the three of them. No, not only the three of them, he also wanted to kill Su Yin together. But Su Yin wouldn't let him achieve that. Not only that, at this time, Su Yin also wanted to give them a huge opportunity. That was to let them feel the true dragon's might. If they could grasp the true essence of the dragon's might, then they would naturally be able to take a higher step on the path of the dragon realm. Back then, Su Yin directly reached the level of 10 dragons in the dragon realm, and his entire body completely transformed. Even if he was an honorable, he could directly match him. He didn't expect these people to have the same Tao as him and reach the level of 10 dragons, but he also hoped that they could become stronger and walk further on the path in the future. That was why he was like this at this time. At this moment, the confrontation between him and the five-clawed black dragon began. The two people's wills directly began the most violent clash. The five-clawed black dragon seemed to have just awakened from a deep sleep, but even so, his dragon's might was extremely terrifying. At this time, Su Yin also released his powerful might. His might also contained an extremely terrifying dragon's might. The violent might rushed out, and it wasn't inferior to the five-clawed black dragon in the slightest. In fact, at this time, if Su Yin really wanted to, then he could completely suppress this fellow's dragon's might. After all, he was someone who possessed the heart of the great demonic dragon. At this time, the power of the heart of the great demonic dragon had been directly merged with his own power. Moreover, he was an honorable who had reached the level of 10 dragons. He was completely a Tyrannosaurus in human form. However, at this time, he didn't approach at all. His power was still extremely terrifying and powerful. However, this power was controlled online. In this way, his power wouldn't appear too strong or too weak, which would stimulate the five-clawed black dragon to directly awaken. Dragon's might. This is the might of a true dragon. At this time, the three people immediately knew that this was a great opportunity for them. The so-called dragon realm was the stage where one transformed from a human into a dragon. However, if one hadn't seen a true dragon and felt the might of a dragon, how could it be perfect? Even if one managed to do it, it was still extremely imperfect and could only be barely maintained. It was just a superficial appearance without the essence. However, it was simply too difficult to see a true dragon. True dragons weren't friendly to humans. In their eyes, humans were just a bunch of lowly reptiles, so very few people could see a true dragon. It was already extremely rare to be able to see those monsters with dragon bloodlines, just like that giant lizard dragon. Chapter 1144, Female Literature. But now, they felt the purest majesty of a dragon. Furthermore, this was not an ordinary true dragon. It was a five-clawed black dragon, which was the royal family of the dragon clan. Just like what Su Yin had said, misfortune and fortune came hand in hand. Everything had two sides. While the dragon's resentment would make them more dangerous in the future, and they would be hunted by the dragon clan, it also gave them more opportunities to comprehend the dragon's majesty. It allowed them to reach a more powerful realm. Everything depended on one's personal opinion. If they could accept everything calmly, it would naturally be the end result. If they could not accept it, they would be eliminated. What made them even more fortunate was that Su Yin was willing to help them at this time. He directly resisted the five-clawed black dragon with his own will. This way, the comprehension would be more realistic. The three of them were naturally very outstanding to be able to stand out. They knew that this was a great opportunity for them, so they did not dare to be presumptuous and immediately began to focus on cultivation. At this time, the powerful and terrifying power was constantly surging and flowing. Streaks of power were like streams that constantly flashed in and out of his body. Roar! At this time, the five-clawed black dragon seemed to have been completely enraged. Its terrifying roar directly resounded throughout the world. The giant dragon's roar made the world silent. This sentence was best reflected at this time. At this time, all the monsters within 1,000 miles, regardless of whether their bloodline was noble or lowly, and regardless of whether their cultivation was strong or weak, all of them were prostrating on the ground, trembling. That was a terrifying majesty. However, Su Yin did not feel anything. He directly shouted, "Shut up!" At this time, he also released his power. A powerful majesty that did not belong to a dragon's roar was released, immediately suppressing the black dragon's roar. At this moment, his overbearing nature was undoubtedly reflected. Su Yin did not have a good impression of the giant dragon, not to mention the blood-winged wyvern that betrayed him. Just a trip to Dragon Island back then had already made him hate the giant dragon. He once said that one day, when his cultivation was enough, he would set foot on Dragon Island and directly settle the score with the giant dragon. At this time, his power directly surged out. A terrifying aura spread out at this moment. Such a terrifying power spread in the sky, and the terrifying auras began to collide even more violently. "Human, how dare you shield the enemy of my dragon clan?" The black dragon seemed to have finally awakened. It will turn into words and charged at Su Yin. Su Yin sneered, "Idiot! How could Su Yin have any fear towards the dragon clan? Not to mention that the five-clawed black dragon in front of him was just a sacred beast. Even the dragon king of the dragon clan had been slain by the Godslayer sword back then. Although it was the Godslayer sword that did it at that time, it was still his body, so Su Yin also felt the extremely terrifying aura. Therefore, to Su Yin, he did not care about this bullish *T prestige at all. "You impudent thing! How dare you lurk here and harm living creatures? You should be killed." Su Yin also suddenly shouted and directly released his power. At this time, his aura was revealed, and it immediately revealed an extremely terrifying power. Su Yan's aura was the first indication of Su Yan's powerful confidence. No matter how strong the other party was, he was not afraid at all. In an instant, darkness surged up, and the terrifying power directly turned into a terrifying dragon claw and charged at Su Yin. However, Su Yin said, "You want to compete with me with just this illusory power of yours? What a joke. You'd better show your true body." Su Yin grabbed at the void, and a terrifying shadow immediately appeared. That terrifying shadow directly flew between heaven and earth, and then fiercely bombarded the dragon claw. Such power directly grabbed, and the terrifying aura at this time turned into the most direct power. When the power fell, everything was silent. Just as Su Yin said, if it was just this, then it would be impossible to do anything to Su Yin. At this time, the three people already felt the terror of the true dragon, but what they felt more was Su Yan's power. Su Yin was able to easily suppress this power. From this, it could be seen how terrifying that power was. The giant dragon's attack was already incomparably powerful, but Su Yin had actually dissipated it with contempt. What kind of terrifying power was this? Yi Xingxing suddenly felt that it was ridiculous. At that time, he actually wanted to snatch Su Yan's woman. At this time, he should be glad that Su Yin was magnanimous. Not only did he not bicker with him, but he also gave him such a great opportunity. In the past, he always felt that in this world, at least in this era, his older brother was the most powerful person. But now he suddenly changed his view. The power that Su Yin displayed made him go into hibernation. He knew that perhaps even his brother could only be like this. However, at this time, a firm belief appeared in his heart. That was, one day, he would definitely become such a powerhouse. No, he would even surpass Su Yin. At this time, the changes in the world were even more terrifying. An extremely terrifying aura directly appeared in the sky, and a shadow directly appeared under such circumstances. It was an extremely terrifying giant dragon. Its valiant aura was simply terrifying. Such a violent power directly spread at this time. A true dragon. The true dragon's body finally appeared. The moment the true dragon appeared, the scorching sun in the sky seemed to have sensed danger and immediately hid itself. This was the power of a true dragon, which was enough to change the color of the world. The body of this five-clawed black dragon was unexpectedly huge. Its terrifying body could almost be said to cover the sky and the sun. At this time, a terrifying power directly spread out, and an endless terrifying aura constantly blew in the sky. That terrifying radiance was simply too powerful and frightening. At this time, his body seemed to be the only one between heaven and earth. At this time, Su Yin directly waved his hand and directly displayed his power. Then, Yi Xingxing, Zhang Daqian, and Jing Xingming directly disappeared. They had already been taken into the small square world by Su Yin. He was not worried that Yi Xingxing and Jing Xingming could see this, because the small square world had completely changed and only the temple still existed. However, with the strength of the two of them, it was impossible for them to come into contact with the temple. In the small square world, a person was lazily eating peanuts. This was none other than the son of emptiness, Kong Wuhan. He had given the cultivation technique to Su Yin and many of his previous trophies. In fact, Su Yin had already agreed to let him leave, but he refused. After confirming that Su Yin did not seem to have any malicious intentions towards him, he actually asked to stay in this place for a while. According to him, this place was quieter. The current Five Counties continent was actually in a mess, and it would be too noisy if he went out. Su Yin could not be bothered with his words. Of course, in fact, he had already seen that it was definitely an excuse. After all, he had received so many benefits from him, so he naturally would not care about this small matter. Three more came. I say, you three brats, what did you do to offend Su Yin? Kong Wuhan said, taking pleasure in their misfortune. At this time, the three of them still did not understand what had happened, but they could not sense a trace of aura from Kong Wuhan's body. Of course, they did not know that Kong Wuhan was an ordinary person without any power. Otherwise, they would not have used the word offend. Since they could not sense the other party's aura, there was only one possibility, and that was that the other party's strength was far beyond theirs. Only then could they not even be qualified to sense the other party's aura. At this time, since the other party had asked the question, they would naturally answer truthfully. Senior, we did not offend Su Yin. It's just that Su Yin is now fighting with a powerful black dragon and is afraid that it will affect us, so we came here. May I ask, Senior, where is this place? To them, words like folded space were too mysterious. After all, even if they knew these words, they had not reached this realm, so it was useless. Seeing that the three of them were being very careful and had a very good attitude, he said, "Where is this place?" "It's probably Su Yan's own small world. Only a place like this would be safe for you." However, that guy actually won a fight with a black dragon? TSK, 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 how exciting. It seems that true dragons have many treasures. TSK, 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 how exciting. No, I can't stay here in a daze. The true dragon's treasures. Whether or not true dragons had many treasures was actually just a legend. Almost no one knew about this, because those who dared to offend true dragons were almost all dead. At this time, this guy seemed to be very interested in the true dragon's treasures. This guy's courage was really big. This was really unbearable. Senior, that is not an ordinary black dragon, but a terrifying five-clawed black dragon. His strength seems to have reached the level of a holy beast. It is extremely terrifying. At this time, Zhang Daqian felt that he should tell them about this matter. The fact that he could stay safely in Su Yan's small world meant that he and Su Yan were not enemies. Since they were not enemies, they should be friends. Therefore, they could not watch Kong Wuhan do something stupid. Chapter 1145. Female Literature. Chapter 1143. Fighting the Black Dragon. What? Say that again. Five-clawed Black Dragon. At this time, Kong Wuhan immediately showed an extremely shocked expression. Seeing Kong Wuhan's expression, Zhang Daqian finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Kong Wuhan also knew how powerful the five-clawed black dragon was. In that case, he should know his place. But in the next moment, the corners of his mouth froze. Ha ha ha, a five-clawed black dragon? Good, this is really good. God is really good to me. It's actually a five-clawed black dragon. Every five-clawed black dragon is a nouveau riche. Treasure, treasure, here I come. At this time, Kong Wuhan was extremely excited. For him, this was an extremely exciting thing. A five-clawed black dragon, and one that had already reached the level of Saint Beast. His strength was definitely not to be underestimated. And such a powerful five-clawed black dragon. How could he not have a lot of treasures? As the most outstanding genius of the Kong Kong Dao sect, if he knew of such an opportunity but did not take action, then he would be letting down his ancestors. Therefore, at this time, he simply disappeared from this place. In just a moment, he had already disappeared from Su Yan's world. Of course, this did not mean that his spatial power was so strong that even Su Yan could not trap him, but because Su Yan gave him a special permission. Since Kong Wuhan had generously given him the cultivation method that he wanted, Su Yan naturally wouldn't lock him up in this place. Although this guy proposed to stay here, Su Yan still opened a spatial point for him. As long as he wanted to leave, he could leave at any time. Of course, only Kong Wuhan had this ability, others could not do it. Moreover, after Kong Wuhan left, it was impossible for him to return unless Su Yan locked him up again. He disappeared. He disappeared just like that. Just who is this guy? His strength seems to be terrifying, said Zhang Daqian slowly. At this time, Yi Xingxing said, he just used the power of space. To be able to use the power of space so skillfully is simply terrifying. You have to know that although the Venerables can already use the power of space, it is only for a short period of time. It is simply unimaginable for someone like him. There was unconcealable envy in their words. At the same time, he sighed with emotion. Su Yan was indeed Su Yan. His friend was also so unfathomable. In the beginning, when they heard that this person wanted to rob the Black Dragon's treasure, they thought that he was courting death or saying some crazy words. But now, after seeing his mystical spatial power, they immediately understood that this guy dared to say such words because he indeed had the strength to do so. Well, let's not care so much. We can't intervene in the battle outside, but we have already comprehended the dragon's power. It's time to summarize it. We must not miss this God-given opportunity. Yi Xingxing sat down cross-legged and began to comprehend the dragon's power. Then, Zhang Daqian and Jing Xingming did the same. At this time, the power of the two people began to slowly rotate, and at the same time, different images appeared in their minds. It was the image of a giant dragon. Although they all saw the same image, each person's comprehension was different. For example, Zhang Daqian saw a thunder dragon in his sea of consciousness at this time. A powerful thunder dragon. The powerful dragon's power was constantly boiling, and the terrifying aura was constantly changing. Such power was truly incomparably terrifying. In Yi Xingxing's sea of consciousness, there was a starry sky dragon. In the boundless starry sky, a true dragon composed of starlight was constantly roaring. Jing Xingming's was a Buddha dragon. Just as the three of them were comprehending and cultivating, the terrifying true body of the black dragon had completely appeared. At this time, the five-dragon mountain had already been torn apart. This mountain was the place where the five-clawed black dragon had been sleeping. Now that the five-clawed black dragon had awakened, the mountain naturally collapsed directly. Su Yin looked at the terrifying true dragon in front of him, and a murderous intent suddenly appeared in his heart. Lowly human, I will make you pay a heavy price. After the five-clawed black dragon appeared, he directly swore arrogantly. At the same time, he directly spat out a dragon's breath. Dragon's breath was one of the most powerful and simplest attacks of the Dragon Clan. The power in it was simply unimaginable. When the terrifying power directly descended, it could almost obliterate everything. At this time, Su Yan's eyes directly burst out with a brilliant light. He said directly, "Do you know that I actually hate the Dragon Clan very much?" He had been to Dragon Island. The group of giant dragons were all arrogant existences. They felt that they were the true masters of the world, and that everything else was inferior in their eyes. Moreover, Su Yin and the Dragon Clan had a great feud. Although it was because of the Godslayer's sword, the seven Dragon Kings had wanted to kill him directly back then. At that time, if it had not been for the Godslayer's sword's invincible divine power that had forced him to rush out from the encirclement of the seven Dragon Kings, it was very likely that he would have died at that time. Therefore, the Dragon Clan had an irreconcilable hatred for him. At this time, his power directly spread out, and a terrifying light beam directly rushed into the sky. At this time, the power of the true dragon directly descended. The violent power at this time seemed very terrifying. After Su Yin finished speaking, his sword directly appeared at this time. Without any fancy tricks, a terrifying sword light directly rushed into the sky from this sword. The power of this sword was so powerful, so terrifying, and so straightforward. This was Su Yan's will. He wanted to directly suppress the arrogance of the Dragon Clan. If the one who appeared in front of him at this time was a Dragon King, Su Yin would have turned and left. Unfortunately, it was not. This was only a sacred beast-level, five-clawed black dragon. Therefore, Su Yin was not afraid at all. Instead, he was eager to fight with this Dragon Clan. Su Yin had just fought with Duanmu Longhu not long ago. That battle was extremely difficult, and it even almost angered the laws of heaven and earth. However, even after experiencing such a battle, Su Yin still hadn't had his fill. In that battle, he had comprehended a lot of things. However, comprehensions were just comprehensions. He still needed to confirm his comprehension through practice. At this time, such an enemy came directly to his door. The two forces collided directly. There was no loud sound wave. Instead, it was silent. However, one could clearly see that a transparent ripple-like pattern appeared. It was a spatial ripple. The clash between the two had actually directly eliminated this power without leaving a trace. What a terrifying force that could directly touch space. At this time, Su Yin laughed. "Reptile, do you think you are very arrogant? I will cut off your wings." At this time, Su Yin roared. He did not waste any time. The shadow of the true demon appeared directly at this time. The moment the shadow of the true demon appeared, the demonic chi boiled. It was also at this time that lightning began to flicker in the sky. Of course, it was only flickering. There were no signs of it striking down. After the last time, Su Yin had learned. He could clearly feel the laws of heaven and earth. He knew how to control his power and wander around the edges of the laws. The moment the shadow of the true demon appeared, the huge black dragon retreated a little. There was an extremely fearful look in his eyes. His pitch-black eyes were bottomless. He roared and spat out dragon breath again. This time, his target was the shadow of the true demon. For some reason, the shadow of the true demon had an aura that terrified him. Therefore, his target was this shadow of the true demon. Of course, he knew that this shadow of the true demon was actually projected by Su Yan's power. If Su Yan died, this shadow of the true demon would probably disappear as well. However, what he saw was actually more distant and deeper than this. What he paid attention to was not only the surface. Be destroyed, demon from the mysterious void. The dragon breath was like a tide. A terrifying force directly rushed toward the shadow of the true demon. Ha ha, what a demon from the void. I like this phrase. Su Yan raised his hand and blasted out a punch. Lightning fist. The lightning fist exploded. At this time, endless lightning blasted out. Bolts of lightning shot towards the dragon's aura in the blink of an eye. It was also at this moment that the thunderbolts in the sky seemed to have sensed the calling of this power. It was an extremely terrifying scene. At this time, Su Yan was like a god. The power of the dragon breath and the lightning fist collided again. The violent power directly exploded. At this time, Su Yan's divine telekinesis suddenly moved. He found a fluctuation in space. Of course, he knew where this fluctuation came from. It was Kong Wuhan leaving his small square world. How smart was Su Yan? Combined with Kong Wuhan's temperament, he immediately figured out what this guy wanted to do. At this time, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Since you're interested, I'll cooperate with you. After saying that, he directly activated the power of space. Space tide strangle. At this time, he directly used the powerful power of space. The moment the space tide appeared, it directly rushed toward Black Dragon. Roar, stupid human. You actually used the power of space at this time. Are you playing with fire? The Black Dragon roared. Although he was in a deep slumber, he was aware of the rules of this world. Using the power of space at this time was courting death. Chapter 1146. Female Literature. Chapter 1144. Messing up space if he wasn't careful, he would step over the line and attract divine punishment. Divine punishment was an extremely terrifying existence. Even at his current level, he didn't dare to touch it lightly. If divine punishment really came down, he wouldn't be able to stop it even with his powerful dragon race body. He would die under its power. That human must be crazy. However, he didn't expect Su Yan to do this on purpose. At this moment, he directly used the power of space to mess up the Black Dragon's senses. After reaching the Black Dragon's level, he must have a good understanding of the power of space. From the previous exchange of blows, it could be seen that the destructive power was directly eliminated into nothingness. At this moment, if there was no movement, his control of space should be extremely sharp. Kong Wuhan's control of space was superb. In fact, his control of space was even better than Su Yan's. However, there was no guarantee that the five-clawed Black Dragon wouldn't notice. Since that was the case, he directly messed up the power of space. Once the power of space was messed up, it wouldn't be so easy for the five-clawed Black Dragon to sense it. At the same time, he wouldn't be too presumptuous because of divine punishment. This was to create an opportunity for Kong Wuhan. The Black Dragon's strength was extremely terrifying. Su Yan was confident that he could defeat the Black Dragon, but he wasn't confident that he could kill it. After all, it was simply too difficult to kill a holy dragon. Even if he really had the strength to do so, he wasn't willing to do it at this juncture. The Black Dragon had appeared because of the death of the giant lizard dragon. He wanted to kill Zhang Daqian and the other two. Actually, it was not a big deal for Su Yan to stop him. The giant lizard dragon might be his bloodline, but it was still a hybrid bloodline. The dragon race still had room to compromise. However, if he really killed the five-clawed Black Dragon, the dragon race would definitely not compromise. Su Yan knew how terrifying the Dragon King of the dragon race was. Although the Fire Dragon King had been killed, that was the power of the Godslayer sword. Even the Godslayer sword seemed to have expended a lot of energy in that attack. Therefore, even though Su Yan hated the Dragon Clan, it was obviously extremely unwise to provoke these reptiles at this time. Since that was the case, it was better for him to remain calm. Thus, Regardless of the outcome of this battle, he could not do anything to the Black Dragon. However, now that Kong Wuhan had intervened, things had become interesting. When Black Dragon returns, if he finds out that his lair is empty, he will probably go crazy. Of course, he knew that the Black Dragon wouldn't give up so easily, but so what? He just happened to need a sparring partner. Now that Su had thought this through, he no longer had any misgivings when he attacked. At this time, his strength was becoming more and more terrifying. Streams of aura were being displayed one after another at this moment. They had already reached the pinnacle. The turbulence in space grew thicker and thicker. At this time, Black Dragon had already calmed his mind. The power of space is a power that he must deal with carefully. If he was not careful, he might end up digging his own grave. At this time, Kong Wuhan's body kept flashing. It was a spatial fault that had one after another. Of course, a powerful dragon would not simply dig a hole and bury itself in it. That would not be called sleeping, but being buried alive. A powerful divine dragon of such a realm opened up a small space that was connected to the great world under the Five-Dragon Mountain, and he was sleeping in this small space. No matter who it was, if they wanted to disturb him, they must have the qualifications to come into contact with the power of space. That meant that they must have the strength of a divine beast or a Tao master of the human clan. And in these thousands of years, it was almost impossible for a Tao master to appear, so he was very relieved. Moreover, even if a Tao master appeared, they would have to break through the power of space that he had created. This was an extremely profound process. If one wasn't careful, they would immediately be discovered by him. And to fight with him in the space that he had created, that was simply courting death. Therefore, he could sleep in this place without worry. But he did not expect that he would meet such a person today. Kong Wuhan was best at breaking through the power of space. He was an elite disciple of the Kong Kong Tao sect. Did he know what the ultimate goal of the Kong Kong Tao sect was? It was to steal the undergarments of a powerful female divine master. Compared to such a lofty goal, a Black Dragon's lair was no big deal. At this time, Kong Wuhan had also sensed the fluctuations in space. Su Yin is really loyal. He immediately understood that Su Yin was helping him. The more chaotic the space was, the more advantageous it was for him. Perhaps for others, the more chaotic the space was, the more they would get lost, but for him, this was not a problem at all. The more chaotic the space was, the more comfortable it was for him. Traceless emptiness wasn't someone who would play around casually. His spatial energy was extremely powerful. He could travel freely in space. At this time, Su Yan's power spread out and blocked the Black Dragon's perception. This was an excellent opportunity for him. At this time, he directly used his power without any scruples. The terrifying five-clawed Black Dragon probably did not expect that someone would be so bold as to target him. Therefore, at this moment, he was still dealing with the battle with Su Yan. In fact, this was not the time for him to wake up. The reason why the five-clawed Black Dragon was sleeping was not because he was tired, but because he was injured in the battle back then. Coincidentally, the world changed. Therefore, he was not complacent and directly created a small space in this place to sleep. If it was not for the fact that he was running out of time, he would definitely return to Dragon Island. This was because for a legitimate dragon like him, Dragon Island was their home. Over the thousands of years, he had been working hard to recover his power, wanting to recover from his injured state as soon as possible. As time passed, his injuries were more or less healed. However, it was only about the same. If he could sleep for a longer period of time, then his accumulation would be even deeper. However, his bloodline, the giant dragon lizard, was killed and planted with the dragon's resentment. This directly woke him up. Of course, in the beginning, he did not want to fully wake up. He only wanted to let a strand of his willpower appear to kill the damned humans who were planted with the dragon's resentment. However, Su Yan's appearance immediately ruined his plan. Su Yan was extremely cunning and overbearing, constantly devouring his willpower. This forced him to invest more willpower. In the end, when he realized that he was facing a powerful opponent who was on the same level as him, he had no choice but to wake up. This was because if he did not wake up, Su Yin would have devoured his willpower. This would be a huge loss for him. However, it was also because of this that his plan to wake up was brought forward. This made him extremely depressed. This damned Su Yin is so cunning. At this moment, he was extremely furious with Su Yin. However, he could not act recklessly when he attacked. On one hand, it was because of his injuries, and on the other hand, it was because of the laws of heaven and earth. At this moment, the laws of the 5 counties had not fully awakened, and there was always a ruler between heaven and earth. If his power exceeded the limits allowed by heaven and earth, he would definitely be punished by heaven. This caused him to be extremely fearful. Even if it was a light heavenly punishment, although it wouldn't injure him, it would still greatly affect his recovery. Damn it, this damned human. He now understood that he could not do anything to Su Yin. Su Yin's devil shadow was extremely terrifying, and he was extremely fearful. Moreover, the dragon's breath just now showed that Su Yin was strong enough to contend with him. At this moment, he could not risk his life to fight Su Yin for a mixed-blood descendant. Therefore, the fight this time was likely to end in failure. He finally understood that it was better to go back to sleep than to fight with Su Yin now. Human, what do you want? Just say it. The fact that he opened his mouth at this moment meant that he was starting to give in. This was actually a huge insult to him, but he had no other choice at this time. What could he do if he did not give in? At this moment, Su Yin actually understood the black dragon's thoughts, but he did not expose him. He only said, what do I want? Shouldn't I be the one asking you this question? You were the one who attacked my friend first. Su Yin sneered, but the power in his hands did not weaken at all. At this moment, the black dragon growled, Damned human, they kill my descendant, and they have a dragon's resentment on them. Roar, those who offend the dragon clan should be killed. For the powerful dragon clan, this was the rule. Moreover, this rule could often be enforced. At this moment, Su Yin laughed out loud. Humph, you stupid dragon. Then why are you still asking me these questions? Aren't you talking nonsense? You want to kill my friends. How can I let you kill them? The black dragon growled again. I already said that they killed my descendant. Su Yin coldly laughed. Shut up, you stupid dragon. That's because that idiotic descendant of yours is courting death. It actually dared to gather demonic beasts here and directly kill the living beings. Since it can kill, it should be prepared to be killed. Chapter 1147. Female Literature. Chapter 1145. Take everything away, Su Yin continued. It's as if you're trying to kill my friends. So, let's continue fighting. I'm a very simple and straightforward person. I don't like to waste my breath if I can solve it with my fists. The monstrous demonic shadow behind Su Yin grew stronger, as if it was about to attack. The black dragon was furious, but he didn't want to attack at this time. Human, stop. I won't pursue this matter any further. Now, leave this place. After some consideration, he decided to give in. He had no choice. If he could, he wouldn't do this. However, he had no other choice now. If he didn't choose to retreat, Su Yin wouldn't stop either. He wasn't afraid of Su Yin, but doing so wouldn't do him any good. In fact, other than being powerful and arrogant, the Dragon Clan was also selfish. It was just as Su Yin had thought. After all, he was only a mixed-blood descendant. The Black Dragon would not risk its life for him. If he wasn't strong enough, the Black Dragon wouldn't mind spending more time to kill him. Unfortunately, it wasn't that his strength wasn't enough, it was more than enough. If that was the case, it wouldn't be easy for the Black Dragon to kill him. Therefore, if he didn't want to fight him to the death, he could only give in. You're not pursuing this matter? Su Yin asked directly after hearing the Black Dragon's words. The Black Dragon suppressed his anger and spoke in a low voice. Indeed, human, this is already the great Black Dragon's forgiveness. Therefore, you should accept it. Su Yin chuckled. The great dragon's forgiveness? I'll laugh at your face. So what if I don't accept it? You stupid dragon, fight me if you can. He provoked him directly. At this moment, Kong Wuhan was moving around madly in the Dragon Clan's lair. It wouldn't be good for him to go back now. Just as Su Yin expected, Kong Wuhan had already entered the Dragon Clan's lair. The first thing he felt upon entering the dragon clan's lair was darkness. In this place, there was not even the slightest bit of light. It was probably because this guy was a black dragon that he liked such an environment. However, this was not a problem for Kong Wuhan. He was an experienced, elite, genius disciple of the Kong Kong Dao sect. If he couldn't even deal with such a small matter, then his soul would have been in vain. At this moment, he flipped his hand and a ball of light appeared. It was a precious pearl. Its appearance was extremely beautiful, and it could release an extremely gentle light source. Although this place had an array formation that devoured light, it didn't matter. As long as he could release a little bit of light, he could imprint everything around him into his spiritual sense. Holy *T, darkness crystal, Kong Wuhan exclaimed in shock. The dragon lair was filled with countless black crystals. The darkness crystal was an extremely precious item. Its value was no less than that of a space crystal. The darkness crystal contained extremely powerful darkness energy. It was a treasure that darkness cultivators yearned for even in their dreams. It was a pity that Kong Wuhan did not cultivate the law of darkness. After Kong Wuhan smacked his lips, he immediately said, "This can only surprise me. These useless things." This old dragon actually filled his lair with them. "This tasteless black dragon is really scary," he complained, but his movements were not slow. Although the darkness crystal was not very useful to him, it was a treasure that he had to take. Since that was the case, he would reluctantly take it all away. At the very least, after the darkness crystal was taken away, this damned dragon clan's lair would be brighter. Kong Wuhan's movements were extremely fast. After all, he was a professional. In just a short while, the dark crystal had already disappeared. "Wow, what is this? What a powerful armor. Take it away." This is a flame demon gem. Good stuff. Take it away." "Void crystal? Good stuff. Take it away." Wherever the Kong Kong Dao sect passed, everything was empty. His efficiency was top-notch, and it was absolutely guaranteed. There were many good things in the Dragon Clan's lair. Fortunately, he was an elite disciple of the Kong Kong Dao sect and had an extremely outstanding space treasure. It was enough for him to take everything away. Otherwise, he would have suffered a huge loss. "Sai, it's about time." Looking at the empty Dragon Clan's lair, he felt satisfied and was about to leave. However, just as he turned around, he suddenly remembered something. "Wait, these bricks seem pretty good too. At least they are quite beautiful. This crazy old black dragon clearly likes darkness. Why did he make so many beautiful bricks? Forget it, forget it. I will be merciful and not let you waste it here. Take it away." Thus, he immediately began to dig at the walls. After a while, he remembered something else. It seemed that other than the bricks, the floor tiles were also pretty good. Since the bricks had been taken away, he would work a little harder and take away the floor tiles as well. Thus, he began to get busy again. Suyin was still talking nonsense with the old dragon. Suyin was not willing to take a step back. This made the old dragon extremely angry. However, he really did not want to fight. Thus, he roared again, "Human, what do you want?" This time, his roar was full of anger. He had made up his mind. If this damned human still did not know what was good for him, then he would fight with him. Could it be that he, the great black dragon, the future Dragon King, would be afraid of a human? Su Yin could see that this old dragon had reached his limit. He knew that he could not continue to force him. Otherwise, this fellow might really go berserk. Thus, he finally relented. "All right, I won't say any more. 3 dragon scales. You should know that this matter is actually the fault of that stupid descendant of yours. If he had peacefully been his little lizard, we would not have come to find trouble with him. Therefore, he is harming others and himself. Now, a few of my friends are suffering from the dragon's resentment. Only the aura of the dragon scales can cover it. So, I need 3 dragon scales." The black dragon immediately roared, "Human, you are provoking the great 5-clawed black dragon." Dragon scales were the most important thing to him. This guy really had the nerve to say that. At this moment, Su Yin laughed and shouted, "Damn it, so what if I am provoking you? Come on, let's hurt each other and fight to the death." Su Yin's demonic shadow erupted with a monstrous aura again. It was unknown whether it was intentional or not, but his power seemed to be a little too strong. A thunderbolt immediately descended and exploded between him and the black dragon. The black dragon gritted his teeth. At this moment, he was really ready to attack. However, the thunderbolt that suddenly descended from the sky reminded him, forcing him to suppress his anger. Skylaw, that damn Skylaw. If it wasn't for the fact that he was wary of Skylaw's power, he would have already gone berserk and killed that detestable human. Okay, I promise you. At this moment, his body flashed, and 3 dragon scales immediately appeared. Su Yin waved his hand and laughed. I say, Old Black, isn't it good for everyone to be harmonious? Why do you have to be so irritable? You have to know that in this world, peace is still the main theme. Su Yin laughed. At the same time, he estimated that Kong Wuhan was about to finish. Therefore, he immediately used his divine will to send a message to Kong Wuhan. After all, he had given Kong Wuhan a sword talisman. If Kong Wuhan needed his help, he could tell him and he would appear. This sword talisman was perfect for transmitting messages. Okay, it's about time. I'll be done soon. After receiving the reply, Su Yin took the scales and turned to leave. At the end, he directly said, How dark. Since we are friends, I'll remind you to go back to Dragon Island as soon as possible. You should know that the 5 counties are not peaceful anymore. It's very dangerous. Su Yin was in a good mood. Those were the dragon scales of a true dragon. If he refined them well, he would be able to refine something good. If he gave them to Zhang Daqian, Yi Xingming, and Jing Xingming, not only would they be able to hide the aura of the dragon's resentment, but they would also be able to protect themselves. Su Yin was never stingy to his own people. At this moment, Black Dragon looked at Su Yin with eyes that were about to spit fire. Damn human, didn't you say that peace is the main theme? Why is it suddenly not peaceful? Also, who are you friends with? If it wasn't for heavenly punishment, I would have fought you to the death long ago. Bah, why do I call myself Old Black? At this moment, he was extremely angry. However, Su Yin no longer paid any attention to him. He had already left first. At this moment, Black Dragon finally returned to his cave. He was very angry at Su Yin's words, but there was one thing he agreed with, and that was to return to Dragon Island as soon as possible. The heavens were changing, and the war was about to begin. He was the divine dragon at any time, but after all, he was not the Dragon King. His strength was not heaven-defying, and it was very likely that he would die if he was involved in the war. Therefore, at this time, he was ready to pack up his equipment and leave this place. However, as soon as he entered his cave, he was immediately dumbfounded. The usual dark aura was gone, the rich aura of the black crystal was gone, and all his treasures were gone. No, it wasn't just his treasures. Even his wall tiles and floor tiles had been taken away. Roar, roar, roar. The Dark Dragon King could no longer bear it at this time, and let out a few terrifying roars. The terrifying sound rushed directly into the sky, and those monsters that had just been freed from the pressure of Black Dragon knelt down again at this moment. They really couldn't understand why the true dragon would suddenly get angry all of a sudden. At this moment, the Black Dragon discovered that there were a few words condensed from magic power on the wall. Empty come, empty leave, empty Dao gate. Chapter 1148. Female Literature. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. He was also an existence that had lived through that era. Although he was from the Dragon Tribe, he had traveled a lot in the 5 counties back then. He definitely remembered that weird sect very clearly. That was because that sect was actually a huge threat to the Dragon Tribe. That was because the Empty Sky Dao sect was simply a gang of thieves. Furthermore, they were a gang of insane thieves. They disdained to do things that were not difficult. However, they were extremely passionate about things like stealing dragon nests. Back then, some true dragons were robbed by the Kong Kong sect. However, he clearly remembered that the Kong Kong sect had been destroyed by the calamity of the world at that time. However, that damned Kong Kong sect had appeared again today and stole all the treasures in his dragon nest. That damned Kong Kong sect. Kong Kong sect, I won't let you go. At that moment, he could no longer care about cultivating in seclusion. Instead, he directly unleashed his power. At that moment, He wanted to use his extremely powerful dragon tribe talent to trace back to the source. He wanted to see where that damn guy went. A dragon scale floated down. The dragon scale danced gently like the wind. However, the power within it was constantly soaring. An extremely powerful and mysterious power finally appeared slowly at that moment. It was like a lake, but it wasn't water inside. Instead, it was an extremely mysterious power. The moment the lake appeared, the five-clawed black dragon became extremely devout. At that moment, he was like a believer who gave up all his beliefs. His life had already undergone the most fundamental transformation, and the motes of light were directly converging. Then, a ray of light suddenly shot out from the lake and landed on his dragon scale. The extremely powerful dragon scale that had the power to suppress everything started burning at that moment, as if it was a withered leaf. The black dragon became more devout. However, at the same time, he became angrier and agitated. Even for a dragon tribe member like him, it was not easy to use such a technique. This was because he was born as a five-clawed dragon. That was why he had such a talent skill. If he did not have such a talent skill, it would be meaningless no matter how strong his cultivation was. Everything would be directly sunk into the ground. This was the most terrifying change in strength in this world. At this moment, a figure slowly appeared. The five-clawed black dragon clearly saw this face. He saw how Kong Wuhan had entered his dragon nest. That guy, after entering his dragon lair, immediately began to plunder without restraint. His speed was extremely terrifying, as if he was scraping the ground. This kind of speed was simply indescribable. In the end, this guy even left a message in his dragon lair. Empty void Dao sect, no wonder I didn't notice his arrival. At this time, the five-clawed black dragon forced himself to calm down. Of course, he knew about the methods of the empty void Dao sect. That group of people had an extremely powerful grasp of the power of space. Of course, no one had ever seen them fight with such control over their powers, but whether it was escaping or infiltrating, these guys were all experts. This was the most frightening aspect of them. Fortunately, their combat strength was not strong. Otherwise, many of the powerhouses would have been in danger. He did not expect that he would be patronized by them one day. Right at this moment, the burning dragon scales suddenly began to flutter in the air. Sky Dragon seeks Dao Hai. The dragon scale disappeared in front of him. At this time, Kong Wuhan was in a good mood. Today is really a lucky day. Haha, black dragon, a five-clawed black dragon. It's been a long time since I last visited a dragon lair. This is really a big customer. I have to remember him well in the future. No matter what, I have to thank him properly. At this moment, he was so happy that he could not describe how happy he was. However, at this moment, an extremely mysterious feeling appeared in his heart. At this moment, he immediately cursed, "Oh no, Sky Dragon seeks Dao." When the empty void Dao sect was running amok, they had patronized countless dragon tribes. Although five-clawed dragons were very rare and extremely powerful, they were still patronized by them. He immediately remembered that these powerful and terrifying dragon tribes had an extremely terrifying innate skill, which was the Sky Dragon Seeks Dao, also known as the Sky Dragon Seeks Dao. It was a direct sacrifice of the precious scales on one's body. Then, it would be exchanged for the whereabouts of the things one wanted to know. Although it sounded very strange, he knew that it was 100% true. Back then, a senior of the Empty Void Dao sect had paid a heavy price because of this. Damn it, I just took some of your worldly possessions. As an ugly black dragon, how can you be so stingy? However, at this time, he was complaining. He also knew that he had been targeted by this black dragon. Perhaps the black dragon could already see where he was right now. Since that's the case, I'll say hello to you. At this time, Kong Wuhan directly waved at the sky. He definitely did not feel any psychological burden from being targeted by this black dragon. Perhaps this was where he was strong. In any case, when he was heartless, Su Yin was very afraid of him. At this time, the sky was as calm as the sea. The black dragon in the dragon's nest happened to see Kong Wuhan waving his hand. Unfortunately, he only saw a blurry figure because Kong Wuhan seemed to be shrouded in an extremely mysterious halo. That halo had the power to disrupt karma. At the price of one of his reverse scales, he still could not find out more information. Damn it, he roared again. Although he did see where Kong Wuhan was, he could not distinguish his aura at all. He could not even see his appearance clearly. What was the use of that? Therefore, at this time, he immediately felt extremely angry. Now that he thought about it, he was just sleeping quietly. He did not make a mistake even after sleeping for thousands of years. But now, he encountered such an unforeseen event. Originally, he was very rich. Disregarding everything else, just those dark crystals were extremely precious. They allowed him to absorb the power of the dark crystals while he was in a deep sleep. Not only did they allow him to recover from his injuries, but they could also increase his strength. But now all of this was gone. That damned thief, he stole everything and didn't even leave behind a single piece of the floor tile. At this time, he really hated that giant lizard dragon to death. Why did he cause trouble for no reason? If he did not provoke humans, he would not have been directly killed by them. If he was not killed by humans, he would not have woken up from his deep sleep. In this way, he would not have been taken advantage of. No, something is wrong. At this time, Black Dragon suddenly calmed himself down. Then, he began to recall the whole process. Everything seemed to be wrong. One of them was that Su Yin directly used the power of space to fight with him. Since that human strength had reached such a level, it was impossible that he did not know the consequences of using the power of space indiscriminately. But he still did it. In that case, he already had the intention to disturb his perception from the beginning. In other words, that damn guy and that thief from the Hollow Dao sect were in cahoots. Thinking of this, Black Dragon's anger immediately boiled. The powerful strength had reached an extremely terrifying level. Dragon's fury. A terrifying aura erupted once again, and the monsters within 1,000 miles knelt down again. Human, I will definitely kill you. I will definitely tear you into pieces. At this time, he had already begun to roar crazily. That terrifying voice directly resounded throughout the world. His anger had reached the point where it could not be quelled. However, at this time, Kong Wuhan did not care. He knew that he had a layer of power in his body, which was why he dared to be so fearless. However, thinking of this, he suddenly felt a little gloomy. This power was the price of his master and senior brother's life before they died. Then, the power of the Hollow Dao sect's treasure, the Hollow Void Gem, was integrated into his body. The power of this gem not only allowed him to adapt more to space, but could also directly hide his aura. Whether it was fate or karma, it could not be seen. Even if the saint made a move, it would not be easy to see his fate. To paraphrase his senior brother's words before he died, we are proud and mysterious thief gods. If we can be casually seen by others, wouldn't it be too tasteless? Sigh. Now he really doubted the days when he and his senior brother acted together. Unfortunately, his senior brother was already dead, and his master was gone. In this world, he was the only disciple left of the Hollow Dao sect. However, at this time, he suddenly remembered that his cooperation with Su Yin just now was not bad. That guy seems to be not bad. He is also loyal. Anyway, I have nowhere to go now. Why don't I go to the Heaven and Earth organization and stay there? He had just looted a Black Dragon's dragon nest and was now very satisfied. However, after thinking about it, he really had nothing to do now. Therefore, he decided to go to the Heaven and Earth organization to eat and drink. When he was free, he could also go to the Heaven and Earth organization to get closer to the beautiful female disciples and teach them some self-defense skills. This was a beautiful thing. Chapter 1149. Female Literature. Since he had made up his mind, he no longer hesitated. He turned into a stream of light and left. At this moment, Black Dragon finally calmed himself down. For a moment, he no longer had the intention to sleep. Now that his home had been torn apart, it was a risk for him to sleep. As a noble and powerful dark dragon, it was impossible for him to swallow this anger. Therefore, he must take revenge. However, he was really afraid of Su Yin now. The shadow of the true demon that Su Yin used made him feel extremely threatened. It was an extremely powerful and terrifying force that could threaten his life. Therefore, he did not dare to act rashly at this moment, because if he did, he might be in danger of dying. After all, he knew very well that if he really killed his way to the door, his opponent would not only be Su Yin, but also the successor of the Kong Kong Dao sect. At that time, those powerhouses had always looked down on the Kong Kong Dao sect. They thought that their combat strength was not high and that they could only do some sneaky things. However, the five-clawed black dragon knew that this was not the case. If the people of the Kong Kong Dao sect did not have high combat strength, they would have been wiped out long ago. However, they were not. They were like a tenacious cancer that stood tall in this world. No one could shake them. If it was not for the sudden arrival of the heavenly tribulation, the Kong Kong Dao sect would not have been destroyed. Therefore, Black Dragon was extremely afraid of Kong Wuhan. If Su Yin joined forces with Kong Wuhan, he would not have much of a chance. Therefore, he would not act so easily. However, he really could not take this lying down. At this moment, a voice came from outside the dragon's nest. "Lord Black Dragon, I have something to ask of you." "Human." The Black Dragon scanned the area with his powerful divine telekinesis and immediately discovered a human floating in the air outside his dragon lair. This human's aura was very dark. If one were to talk about it, his aura was actually somewhat similar to the Black Dragon King's. Very clearly, he was also a person who cultivated in the dark energy. If the giant dragon lizard was still alive, then he would immediately recognize this guy as the one who instigated the demon beast to attack the human city. If Su Yin was here, he would have discovered that this person was none other than Hydralisk, the Hydralisk that followed Duanmu Longhu. However, Hydralisk's aura was much stronger than before. He had already become a venerable. Of course, since he was following Duanmu Longhu, it was not surprising that he could reach this level. After all, Duanmu Longhu was an extremely terrifying and powerful person. The powerful black dragon immediately left the dragon nest. This person could be said to be extremely polite, and his words were full of respect for him. Unfortunately, the black dragon wasn't very happy, especially when he saw a human. Therefore, it was destined that he wouldn't be nice to this guy. He suddenly exhaled, then directly shouted, "All humans deserve to die." At this moment, a powerful force directly descended, then directly rushed towards the other party. Currently, he felt angry when he saw humans, and the great Black Dragon King's anger naturally had to be vented. Therefore, at this moment, his power directly descended. The violent aura was terrifying. Such power was simply limitless. Hydralisk's expression froze. He had already guessed that this black dragon would be unhappy. After all, he was forced to wake up from his deep sleep by Su Yin. However, he did not expect this black dragon to be angry to this extent. He was obviously courteous, but after seeing him, he didn't even say a word and directly launched an attack on him. Moreover, this wasn't a simple lesson, but a beating to death. Although Hydralisk was surprised, he also knew that if he was hit by this kind of power, he would definitely die. He immediately activated his power, then left a shadow on the spot, and his real body appeared in another place. "Lord Black Dragon, please calm down. I came for the good of Lord." Hydralisk did not know how the Black Dragon would lose his mind in a rage. He came this time to persuade the Black Dragon, and then join forces with Duanmu Longhu. In order to achieve this, he even carefully prepared a gift. It was a crystal that Duanmu Longhu gave him, and it contained an extremely powerful dark energy. In his opinion, even if Black Dragon was unhappy, he would not blame others for being too polite. After seeing his gift, Black Dragon would definitely calm down. But how could he know that the Black Dragon's nest had been plundered clean? Not even a single brick was left. How could the Black Dragon be in the mood for such a thing? This time, he suffered such a big loss at the hands of humans. He had never suffered such a big loss in his entire life as a dragon. Naturally, he was furious. Just like the Dragon Clan, once they are angry, they will immediately erupt with a towering rage. Therefore, the moment he saw Hydralisk, he no longer wanted to say anything. He only wanted to kill Hydralisk directly. Trying to show off the power of darkness in front of me? You're courting death. At this moment, the Black Dragon King roared, and a thick shadow spread out. Hydralisk's understanding of the power of darkness was already very strong. His talent was already very good, and with Duanmu Longhu's guidance, his cultivation progressed 1,000 miles in a day. Naturally, it was not a problem. Now that he had become a venerable, one could see how extraordinary he was. But unfortunately, he was now facing a 5-clawed black dragon, and a holy dragon at that. And this holy dragon was in a rage. He had nowhere to vent his power, but Hydralisk just had to run into him. He was simply asking for a beating. One had to admit that the black dragon's path of darkness was really powerful. After the black shadow spread, Hydralisk's heart immediately skipped a beat, because he discovered that the darkness that he was so familiar with in the past had become extremely strange at this moment. The power of darkness began to repel him. Not only that, but the extremely terrifying aura also wanted to tie him up and kill him directly. Damn it! What the hell is wrong with this black dragon? At this moment, he also realized that there was no way to communicate with the black dragon in front of him. Moreover, the black dragon's power was too terrifying. If he stayed any longer, only death would await him. God of darkness, bless me. Escape. He immediately cast the darkness escape to get away from this terrifying black dragon. But at this moment, the black dragon suddenly roared. I've already said it. Trying to show off your power of darkness in front of me is courting death. Hydralisk's power of darkness was abruptly stopped at this moment. And at this moment, chains appeared in the darkness. The chains immediately bound the Hydralisk, and the dark shackles penetrated his body. At this moment, a terrifying dragon claw directly fell from above his head. The huge dragon claw pressed down, wanted to kill Hydralisk completely. At this moment, Hydralisk's heart was already filled with despair. The original plan was going smoothly, and the black dragon had already awakened. But why did the ending turn out like this? It didn't develop according to the original plan at all. These black dragons, are they all crazy? However, he was destined to be unable to complain too much. That power was too terrifying. The powerful suppression was about to kill him. He clearly knew that his life was in extreme danger. But at this moment, a spatial fluctuation suddenly appeared in front of Hydralisk. Then a dark light sword burst out. Oomph! A mere black dragon dares to be presumptuous. The voice was ice cold, and the sword was extremely terrifying. Then, the sword directly collided with the dragon claw. At this moment, the huge dragon claw was directly shattered. Roar, damn it, it's a human again. Black Dragon was really furious. He suddenly felt that all the humans in the world were targeting him. He suddenly raised his head, and a terrifying dragon breath directly appeared. At this moment, the power of the spatial gate directly wrapped around Hydralisk and pulled him into it. Only a little of the dragon breath's power touched the spatial gate, but most of it directly fell into the cliffs below. The cliffs that were touched by the dragon breath began to melt. The dragon breath of the Dragon Clan was indeed very powerful. But unfortunately, Black Dragon didn't manage to kill Hydralisk in the end. Of course, the person who saved him was naturally Duanmu Longhu. To be honest, even Duanmu Longhu had not expected that the Black Dragon would be so enraged that he would kill Su Yin without saying a single word. At this moment, he was extremely curious as to what Su Yin had done to enrage the dragon race to such an extent. At this moment, Su Yin saw all of this with his eyes. When he was fighting with Black Dragon, he already noticed that someone seemed to be spying on him. However, that guy seemed to have a secret technique that could perfectly hide his aura. Even someone as powerful as Su Yin would have to spend a lot of time to find him. Therefore, Su Yin simply didn't look for him. He clearly knew that those people hiding in the dark must have a plan. Since that's the case, he would wait for them to reveal themselves. Hydralisk? If that's the case, then it's also Duanmu Longhu's plan. That guy's hands are really long. It seems like he wants to set up everything. But this time, it's interesting. He could be considered to have watched a good show. At this time, Duanmu Longhu would probably be angered to death. Chapter 1150. Female Literature. Of course, at this time, he still had to solve a problem. and that was Black Dragon. Previously, Black Dragon didn't want to fight with him because he wanted to sleep. But now it was different. He believed that no matter how stupid Black Dragon was, he would know that his lair was plundered because of him. Just by looking at Black Dragon's appearance, he knew that his losses must be extremely heavy. The dragon race had never been a reasonable race. Although it was impossible for him to take out evidence, a little suspicion was enough. Therefore, the furious Black Dragon would definitely attack. Of course, he wasn't afraid of him, but if Black Dragon attacked other people, it would be terrible. Most likely, not many living beings could withstand his dragon breath. Therefore, after Su Yin brought Zhang Daqian, Yi Xingxing, and Jing Xingming back to the sect, he came here again. At this time, Black Dragon's eyes were already looking at Su Yin. Human, you actually dare to come here. His huge body was trembling in anger. Above his nose, the flames of his dragon breath were still flickering. Why wouldn't I dare? I just felt a powerful fluctuation of power, so I was worried that something would happen to you, Old Black, so I came to see you. Su Yin said very calmly. Shut up, you are not a friend of the great Black Dragon, but an enemy. Dragon Tooth Kill. Black Dragon still didn't want to talk at this time. He just wanted to fight. Just like Su Yin said before, he definitely didn't want to talk if he could solve it with his hands. Su Yin shook his head and said, if that's the case, then there's no other way. Let's fight again. Su Yin wasn't afraid of Black Dragon. On the contrary, he was very happy to fight with this guy. In this case, it was equivalent to having another sparring partner. The Black Dragon was truly furious this time. His attack was much more ruthless and decisive than the last time. The powerful force directly oppressed Su Yin, and the terrifying aura was simply indescribable. But at this time, Su Yin was even more delighted. This was the situation he wanted. Only then would he be able to display his full strength. What was the point of fighting a Black Dragon without any will to fight? But now it was different. This Black Dragon clearly wanted to kill him, so he didn't have to worry too much before attacking. Raging Inferno. Su Yin immediately unleashed a stream of energy. This was a new method he learned from the cultivation method that Kong Wuhan gave him. He combined this power with his own Surefire and derived a brand new power. He was a prodigy to begin with. At this moment, when he blasted out his power, he immediately displayed overwhelming power. Such a terrifying aura continued to dance in the sky, and that terrifying radiance directly filled this space. The dragon tooth slash and the raging flames collided together, and the terrifying power continued to tremble. Therefore, everything started to move at this moment. The originally towering 5 dragon mountains under this attack actually directly disappeared by half. Very good, Old Black. It seems that you're really angry. Then come at me. Su Yin condensed his power again, and his aura became even more fierce. Damn it, you cunning human. You joined forces with the people of Kong Kong Dao's sect to loot my dragon lair, and now you dare to be so presumptuous. At this moment, his anger continued to burst out. Su Yin naturally knew what was going on, but how could he admit it? Bullsh asterisk T. What's wrong with your dragon lair? I don't know at all. You're clearly the one who came to find trouble with me first. He wasn't going to back down. More importantly, what he said was indeed the truth. Su Yin had no thoughts about his dragon lair. The person who acted was Kong Wuhan. But what did that person have to do with him? Therefore, Su Yin could very frankly say that this matter had nothing to do with him. However, how could the old Black Dragon believe it? Moreover, even if he believed it, it would be useless. The powerful dragon clan never liked to listen to any explanation. At this moment, he could not find Kong Wuhan, and Su Yin was in front of him. Therefore, he could only fight first and talk later. Moreover, he had already determined that Su Yin was related to this matter. Return my treasure, or I'll definitely kill you. Moreover, I'll drown your entire sect under my dragon breath. The old Black Dragon was ruthless, and he was going to attack regardless of everything. He was indeed helpless against Su Yin. After all, at Su Yin's level, his strength was really terrifying. However, it was impossible for everyone in his sect to have such strength. If he wanted to kill someone, he could naturally kill the other party directly. At this moment, Su Yan's face turned cold. "Humph. Old Black Dragon, I'll tolerate your spouting nonsense. I won't argue with you for slandering me. After all, the Dragon Clan's intelligence has always been very low. However, since you've already said such words, then we won't rest until one of us is dead." Although Su Yan was also fighting earlier, he only had a desire to fight and did not have any murderous intent. However, at this moment, a strong murderous intent spread out. The thick murderous aura caused even the Black Dragon to take a step back. Perhaps it was because he had been asleep for too long, or perhaps it was because Su Yan's murderous intent was simply too strong. At this moment, he actually took a step back. Although it was only for a moment, it was almost instinctively retreating. However, it was precisely because of this that made him even angrier. At this moment, his anger was almost monstrous. That berserk power had reached an extremely terrifying level. His anger continued to rise, and he actually subconsciously shrank back. What did this mean? This meant that he was afraid. The great Black Dragon instinctively retreated when facing a puny human. This was simply unforgivable. Therefore, at this moment, he became even angrier. His dragon's breath burst out without hesitation. Su Yan sneered. He had already seen the Black Dragon's actions. At this moment, he directly mocked, "Black Dragon, are you afraid?" At this moment, his power directly rushed toward the Black Dragon. That violent and terrifying power directly burst out to the extreme. At this moment, terrifying auras directly suppressed at this moment, immediately turning into endless majesty. That kind of power was simply unparalleled. At this time, Su Yan was indeed enraged. Black Dragon's words had directly infuriated him. At this moment, Su Yan cared about his friends the most. Although at this time, the Heaven and Earth organization was protected by the Oriole, Su Yan actually knew that although the Oriole was not weak, it was still inferior to the Black Dragon. If one day he was not around, and the Black Dragon directly came to find him, it would be an extremely terrible thing. Originally, he indeed did not have the intention to kill. As the saying goes, if he were to kill this Black Dragon, it might provoke an even more powerful dragon. However, this dragon had now made up his mind to threaten his friends, so he could only use extreme means. A sword. Su Yan did not hesitate at all and directly slashed out with his sword. At this moment, the terrifying sword intent directly rushed forward. The sword chi was arrogant, but it also had an extremely strong killing intent. The Black Dragon's breath was directly broken by this sword. That terrifying aura was directly suppressed. Su Yan's sword had reached such a level. At this moment, the Black Dragon was shocked. Different. He felt that the human in front of him was completely different. In the previous battle, he was just an ordinary human powerhouse, but now, he had become a terrifying killing god. How could a mere human's strength reach such a level? This was unacceptable to the Black Dragon. At this moment, his aura began to condense again. He clearly knew that at this time, he absolutely could not retreat, unless he wanted to let go of the anger of the dragon lair. At this moment, Su Yan moved again. His speed was too fast, like a stream of light. With a flash of light, he completely disappeared. And also at the next moment, he also appeared again. Another sword. Damn it, the power of space. The Black Dragon immediately realized that at this time, Su Yan began to use the power of space again. That sword was extremely powerful, and at this time, it directly passed through the power of space, which was even more terrifying. If he was hit by this sword, even someone as strong as him would not be able to withstand it. This was because this power was too terrifying. Moreover, although he was angry now, he still had scruples about the power of space. But at this time, Su Yan was forcing him so hard that he no longer had a choice. At this time, his power also directly erupted at this time, and a terrifying light directly appeared. The dense aura immediately surged forward. The power of space. Dragon's fury, dark space. Sometimes, you can't just not do it because you don't want to. The Black Dragon understood this very well. So at this time, he had already let go of his scruples and directly released his power completely. An extremely terrifying shadow immediately appeared in the terrifying horizon. The appearance of this shadow immediately began to devour the space. His power of darkness was extremely powerful, and what he wanted to do now was to integrate his power of darkness into space, which was equivalent to creating a unique space that belonged to him. If his goal was achieved, then Su Yin would be very passive. It was equivalent to directly dragging Su Yin into his own space to fight. At that time, he would first have the geographical advantage. In his own space, his power would be infinitely magnified, and Su Yin would be restrained by him. If that was the case, he might be able to kill Su Yin directly. Chapter 1151. Female Literature. Chapter 1149. Firm killing intent. However, it was an extremely heavy burden for him to use such a dark power. If he had recovered to his peak state, everything would be fine. Unfortunately, he was still a little bit away from that state. Therefore, he originally did not want to use this kind of power. However, now that Su Yin had used this kind of power again, he directly cast aside his scruples and directly attacked. The power of space was the most terrifying. At this moment, the two powers of space erupted and began to devour each other. In mysterious space, Su Yan's sword aura immediately erupted. The powerful sword was simply unreasonable. As the sword fell, everything was destroyed. The power of darkness was indeed powerful, but Su Yan's sword aura had reached a new peak. His sword could ignore all laws. It was not a lie to say that one sword could break all laws. At this moment, Yangming's power rose, and the dark power was forcibly stopped. You want to create space? Did you ask for my permission? At this moment, Su Yan's body turned, and the demonic shadow appeared. The last time Su Yin summoned the demonic shadow, it was only to intimidate. This time it was different. The demonic shadow appeared in a flash and immediately appeared in front of the five-clawed black dragon at an extremely terrifying speed. Then, he stretched out his arms and pressed down hard. At this time, his strength continued to rise, and that terrifying power also directly expanded at this time. The black dragon's body was directly pressed down. He immediately let out an extremely angry roar. The aura of the true demonic shadow made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Of course, no matter who it would definitely be uncomfortable to have their head pressed down like this. At this time, his body twisted, and a dark light spread out directly at this time. His power erupted at this moment, and then he began to clash head-on with the true devil. Human, you're courting death. The black dragon was pressed down by the true demonic shadow. However, at this moment, another dragon breath was spat out. This power immediately went toward the true demonic shadow. The true demonic shadow had a great restraining effect on him. If he could not suppress this power, it would make him very unhappy. The battle between the man and the dragon erupted once again. At this moment, Su Yin had already consciously led the black dragon outside. There was no benefit in continuing to fight here. Within the 5 prefectures, the energy fluctuations of 2 people would be obstructed by heaven's will. Previously, Su Yin did not have the intention to kill. That was not a big deal. But now, he had made up his mind to kill the black dragon, so he couldn't continue fighting here. That was why he headed for the distant seaside. This place was rather far from the sea, but for existences like Su Yin and the black dragon, this was no distance at all. Human, you lured me here. Are you trying to kill me? At this moment, the black dragon roared. He was not stupid. Naturally, he could think of this. Hee, looks like you're not hopelessly stupid after all. It finally stopped. This place was already in the middle of the vast ocean. In this place, the wills of the 5 counties were extremely weak and almost non-existent. Therefore, at this moment, they could fight without any scruples. Roar, human, you're really bold. You actually dared to attack the Dragon Clan. You'll regret this. Everyone knew how powerful the Dragon Clan was. In the Jojo continent, even the powerful, limitless demon sect kept a respectful distance from the Dragon Clan. Unless it was those mixed blood dragons with impure bloodlines, perhaps there would still be people who dare to kill them. However, if it was a pure blood dragon, absolutely no one would dare to do so. This was because their strength was too terrifying. That kind of terror had reached an unimaginable level. If all the dragons on Dragon Island flew out, no force would be able to stop them. Perhaps it would be a disaster not inferior to the demon invasion. Su Yan's strength had already reached such a level, so it was impossible for him not to know about this. Even so, he was still prepared to attack. This could only mean that he was really bold. Su Yan sneered, but did not say anything. The reason why he didn't kill earlier was because he didn't want to cause trouble. However, the Black Dragon had already said that he would kill his friends, so how could he hold back at this time? Moreover, others were afraid of the Dragon Clan, but he wasn't because he was already enemies with the Dragon Clan. Putting aside the matter of the blood-winged wyvern, he wouldn't forget what happened on Dragon Island. Moreover, strictly speaking, he had already killed a true dragon. Moreover, it was a powerful fire dragon king. Although it was done by the Godslayer sword, it was still his body at that time. Therefore, there was no room for reconciliation between him and the Dragon Clan. You talk too much, reptile. Su Yan's power erupted. Layers of spatial power appeared, and an extremely powerful aura appeared. The water pillars were immediately summoned. You lured me to this place to use the power of the sea to seal my darkness? Fool! The Black Dragon said with contempt. However, even though he said that, he also knew that this was actually a good choice. When the power of the elements was strong to the extreme, it could indeed fight against darkness. However, there was a prerequisite, and that was that Su Yan's elemental power must be strong enough. Idiot! Next, it's time for you to enjoy the fear of death. As Su Yan's words fell, the water pillars began to condense at this time, and an unimaginable chill erupted. Then above the sea, solid ice covered the entire sea. Ice prison, ice seal eternity. Su Yan's power erupted at this time. The thick ice aura was almost unimaginable. At this time, the sea water condensed into ice. In an instant, a huge ice prison appeared. Hee, now you have nowhere to run. It's time to close the door and beat the dog. At this moment, Su Yan's will erupted. The power of the ice law was so terrifying. Ice law. You actually master the ice law. At this time, the Black Dragon was extremely shocked. When he fought with Su Yan previously, although the power that Su Yan displayed was also very strong, it was not to the point of being lawless. One could imagine the importance of the law. Why? Are you so surprised that I have the ice law? You stupid dragon. Do you really think that just because I praise you, you're very smart? What a joke. I've already fought with you. If I didn't have the confidence to kill you, stupid dragon, do you think I would come here? Su Yan's tone was already so aggressive. In fact, if he really did not have the confidence, he would not have made a move. After all, he was facing a powerful real dragon. The Black Dragon roared, "Human, you're too arrogant. Where's that person from Kong Kong Dao sect? Let him come out together. I'd like to see how you two humans are going to kill me." At this time, he still felt that the reason why Su Yan was so confident was because he had joined forces with Kong Wuan. Su Yan interrupted him again. "Don't be so arrogant. If I want to kill you, do I need two people? I've already said that the theft of your dragon nest has nothing to do with me. I didn't want to kill you, but you're courting death. Since you've threatened my friends, I can't let you continue to live." Su Yan's power spread out again. At this time, the ice law not only froze the surroundings, but also sealed the space. After all, it was very easy for an existence of this level to tear open a temporary space and leave this place. However, Su Yan would not allow him to do so. It really has nothing to do with you. The Black Dragon originally believed that the theft of the dragon nest must be related to Su Yan. However, when he heard Su Yan's words, the thought in his heart was shaken. Because at this point, there was no need for Su Yan to hide anything. Su Yan was indeed telling the truth. He had just casually released a few strands of Space Force. It had nothing to do with the theft itself. Human, in that case, let's just forget about this matter. The Black Dragon was silent for a while, before finally choosing to lower his head again. At this time, the aura on Su Yan's body made him feel a little afraid. He thought of those powerful human beings from the ancient times who were at the level of killing gods. Those people were all fiends, and even the black dragon was not willing to provoke them. He did not expect that when Su Yan fought with him earlier, he did not use his full strength. However, although he chose to retreat now, Su Yan would not allow it. Many things, once started, cannot be turned back. It's useless. Once my killing intent is set, it is impossible for me to let it go. Moreover, with what happened today, there is already hatred between you and me. I know very well how narrow-minded you Dragon Clan are, so in order to avoid future troubles, I still choose to kill you. At this time, Su Yan had already launched his attack. In this frozen space, he was unscrupulous. The sword light directly erupted, and 99 powerful sword lights appeared at the same time at this time. The terrifying sword lights directly rushed toward the black dragon. Even the power of one sword light already had extremely terrifying power, and now there were 99 sword lights. Seeing Su Yan's attack with killing intent, the black dragon threw away all the distracting thoughts in his heart at this moment. He knew that this was definitely the time to fight to the death. His aura directly rose, and the violent power at this time had reached its peak. Dragon Flame Destroy. Chapter 1152. Female Literature. Chapter 1150. Merging with the darkness, since it was a battle of life and death, he could no longer hold back. An extremely powerful force filled the air at this moment, and that violent force had already reached its peak. Dragon flames erupted. Everything between the heavens and the earth was annihilated. A terrifying aura filled the entire space. The endless energy was displayed to its peak. At this moment, the 99 powerful sword wills had already been directly dispersed. The light in the frozen space suddenly began to disappear. It was as if a black hole had appeared in this place and swallowed all the energy. Such a terrifying aura was simply too powerful. Dark space descend. Black Dragon repeated the same trick and was about to descend a dark space. The power of darkness was extremely powerful. If he could turn this place into a dark place, his battle strength would greatly increase. However, Su Yan had already stopped him from using the power of the dark space. For this reason, this time, he directly condensed his own stronger power to create a dark space in this ice prison. This step was extremely crucial. Therefore, he had made up his mind. No matter how Su Yan tried to stop him, he would suppress Su Yan's power. This was a battle of life and death. However, what he did not expect was that Su Yan did not take any action at this time. He said directly, "You want to set up a dark space? Old lizard, don't say that I'm bullying you. I'll let you set up a dark space. I like to see what you're capable of." At this moment, Su Yan was actually indifferent toward his plan. Even Black Dragon was shocked. He did not expect Su Yan to make such a choice. It should be known that if one fell into the enemy's rhythm during a battle, it would be extremely passive and even fatal. If the two were in each other's shoes, he would never give Su Yan the chance to set up a dark space. However, Su Yan actually did so. Su Yan did not care about him at all. This was blatant contempt. For a powerful, giant dragon, such humiliation could only be washed away with the other party's blood. I will make you regret this, devourer of darkness. Without Su Yan's interference, the space of darkness took shape in an instant. An unimaginable power of darkness rushed out at this time. An extremely violent power erupted at this moment. The darkness instantly swallowed Su Yan whole. Touch of darkness. The darkness was extremely quiet at this moment, but it was also extremely dangerous. At this moment, Su Yan was standing in the darkness. The moment the darkness descended, he discovered that even his own spiritual sense had been directly devoured. The power of darkness was truly powerful. This made him even more solemn. Did Su Yan really look down on him? No, definitely not. In fact, when he fought with the Black Dragon on the Five Dragon Mountain, he already knew that the power of darkness was extremely terrifying and overbearing. However, he still deliberately allowed the black dragon to form the dark space. This was because he wanted to experience the power of darkness. Only by experiencing the power of darkness could he find a way to break it. Su Yin clearly knew that his opponent had never been the black dragon, but Duanmu Longhu. Duanmu Longhu was his strongest enemy. From the last fight, he seemed to be very proficient in the power of darkness. Therefore, when the black dragon released the dark space, he forcefully suppressed his sense of crisis and put himself in a dangerous situation. At this moment, the touch of darkness attacked directly and was almost in front of Su Yin. Su Yin directly exploded with a powerful force and then rushed towards the touch of darkness. The two forces collided directly and exploded with a terrifying force. At this moment, Su Yin already felt terrified. In this place, his spiritual sense had been devoured. Although it was not all, if he still relied on his spiritual sense to fight, he would be in a passive position. Therefore, he absolutely could not do that at this moment. He could only rely on his senses. If it was unpleasant to hear, it would be a blind guess. Of course, at Su Yan's level of cultivation, his senses were already extremely sharp. That was the understanding of his own fate. The power of the touch of darkness was extremely strong. The power displayed in this dark space was more than 10% stronger than before. With the black dragon's strength, how terrifying would it be if his attack power increased by another level? For Su Yin, it was an extremely huge threat. However, at this moment, Su Yin was completely immersed in this rhythm. He clearly knew that it was extremely dangerous, but he still did so. This was because he knew that if he could not even deal with the black dragon, then the next time he fought with Duanmu Longhu, it would be even more dangerous. Although the previous battle between him and the Duanmu Longhu had seemed to be a draw, he knew that it was because the Duanmu Longhu had directly teleported in front of him. In such a battle, it was impossible for him to use all his strength. The celestial body was already the limit of what he could use at that time. Although he had not been much weaker at that time, it was always good to have a few more trump cards when fighting against such a powerful and terrifying enemy. It would be even better if he could understand more about his opponent's strength. At this moment, Su Yin was putting himself in danger for this purpose. So far, Su Yin had met too many people, and there were also many powerful people. For example, Su Yin did not take a Dao master like Fu Qing seriously. This was not because Su Yin looked down on them, but because Su Yin clearly knew that his real enemies were even more terrifying than them. For example, Yang Tai. Although Yang Tai's attitude towards him was not bad at the moment. However, he knew very well that there might be a battle between him and Yang Tai. It was very likely that Yang Tai was using him. Yang Tai was an emperor-level expert, but in Su Yan's opinion, he was still not as big of a threat as the Duanmu Longhu. Duanmu Longhu. Disregarding everything else, just the simple words "Destiny's Child" were enough to make him feel suffocated. This was truly a heavy noun. Therefore, in order to deal with the Duanmu Longhu, he had to make himself stronger. In fact, he was still at a disadvantage so far. The Duanmu Longhu already knew where he was, but he did not know where the Duanmu Longhu was and what he was doing. The enemy was in the open while he was in the dark. This was not a good thing. What's more, this enemy was so powerful and terrifying. Therefore, Su Yin could only think of ways to make himself stronger. Only when he had absolute power could he be fearless. The power of darkness became heavier and heavier. The touch of darkness became more and more terrifying. As time passed, the power seemed to be constantly superimposing. While Su Yin was constantly dodging the attacks of the touch of darkness, he could feel the cold eyes of the five-clawed black dragon constantly watching him. He was waiting and also searching. If he made any mistakes, the dragon's power would immediately erupt and give him a fatal blow. Therefore, Su Yin did not dare to be careless at this time. However, Su Yin was not just dodging. His power of the zenith began to circulate. At this moment, he began to analyze the extremely powerful and mysterious power. For Su Yin, the darkness was a completely new power. If Su Yin wanted to defeat the darkness, he had to first integrate into it. Now that he had integrated into it, The next step was to familiarize himself with the darkness. The power of the zenith was the best way for him to familiarize himself with the darkness. The power of the zenith was unparalleled. It was the top power in the world. At this moment, the zenith sword soul quietly released its aura. The power of the zenith was directly accumulated and absorbed by it. After a period of time, Su Yan's body was covered in wounds. They were the corrosion of the purest and most powerful power of darkness. When this power cut through his defense, it immediately seeped into Su Yan's body. It was simply a poison that could penetrate through any opening. If it were anyone else, they would have been unable to withstand the corrosion of such power of darkness. However, it was not the case for Su Yan. Su Yan's body was so powerful that it had reached an extremely abnormal level. In terms of the strength of the body, this black dragon could not compare to Su Yan. How much power had been integrated into his body? Every power was the most heaven-defying and terrifying existence. Now, these powers had been completely condensed by him and then fused together. The power of darkness rushed into Su Yan's body directly, wanting to drag Su Yan into the darkness. However, that was destined to be impossible. Instead, the power of darkness was directly devoured. As soon as the power entered Su Yan's body, the power of the zenith immediately devoured it like a giant beast. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly had an idea. If that's the case, then let's play it big. At this moment, Su Yan had decided to take a risk. He found that after the power of darkness merged into his body was immediately able to analyze the power. Since that was the case, he might as well take a little more risk. At this moment, the power of the touch of darkness had become extremely dense. Su Yan's body suddenly stopped. In fact, the black dragon was already extremely impatient. The power of the touch of darkness was getting stronger and stronger, but the human was still able to constantly avoid his power attacks. Chapter 1153. Female Literature. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Moreover, he seemed to be getting more and more at ease. This was a feeling that made him extremely unhappy, because Su Yan was escaping from his control. Now that he had used the space of darkness, Su Yan was at an absolute disadvantage here. He knew very well that Su Yan's divine sense had been completely sealed. As for his own vision, that was even more impossible. On the other hand, he was able to sense everything. Therefore, he was extremely certain that the reason why Su Yan was able to continuously avoid his power was because of his abnormal senses. He was clearly in his absolute home ground, but he was unable to defeat Su Yan. On the contrary, his opponent was getting more and more at ease. This was definitely not something to be happy about. However, at this moment, Su Yan's body suddenly paused for a moment. This pause was extremely short, only for a split second, but Black Dragon still took advantage of this pause. Hee, damn human, you can't hold on any longer. At this moment, his irritation was swept away. He knew that there could not be such a perfect person in this world. How was it possible for him to dodge his attacks endlessly? Now that Su Yan had paused, it meant that he had a weakness. Black Dragon's energy became even more focused. Finally, Su Yan paused again. This time, his pause was longer than before. How could Black Dragon let go of this opportunity? Shadow Breaking Dragon Slash. At this moment, a terrifying light of darkness erupted. The extremely powerful and terrifying power penetrated Su Yan's body almost instantly. He saw very clearly that this power passed through Su Yan's shoulder. Arg! Su Yan let out a suppressed groan of pain. Ha ha ha! Human, I told you long ago that you will pay the price for your stupidity and arrogance. At this moment, Black Dragon was extremely proud. This successful attack meant that the scales of victory were tilted in his favor. At this moment, Su Yan was no longer his opponent. His power erupted at this moment. The violent aura surged and charged directly at Su Yan. At this moment, to Su Yan, he had indeed reached a critical point. The power of darkness directly attacked his body. This time, it was not just a little bit. If the corrosive power of darkness from before was a stream, this was a huge wave. The ferocity of the power of darkness now could not be compared to before. The terrifying power continued to wreak havoc in Su Yan's body. An extremely powerful and terrifying aura surged out, as though it was going to obliterate everything Su Yan had. At this moment, Su Yan was in pain. However, after withstanding this blow, he immediately unleashed a burst of power. Infinite space break, ice prison, ice seal. First, the power of space, followed by the ice law. As soon as the two powers were unleashed, he immediately locked himself in a new small space. At this moment, Black Dragon said, "Humph, are you trying to seal yourself and expel my power? You're too naive." Black Dragon roared. In his opinion, after being hit by his power, Su Yan had fallen into a huge crisis. At this moment, it was impossible for him to evade his attack. It was because of this that Black Dragon could only seal himself at this moment. In this way, he could buy himself some time. Then, he would use his powerful strength to suppress the power of darkness. But he was too laughable. This was the power of the great dark dragon. If this power could be expelled so easily, what was the point? The longer time passed, the stronger his power would become. Darkness would never be expelled. Instead, it would only sink. Then, everything would be buried. At this moment, he believed that Su Yan must be in extreme pain. But even so, he did not intend to give Su Yan chance. He, the great dark dragon, never liked to wait. So at this moment, he suddenly pounced. Black Dragon's hunt. His sharp dragon claws tore forward. He knew that Su Yan had set up two boundaries with the power of space and the power of ice. But so what? The boundaries could only buy him a little bit of time. The great dark dragon would tear the boundaries apart. He would make him understand that his struggles were foolish and powerless in front of him. At this moment, his strength continued to rise, and a terrifying aura condensed bit by bit. That powerful strength had reached its peak at this moment. The power of the boundaries immediately suffered a huge impact. At this moment, Su Yan was indeed in great pain, but the Black Dragon was wrong in the end. Su Yan was not suppressing the power of darkness. Instead, he opened up his body and mind, allowing the power of darkness to flow freely in his body. When the power of darkness kept shuttling back and forth in his body, he was also trying hard to comprehend the darkness. At this moment, Su Yan's divine sense was completely immersed in his body. Then, he began to comprehend the existence of this power. Quick, I have to be quick. Of course, he could sense the Black Dragon's movements. That guy wanted to shatter his boundaries. The Black Dragon was not weak. On the contrary, in terms of offensive power, he was extremely powerful and terrifying. So he had to be quick. The power of darkness had already permeated every corner of Su Yan's body. At this moment, Su Yan was already in great danger. If he could not completely grasp this power, he might be swallowed by the darkness. Darkness was not inferior to the power of space. Light and darkness were the two great laws between heaven and earth. No matter where one was, there would always be darkness and light. At this time, Su Yan seemed to have started a cycle of reincarnation again and again. At this moment, he had already sunk into the deepest abyss of darkness. It was a bottomless and borderless place. The darkness turned into a giant beast, wanting to directly swallow Su Yan. However, Su Yan did not struggle, nor did he do anything. Instead, he made his heart become incomparably calm. Even if the giant beast of darkness was real, he still hoped that he could use his heart to feel the most real death and fear. If a person did not want to be afraid of fear, then they had to experience fear. Su Yan deeply understood this principle, so he always reminded himself not to panic no matter what, even in the most dangerous moments. At this moment, the boundaries made cracking sounds, and the power of space was constantly rippling. The Black Dragon was indeed powerful. The speed at which he broke through the boundaries was faster than Su Yan had expected. This terrifying speed was simply unimaginable. At this moment, Su Yan made his heart even more calm. This was what it meant when the world was in chaos, but his heart was not. This was what it meant to be calm in the face of change. At this moment, the mysterious revered sword soul suddenly trembled. As for Su Yin himself, he had already begun to release a surge of power. In Su Yan's sea of consciousness, the revered sword canon changed at this moment, and the last paragraph of text actually appeared. The revered dark record. At this moment, the revered sword canon, after coming into contact with such a power of darkness, actually gave birth to such a technique. At this moment, Su Yin suddenly felt that his entire body had begun to undergo a huge change. The extremely powerful and cold darkness was no longer so frightening at this moment. The pain in his body also disappeared bit by bit at this moment. As expected, the revered sword canon is mysterious and unfathomable. Su Yan's heart was filled with joy. At this moment, he knew that he had succeeded once again. This was once again a chance at life from the brink of death. At this moment, the spatial boundaries were directly destroyed, and the powerful ice was completely shattered at this moment. The powerful black dragon directly shattered the boundaries. Human, welcome pain and death. At this moment, the black dragon was very proud because, in his opinion, Su Yin was finally going to die at this moment. That damned thing actually dared to go against him and offend the dignity of the dragon clan. Death and pain were his end. Perhaps the theft of his dragon nest had nothing to do with him, but just his disrespect to the dragon clan was a crime punishable by death. Go to hell. At this moment, he directly spoke, and then an extremely terrifying dragon's breath immediately rushed down. The powerful dragon's breath rolled and rushed towards Su Yin, wanting to kill Su Yin directly. The terrifying destructive power contained in this dragon's breath was simply unimaginable. Such power directly descended. He believed that Su Yin would not be able to survive under such a dragon's breath. However, at this moment, the world suddenly changed. At this moment, the boundless darkness suddenly disappeared. Light reappeared. The sudden arrival of the light caused him to be in extreme pain. How is this possible? He could not understand why such a power of light would appear at this moment when he had clearly not dissipated the dark space. At this moment, Su Yin directly opened his eyes. At this moment, the dragon's breath had already arrived in front of Su Yin. The black dragon calmed down. Although he did not know why his dark space had suddenly dissipated, it did not matter. At this moment, the dragon's breath had already arrived in front of Su Yin. This human could no longer turn the tables. He would definitely die, but as long as he was dead, then everything would be fine. At this moment, Su Yin directly rushed into the sky. Then he directly roared, "Dark Dragon Breaking Fist." He blasted out a punch. Then darkness appeared again, but this time, the power of darkness condensed in Su Yan's hand. Chapter 1154. Female Literature. Chapter 1152. Supreme Darkness Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Almost at this moment, the power of darkness directly transformed into a black dragon. Ironically, this black dragon looked exactly the same as a five-clawed black dragon. After the black dragon appeared, it went against the heavens and directly broke the terrifying dragon breath. Then, an extremely powerful and terrifying force fell straight down. The violent aura was simply unimaginable at this moment. Then, it directly collided with the black dragon. The power of the dark dragon fist dissipated, and the black dragon was also severely injured. At this moment, the dark dragon simply didn't dare to imagine. What did he just see? He saw another version of himself suddenly appear and attack him directly. Such an absurd thing had actually happened right in front of him. He was already wondering if he had gone crazy. Unfortunately, the sharp pain on his body reminded him that it wasn't. That was the real reality. His gaze was extremely solemn as he looked directly at Su Yin, who had already stood up. This guy should have been directly swallowed by his dragon breath. But now he was actually standing in front of him, perfectly fine. No, impossible. How is this possible? He didn't want to believe that this was real. The joy of victory suddenly turned into the pain of defeat. Such a gap wasn't easy to accept. Su Yin looked at him and chuckled. There's nothing impossible in this world. It's just that you can't do it, so you think it's impossible. But you have to know that just because you can't do it, it doesn't mean that others can't do it. Su Yin moved his shin bone, and a dark aura directly appeared. This dark aura wasn't strong, but it had already begun to slowly revolve around his body. This was the power of darkness that belonged to Su Yin. The Black Dragon was very sure that in the beginning, Su Yin couldn't possibly be proficient in the power of darkness. But now he could actually use it. This was simply unbelievable. He was no longer a human, but a monster. At this moment, Su Yin said, I know what you're thinking. My power of darkness was clearly 0 before. So why was it able to erupt with such a powerful force at that moment? It's actually very simple. That power didn't belong to me, but to you. I'm just returning it to you. So you don't have to worry because I can't release the Dark Dragon breaking fist a second time. Su Yin spoke the truth very honestly. But the more this was so, the angrier the Black Dragon became. This guy was still so arrogant. He didn't put him in his eyes at all. But this guy did have the capital to be arrogant. He was indeed the one who had lost the translation of the Black Dragon's word translation editor. Endless Fantasy translation editor. Endless Fantasy, Su Yin, was it? This made him so angry that he was infuriated dragon translation that he almost vomit a blood dragon translation. At this moment, Su Yin said with a smile, Old Black, you have to be calm. The battle isn't over yet. If you still have any strength, then show it. His aura kept rising at this moment. Having just experienced such a dangerous situation, not only did it not make him depressed, but it also aroused all of his beliefs. At this moment, his power began to rise. He was like a god of war at this moment. His power was so powerful and terrifying that a terrifying aura kept emerging at this moment. Su Yin's strength had risen to the extreme at this moment. At this moment, he directly took a step forward. His entire aura had become extremely deep at this moment. His power was also constantly whistling at this moment. At this moment, he seemed to have become a terrifying monster. Previously, the Black Dragon thought that he had a huge advantage. But this time it wasn't like that. The dark space still existed, but it didn't give him any sense of security. This was because the sudden disappearance of the dark space had left a huge shadow in his heart. At this moment, he had also witnessed how powerful and terrifying Su Yin was. Su Yin was simply a monster-like existence. The strength of his strength could only be described with one word, and that was freakishly strong. A true freak. At this moment, his power was still changing, and his aura was also emerging at this moment. The power of darkness. The Sovereign of Darkness record had begun to slowly circulate. It was the power derived from the Sovereign Sword Codex. There seemed to be endless things in the Sovereign Sword Codex. It was a true treasure. Fortunately, this treasure existed in his body. Of course, Su Yin himself also needed to constantly work hard. Only in this way could he continue to grow stronger. He knew very well that when his strength reached a certain limit, he might be able to understand the secret of the Sovereign. But now he was not qualified. However, this didn't matter. There are some things that could be found as long as one continued to pursue them. Before all of this was revealed, what one needed to do was to unswervingly guard one's heart and make oneself stronger. You can already use the power of darkness. Although Su Yin had said it before, the Black Dragon was still unwilling to believe it. How was this possible? Why did Su Yin have such terrifying strength? It was at this time that Su Yin closed in on him again. As he moved, the terrifying shadow of the true demon appeared. At this moment, the shadow of the true demon was even more terrifying than before. This was because at this moment, there was an additional aura of darkness on his body. If you must think so, then it's fine. I can indeed use the power of darkness. But as I said before, it's just the beginning. I can't be as powerful as you. As he spoke, a sword chi directly fell. Damn it, you freak, the Black Dragon cursed. Su Yin spoke very modestly and unhappily, but in reality, he had never seen anyone as freakish as Su Yin in his long life. He had clearly been struck by his own power and should have died, but not only was he unscathed, but he could also directly use his power. At this moment, he felt fear in his heart. He already knew that he was not a match for this human. In a battle of life and death, the thought of retreating had not been decided yet. This was the greatest taboo. The black dragon naturally understood this. At this moment, he suddenly said, "Human, may I know your name?" The sword chi directly landed on his body, but it did not cause any harm. The powerful dragon scales on his body were still extremely terrifying. Su Yan, the black dragon, sighed and said, "Human, I know. I'm afraid I'm no match for you." To be able to make such a proud black dragon admit defeat, it was clear that Su Yan was very powerful. Su Yan smiled and nodded, then said, "I think so too." At this point in the battle, Su Yan naturally had absolute confidence in himself. In fact, he was very satisfied. This time, he had awakened the record of lordly darkness. Duan Mulonghu was also very proficient in the power of darkness, so he must have cultivated an extremely powerful darkness technique. However, Su Yan no longer had any fear and even began to fight with him next time. A technique derived from the record of lordly sword would definitely be top-notch. Regarding this, he already had blind confidence in himself. Therefore, at this moment, he was already looking forward to the next battle. When he could cultivate this volume of the record of lordly darkness to the depths, perhaps it would be time for him to master a new law. The black dragon was silent for a moment, then said, "Su Yan, do you really want to be enemies with the dragon race? You should know that if you kill me, the dragon resentment I generate will definitely attract the Dragon King." A holy dragon was already an extremely powerful existence for Dragon Island. It was equivalent to a human Dao sovereign, and a Dao sovereign was extremely important to a sect. In the world of the 9 states, a Dao sovereign was now the master of sect. Moreover, a holy dragon was generally more powerful than a Dao sovereign and also more precious. The death of a holy dragon was naturally enough to attract the Dragon King. The Dragon King was equivalent to a human emperor realm expert. If such a powerful dragon came, Su Yan would not be able to resist. This was without a doubt. The majesty of the Dragon King was unstoppable. The black dragon had absolute confidence in the Dragon King. At this moment, Su Yan said, "Sorry, actually, I have a death feud with the dragon race. Hee, I don't mind telling you that a fire dragon king once died at my hands." Su Yan immediately revealed a brilliant smile. At this moment, the black dragon was completely shocked. He immediately shouted, "This is impossible." Yes, how could this be possible? A dragon king was such a powerful and terrifying existence. How could he die at the hands of someone like Su Yan? Even if there were 10, no, even 100 Su Yan would not be able to do it. At this moment, a blazing aura suddenly appeared on Su Yan's body. Within that aura, there was an extremely powerful Dragon King, a fire dragon, and the majesty of the fire dragon king. After sensing this aura, the black dragon's huge body began to tremble. It's true, when he felt that aura, he immediately knew that Su Yan was telling the truth. Although he could not imagine how Su Yan did it, it was already undeniable that Su Yan really killed the Fire Dragon King. In fact, at this moment, Su Yan was just bluffing. After the Godslayer's sword killed the Fire Dragon King, it directly swallowed the Fire Dragon King's dragon crystal. Chapter 1155. Female Literature. Chapter 1153. Dragon God's wish. As for the rest, he didn't care for them. He refined the blood of the Fire Dragon King into Su Yan's body. After all, Su Yan's physical injuries were too severe at that time. The blood of the Fire Dragon King was submerged in Su Yan's body. Therefore, when Su Yan intentionally stimulated it, he could feel the aura of the Fire Dragon King in his body. To Su Yan, this was nothing. However, to the Black Dragon, this was something that defied the heavens. It was as if the faith in his heart had collapsed. The Dragon King was dead. After the Dragon God disappeared and the Dragon Emperor fell into a deep slumber, the Dragon King was already the strongest existence in the Dragon Clan. Even though there was a huge change in heaven and earth back then, the powerful Dragon King still suppressed the terrifying turmoil and kept the Dragon Island safe and sound. But now, Su Yin told him that the Dragon King was dead. Moreover, this was something he couldn't refute because the aura of the Dragon King's blood was still present. Kill you, I must kill you. No matter what he thought before, at this moment, all the thoughts in his heart had dissipated. For the sake of the Dragon King, he was going to give it his all. Su Yin looked at the incomparably furious Black Dragon. At this moment, he had also become extremely cold. Looks like you're going to give it your all. That's good. I'll kill you. One day, I'll kill my way to Dragon Island and kill that damn Dragon King. At this moment, Su Yin actually dared to say such words. If it was in the past, the Black Dragon would definitely think that this human was crazy. With his strength, how could he possibly kill the Dragon King? But now he didn't think so. In fact, he was already worried, because this man had the aura of the Fire Dragon King on him. This was something that couldn't be faked. The Fire Dragon King was already dead. Furthermore, he was killed by this guy. Since he could kill the Fire Dragon King, did that not mean that he had the strength to kill the other Dragon Kings? He didn't know the answer, but deep down, he already had a fact that he wasn't willing to accept. That meant it was possible, although he didn't know how this man would do it. However, this was really possible. No, I definitely can't let such a thing happen. If it only involved himself, then he would be timid, cowardly, and even shrink back. But at this point, he definitely couldn't do that. Because this was no longer just his own matter, it also involved the safety of the dragon race. If it was a matter of life and death, he would back down. But if it was a matter of race, he would definitely not back down. At this time, black flames began to appear on his body. The moment the flames started to burn, his body started to give off an extremely sacred aura. Great dragon god, Black Dragon Zaba, with his soul as the guide, praise to you. I hope that you can send down your great power and let me kill this human who is a huge threat to the dragon race. Zaba is willing to give up everything. I'm willing to give up the chance to return to the dragon tomb with my dragon soul. I'm willing to give up my flesh, blood, and everything. The black dragon began to chant. That was the dragon language unique to the dragon race. Perhaps this was the first language that appeared in this world. Every word of his had an extremely profound melody, as if it could connect to the greatest existence in the world. The dragon language could only be understood by dragons with the purest bloodline. But what was strange was that Su Yin actually understood all of it at this moment. Every word of the dragon language echoed in his ears. At this time, an extremely mysterious ripple appeared on his body. Dragon language, is that the dragon prayer technique? Offering a sacrifice to the great dragon god in order to obtain the dragon god's blessing and the greatest power. This information seemed to exist in Su Yan's soul. He actually knew all of it. And at this time, his power was still increasing. Everything was so clear in his ears. Even his body began to boil. Black Dragon, I really didn't expect that you would be willing to give up everything, even your life and soul, to kill me. I have to admit, I still underestimated you. For some reason, Su Yan's body suddenly emitted an extremely mysterious aura. The moment this aura appeared, Su Yan's entire body changed. Now, he had become lethargic, as if he had become the most ancient and most powerful dragon. When the black dragon heard Su Yan's words, he was already shocked. Su Yan could understand the dragon language. Black Dragon Bazaar was really shocked at this time. The dragon language, that was the real language of the dragon clan, but how could Su Yan understand it? What shocked him even more was that Su Yan's body actually emitted an aura that made him feel extremely repulsed and even fearful. He couldn't figure out where this aura came from. It was just that the moment this aura appeared, he was completely lost. However, after the confusion, his killing intent became even stronger. The more extraordinary Su Yan was, the more it proved that Su Yan was a great threat to the dragon clan. He had already seen how terrifying Su Yan was. More importantly, he felt that Su Yan had a lot of room for growth. If Su Yan was given time, he would definitely become even more powerful. Black Dragon Bazaar had always felt that the Dragon King was a high and mighty existence. and he had always wanted to become a Dragon King. But now, he knew that the Dragon King was already dead. He died at the hands of this human in front of him. This was tantamount to a direct collapse of his beliefs. Right now, he was truly confused and at a loss for what to do. He didn't know how he should face it. He only felt that everything had completely collapsed. At this time, his body began to burn. Not only that, but his soul also began to burn. Just as he said before, he was willing to sacrifice everything to destroy the enemy in front of him. At this time, the Dragon God's prayer finally came into effect. An extremely terrifying power slowly fell from the sky. That power was so deep and powerful that its terrifying aura was simply unimaginable. The ice prison created by Su Yin was completely useless at this time. The Dragon God, that was an extremely powerful and terrifying existence that was above the sacred venerables. It was a terrifying and powerful existence that could be crowned with the word God. His majesty was unimaginable. The god Shura had become the heaven's will of the Shura realm. In other words, the will of the realm was his own will. With such a terrifying divine power, Su Yin could not even imagine it, let alone block it. At this time, such a terrifying divine power had already arrived in front of him. Fortunately, that was not all of his strength. Instead, it was merely a portion of his strength that had been summoned. Otherwise, Su Yin would have died immediately. At this time, the Black Dragon's aura directly became stronger. Previously, the Black Dragon could be directly suppressed by Su Yin. After Su Yin condensed the Llama of Darkness, his strength became even more powerful. But now, the Black Dragon's aura had become unprecedentedly powerful. Su Yin even felt that the one standing in front of him was an emperor. This was not the 5 continents. So even the majesty of an emperor would not be restricted by the laws of heaven and earth. Moreover, that was the power formed by the Dragon God's prayer. With the Dragon God's supreme majesty, it would not be strange for him to temporarily suppress the laws of heaven and earth. Is this the Dragon God's prayer? It's really powerful. Su Yin sighed in his heart. Such power was an unprecedented challenge for him. However, he also knew that it was inevitable that this power would be so strong. That was the power that the Black Dragon had exchanged all of his prayers for. Moreover, Su Yin had already felt it. The strength of this power should have exceeded the limit of the power that the Black Dragon could summon. At this time, the Black Dragon directly roared, and the dragon's roar was simply earth-shattering. At this time, he was no longer angry, nor was he sad. The only thing he had was a monstrous fighting spirit. He had already felt that the power that the Dragon God had instilled in him was so powerful that it had reached the terrifying absolute power of an emperor. This showed that the Dragon God also felt that Su Yin was a danger to the Dragon Clan. Although the great Dragon God had disappeared, all the Dragon Clan believed that he was still alive. The great Dragon God was a powerful existence that could see through fate. He must have seen the scene in front of him. So when the Black Dragon sacrificed his life and soul, the Dragon God transmitted an extremely powerful power. The Black Dragon actually knew that after this time, his life would end. He would lead to a complete death. However, he was not afraid. For him, his death was already meaningful. The Dragon God was the faith of the entire Dragon Clan, and for the Dragon God's sake, even if he had to give up everything, it was worth it. At this time, the Black Dragon's body was full of holy light. The whole world seemed to have begun to revolve around him. In this place, he was a true god. The ice prison had been completely shattered long ago because the existence of the ice prison no longer had any meaning at this time. Su Yin had built the ice prison not to give the Black Dragon chance to escape, but now, the ice prison had been directly shattered by the Black Dragon's powerful power. He did not even try to bombard this power and directly released his majesty. It was such an intoxicating power, but unfortunately, it was also the last glory of his life. However, to be able to comprehend such a powerful power at the last moment of his life was also a kind of glory. Now that he thought about it, it seemed that everything was predestined. He was lucky enough to survive the great calamity 1,000 years ago, and 1,000 years later, he was going to die as soon as he woke up. Perhaps this was the mission that the dragon god had given him. Chapter 1156. Female Literature. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Su Yin, the Black Dragon muttered. The Black Dragon muttered to himself. At this moment, even if it was just a light breath, its power was so violent that the sea directly filled the air at this moment. At this moment, in the sea, another powerful creature approached. Then it directly flew out and came in front of Su Yin. Master, my master, the sea-splitting demonic snake has come to fight for you. The sea-splitting demonic snake had previously devoured the nine-headed demon snake's clone and then transformed in the sea. Among the several demonic beasts, he obtained the most benefits from Su Yin. At the same time, it was also the most loyal to Su Yin. At this moment, it felt Su Yin's aura and the terrifying power that could destroy the sky and earth. In the face of such a terrifying power, it did not hesitate and directly came to this place. It wanted to fight the enemy together with Su Yin. The Black Dragon's voice sounded. The powerful monster from ancient times, the sea-splitting demonic snake, actually has a human as its master. This is simply a disgrace. Su Yin is a traitor of the dragon god. He must accept the dragon god's judgment. My life is not long. Since you have appeared here, I will kill you together with him. It will save me more effort. At this moment, the Black Dragon's voice became more and more ethereal. At this moment, it was like a god. Because of the descent of the divine dragon's power, its own aura became illusory. The divine dragon's power was filled with a thick divinity. It was extremely powerful and terrifying. However, for the Black Dragon, this power was too strong. It could not bear such a powerful and sacred power. Therefore, no matter what, it would die. It did not matter if it won or lost in the end. Su Yin directly said to the sea-splitting demonic snake, "Get out of here immediately. This is not something you can interfere with." Su Yin directly ordered the sea-splitting demonic snake. To be honest, he was very happy that the sea-splitting demonic snake had appeared here. However, there are many things that cannot be done on impulse. If it was still the original Black Dragon, then the appearance of the demonic sea-splitting serpent would have been able to kill him directly. However, it was no longer the case. What he was facing now was the power of the dragon god. It could even be said that this was the clone of the dragon god. This level of power was not something the demonic sea-split snake could interfere with. In the face of such power, numbers were meaningless. No, my great master, I'm already very powerful. I can stall this stupid dragon, and then you can search for, shut up. Before the demonic sea snake could finish its sentence, Su Yin interrupted it. I've already said that you can leave this place. This is my order. Su Yin's tone was firm. At that moment, he even used the aura of the soul contract that still existed to make the sea-splitting demonic snake leave. But at this moment, Black Dragon Bazaar spoke again. Why is there a need for that? I've already said it before. Since the sea-splitting demonic snake has already recognized you as its master, it is also someone who should be killed. It will not be able to leave here alive. At that moment, the Black Dragon King waved its huge dragon claw. Suddenly, a wave appeared on the surface of the sea. Then, a huge creature appeared. It was the nine-winged winged serpent. This nine-winged winged serpent was already very huge, and its power was also extremely terrifying. But that was only for ordinary people. In front of Su Yin, it was far from enough. This nine-winged winged serpent could at most fight against a venerable realm expert. Su Yin did not understand what the Black Dragon meant. Could it be that it wanted the nine-winged winged serpent to fight against the sea-splitting demonic snake? That was too naive. It was impossible for it not to feel that the sea-splitting demonic snake had already reached the level of a holy beast. To the sea-splitting demonic snake, the nine-winged serpent could only be food. At that moment, the Black Dragon turned its head directly. Suddenly, a ray of light shot out from its head towards the nine-winged winged serpent. I bestow upon you supreme power to destroy this fallen, sea-splitting demonic snake. Su Yin could not describe this ray of light. He could only feel an extremely mysterious power within it. When this ray of light landed on the nine-winged serpent's body, the nine-winged serpent seemed to be in extreme pain. It struggled with all its might, but in the next moment, its aura skyrocketed. That terrifying power was so perverse at this moment that it actually directly increased the power of the nine-winged serpent. In a short period of time, the nine-winged serpent's aura skyrocketed many times. In just a short while, its aura was so strong that it could fight against a holy beast. What kind of concept was that? Such a thing, not to mention seeing it, was simply unheard of. Such a scene was simply unimaginable. Su Yin, kill yourself. You should know that the gap between your power and the great dragon god is too great. You can't survive. The black dragon's aura became increasingly ethereal, and his majesty continued to increase. At this moment, the nine-winged serpent suddenly roared and charged towards the sea-splitting demonic snake. The scene just now was too sudden. The sea-splitting demonic snake was not prepared at all. He was immediately dragged to the bottom of the sea by the nine-winged serpent. The sea-splitting demonic snake and the nine-winged serpent were both overlords of the sea. In terms of bloodline, the sea-splitting demonic snake was actually more powerful than the nine-winged serpent. Moreover, the sea-splitting demonic snake had devoured the void beast and the nine-headed demonic snake's avatar. Among Su Yan's few demonic beasts, the sea-splitting demonic snake's strength was definitely at the top. Logically speaking, even if the nine-winged serpent had also reached the level of a holy beast, it would not be a match for the sea-splitting demonic snake. However, at this moment, the sea-splitting demonic snake was actually at a disadvantage. This was because it had received the power bestowed by the dragon god. At this moment, Su Yin calmed himself down. He no longer paid attention to the sea-splitting demonic snake, because he clearly knew that he no longer had any energy to deal with the sea-splitting demonic snake. He was already in an extremely dangerous situation. If something went wrong, he would be killed. He would die immediately. What a dragon god. You don't care about the lives of your own people at all. How can you be called a god if you're like this? Su Yin directly mocked. He was not wrong. If the dragon god really cared about the black dragon's life, he would definitely have a way to save the black dragon. Even if he had to bear the powerful power in the black dragon's body, he would still be able to keep the black dragon alive. However, he did not. As for the nine-winged serpent, it was even more unreasonable. Although the nine-winged serpent did not have high intelligence at this level, it still had its own ability to judge. However, the dragon god did not care whether the nine-winged serpent was willing to bear his power or not. He just directly poured the power into the black dragon's body. What he did was really cold and heartless. How can a mere ant talk about a god? Today, you will definitely die. Since you are not willing to commit suicide, then I will purify you. The dragon god's power directly rushed down, and an extremely terrifying aura directly appeared at this moment. That aura appeared too suddenly. The moment it appeared, it was about to envelop Su Yan's head. Su Yan raised his head and saw that an extremely terrifying light had already appeared above his head. It seemed to be a huge dragon claw, but it also seemed to be a tall tower. Suppress, destroy. These two words were spoken in the purest dragon language. That thing immediately began to suppress him. Su Yan's entire body had already become incomparably heavy. At this moment, his body was directly beaten down. However, Su Yan did not give up. He still used his most powerful strength to resist. The demonic figure appeared and directly supported the phantom with both hands. The black dragon's indifferent voice sounded again. True demon? As expected of the child of destiny, you have already reached the point where you can summon a true demon. It's a pity that it's just a facade. As expected, that was no longer the black dragon's will, but a trace of the dragon god's will. That powerful dragon god was indeed still alive. It was just that no one knew where he was now. At this moment, Su Yin was already in extreme pain. He did not expect that this power would be so terrifying. He continued to struggle, wanting to break free from this terrifying power. Unfortunately, he did not have any chance at all. At this moment, his power appeared again. The surging power at this moment erupted to the extreme. Such a violent aura had already condensed to the extreme. The true demon's shadow could no longer hold on. The seawater in the sea was directly emptied. At this moment, the seawater that was thousands of feet deep disappeared. What a terrifying aura this was. You're arrogant, but that's all there is to you. If you continue to struggle, only death will be left. Now, I'll give you a chance to become my believer. I can make you the most powerful existence, second only to the gods, above all. How about it? The black dragon's voice sounded again. At this moment, Su Yin was already in extreme pain. However, at this moment, he would not choose to surrender. He sneered, then said directly, "Scram." If he became a believer, it would be equivalent to offering his soul and everything he had. He was such a proud person. How could he choose such a path? At this moment, he would definitely not surrender. Fool! As these two words were spoken, that terrifying power became stronger again. At this moment, the violent power continued to circulate. The boundless aura had reached the most terrifying level at this moment. Su Yan's power was still surging at this moment. At this moment, he was already in extreme pain. However, he would definitely not surrender. Sword of the laws, kill for me. At this moment, Su Yin directly condensed his consciousness. The power of the three great laws directly erupted. Sure as fire law, ice law, and decay law appeared at the same time. As soon as the three great laws appeared, they immediately displayed extremely terrifying power. The power surged and formed a giant sword. Then, it immediately slashed at the shadow. However, before the three great swords of the laws fell, the black dragon spoke again. Sword of the laws? What a joke. You'd better disperse. As soon as he said this, Su Yan's swords of the laws actually dissipated. This was the law of words. Chapter 1157. Female Literature. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Su Yan's Sword of Laws was one of Su Yan's strongest powers. Even Dao sovereigns would find it hard to resist. The last time he fought with Fu Qing, even Fu Qing, a veteran Dao master, was shocked. Fu Qing had even suffered a great loss. But now, the Sword of Laws didn't even do anything. That wasn't all. His opponent seemed to have only said a few words, and his Sword of Laws had already dissipated. What a terrifying power. No, this was no longer something that could be described as mere power. Because if it was power, at least there would be traces to follow. But it was just a few words. When he asked you to dissipate, your power dissipated. Damn it. Su Yin knew that this was the most dangerous situation he had ever faced. Su Yin? Haha, you've already seen that the power you're so proud of is nothing in front of me. If you continue to be so stubborn, then I'll have no choice but to kill you. Black Dragon continued to speak, and his lofty aura grew even stronger. As for the shadow that suppressed Su Yin, it had become even more solid. At this moment, Su Yan's true demonic power had already been distorted. A sense of helplessness began to overflow in Su Yan's heart. No, impossible. I will never believe in anyone. Su Yan roared. Taiji sword destroy. The Taiji sword appeared. The power of yin and yang condensed. The appearance of the Taiji sword immediately changed the situation. After all, the Taiji sword contained a treasure like Hanyu Heavenly Heart. And Su Yin refined all of the yin and yang into it. Divine sword? But it's a pity that it's not a real divine sword. It's not strong enough. He spoke again, and an invisible power flashed. At this time, the attack condensed by the Taiji sword also dissipated. The Sword of Laws was useless. The Taiji sword was also useless. At this time, Su Yin seemed to have turned into a child. His power was nothing but a joke in front of this powerful and terrifying existence. At such a time, Su Yin was filled with unwillingness. He would never accept such a fate. At this time, his power began to condense again. A powerful force began to gather at this time. My soul, my everything burned for me. At this moment, the power in his body had exploded to the extreme. However, it was still useless. The Berserk aura had actually reached such a terrifying level at this moment. The Berserk aura became even more powerful. At this time, the aura between heaven and earth became denser and denser. For Su Yin, This was definitely not a good thing. No, calm down. I must calm down. I can't admit defeat. At this time, Su Yin had reached an extremely dangerous point, but at this time, he forced himself to calm down. The power of a dragon god definitely can't exist for too long. Although I don't know what his situation is at this time, if he could really appear in this world at will, then this world would have long been his world. So, he will definitely disappear. Su Yin began to analyze in his mind. There was no mistake in his idea. He could come here by using the body of the black dragon, but the black dragon's power was not endless, so his power would definitely disappear. At that time, Su Yin would be able to turn the tables. The question now was whether Su Yin could hold on until then. The power of the dragon god had become more and more terrifying, and Su Yin had done his best. At this time, he still had one last trick, which was to release the revered sword soul. However, he was extremely afraid of this. The revered sword soul was Su Yan's foundation. To put it bluntly, it was his soul. If this attack was useless, then he would be completely dead. Moreover, he clearly knew how attractive the revered sword soul was to such a powerful figure. Think about it. The Godslayer sword was a powerful existence that had killed gods, but his desire for the revered sword soul was unimaginable. When the revered sword soul was summoned, even if Su Yin managed to escape from danger, he would still end up in a losing situation. Because with the strength of a dragon god, he would definitely be focused on him. If it was a faint dragon god, then it would be fine. Other powerful existences might be the same. However, if he didn't use the revered sword soul, then what? At this time, a flash of light suddenly flashed. The great demonic dragon. Yes, at this time, Su Yin had thought of using the great demonic dragon to fight against the dragon god. Legend had it that the great demonic dragon was killed by the three dragon gods together. But now, the great demonic dragon's heart was in his body. It was just that last time in the cold land of the extreme north, Su Yin integrated these forces and sealed the great demonic dragon's heart, the Buddha's heart, and the demon god's heart. In this way, he would be able to achieve his true self. When that terrifying existence had descended, he had already felt the unusual changes in the great demonic dragon's heart. It was just that it had been sealed by him, so it didn't show. But at this time, Su Yin had no other way. Since there was no other way, he might as well take the risk and try. Show your strength to your heart's content, great demonic dragon's heart. At this time, Su Yin directly unsealed the great demonic dragon's heart. The moment the seal was undone, the world changed again. An extremely terrifying aura suddenly appeared. In an instant, in the endless sky, a terrifying force squeezed down. The majesty of the dragon god was already earth-shattering, and he was the real ruler at this time. But the moment this force descended, everything seemed so fragile. That violent force was so terrifying that it actually squeezed in front of Su Yan's body. After that force fell, it directly entered Su Yan's body. Su Yan immediately felt that his body seemed to be boiling. Roar! A terrible whistling sound was directly released from the deepest part of Su Yan's throat. It was a dragon's roar, and this roar came from Su Yan. Evil creature, you dare! At this time, the black dragon, who had been very indifferent and arrogant, suddenly burst out with an angry roar. At the same time, a powerful force also directly suppressed at this time. The power of the shadow became more solid, and Su Yan's true demonic shadow shattered at this time. The reason why Su Yan could still hold on was all because of the support of the true demonic shadow. But at this time, the true demonic shadow shattered, and the terrifying shadow did not continue to suppress. Not only that, but a terrifying force directly soared up, and that incomparably violent force directly blocked it at this time. Roar, dragon god, dragon god! At this time, an extremely unfamiliar voice sounded. It was also the purest dragon language. It came from Su Yan's mouth. Although Su Yan could understand dragon language before, it was impossible for him to speak it out. After all, he was not a true dragon. But now he actually spoke dragon language. Evil creature, you actually want to come back. At this time, the owner of Su Yan's body was no longer Su Yan. Su Yan's own consciousness had completely sunk into his sea of consciousness. At this time, the one controlling Su Yan's body was a powerful existence that could compete with the dragon god, the great demonic dragon. The moment Su Yan knew that he could not resist, he directly made an extremely dangerous move, and that was to let go of the heart of the great demonic dragon, and then accept the mysterious call. Although he did not know how powerful the call was, he subconsciously believed that when the call came, it would definitely help him through this crisis. As for whether he would encounter new crises in the future, that was a matter for the future. This was the way the world was. No matter what, one always had to take one step at a time. Su Yan had experience in the past, and that was when the Godslayer sword once occupied his body to fight. Therefore, he very sensibly sank his consciousness into his sea of consciousness. At the same time, he directly sealed his sea of consciousness with the power of the blue lotus and the bright moon. Right now, it was as if he had completely handed over control of his body to the great demonic dragon. Su Yan's calculation was not wrong. The great demonic dragon's call indeed appeared after it sensed Su Yan's power. Since he came, he naturally had the confidence to compete with the dragon god. In the face of the powerful phantom power of the dragon god's oppression, the great demonic dragon directly wrapped Su Yan's body with its power. Then he directly raised his hand. Su Yan did not know what means that terrifying phantom used. Even with the true demonic shadow, Su Yan could not withstand it. However, after the great demonic dragon took control of his body, he was able to easily hold back this power. Ha, dragon god, you old bastard. You can come back again, so why can't I? You haven't died yet, so how can I be completely destroyed? The great demonic dragon's aura was extremely arrogant. Then, an extremely terrifying power appeared, and the phantom was directly shattered by him. Dragon god, you are still as selfish as ever. For the sake of this descent, you have killed yet another dragon with great potential. The irony is that those idiots still worship you as their god. What a bunch of idiots. The great demonic dragon had no respect for the dragon god at all. Legend had it that the great demonic dragon was once a genius of the dragon clan. Back then, his strength was extremely terrifying, and he had already become a holy venerable. In the dragon clan, he was already a powerful sky dragon. However, at this time, he chose to betray them. The betrayal of a sky dragon was a big deal for the entire dragon clan. At that time, the great demonic dragon was so powerful that the other sky dragons in the dragon clan could not do anything to him. Chapter 1158. Female Literature. Chapter 1156. The War of the Dragons. Back then, he betrayed them for some unknown reason. However, his strength became more and more terrifying. In the end, not a single dragon was a match for him. Even the powerful heavenly dragons of the dragon clan were killed by him. Later, the three dragon gods appeared and fought an extremely terrifying battle. Only then did they kill this super genius of the dragon clan, who was also a super traitor. Therefore, everything had become a mystery. However, as the saying goes, fate makes fools of people. Even a powerful dragon god might not have thought that one day, after countless years, they would meet again in another way. At this time, the strength of both sides began to increase at the same time. In front of Su Yan, shadows suddenly appeared one after another. It was not real power, but an illusory law. However, the aura of this law was much stronger than what Su Yan had encountered before. At this time, the violent power was filled with an unimaginable aura. They were both using the law, but compared to Su Yan, the difference was too great. Su Yan's law power was just at the beginning stage, but the dragon god's law power was already at the next level. At this time, the great demonic dragon waved his hand. Boy, I owe you a favor for using your body to fight that old dragon today. Since that's the case, you should watch carefully. At this time, the great demonic dragon was controlling Su Yan's body. Since that was the case, he could only fight with the power that Su Yan controlled. So, would he lose to the dragon god? No, he wouldn't. In fact, the power that Su Yan controlled was already very strong. Even the great demonic dragon was very impressed. At this time, Su Yan's soul was silent in his knowledge sea. He naturally heard the great demonic dragon's words. He said directly, "This junior will definitely remember." At this time, the great demonic dragon had already begun to attack. Sword of Law. He waved his hand, and the Shura law of fire that Su Yan controlled immediately appeared. Good boy, you can actually grasp the law of fire in Shura. Unfortunately, the law of fire in Shura is not used in this way. Today, you will show me. Shura's fire ability was extremely overbearing and powerful. In Su Yan's hands, he had already erupted with an extremely powerful and unimaginably terrifying power. At this time, the great demonic dragon directly activated its power, and that violent aura appeared once again. But at this time, Su Yan discovered that the Shura fire in his hand had become different. In the beginning, Su Yan was still unable to discover the difference. But gradually, as he focused all his attention on it, he finally realized something. Shura's internal structure had been reorganized and rearranged. This process was similar to the rearrangement of molecules on Earth. Su Yan actually knew the secret behind this. However, it was difficult for him to connect the two. But now the great demonic dragon did it, and it was so easy. Old dragon, let me see your law of words. He laughed grimly, and then directly attacked with the Sword of Law. At the same time, the black dragon's attack was also thrown out. The two powers directly clashed. At this time, Su Yan was already a bystander. Moreover, he was the owner of his body, so he was even more sensitive to this clash of power. His power continued to circulate, and a violent aura had reached an extremely terrifying level. Endless power continued to condense, and that terrifying aura had truly reached the most terrifying peak at this moment. At this moment, all the power between heaven and earth had condensed at this time. At this moment, the violent power was condensed to the extreme. Endless power attacked at this time. Between heaven and earth, everything had changed at this time. At this time, Su Yan felt as if he had just gotten to know this world. In his eyes, everything had undergone a fundamental change. However, he soon realized that it was not the world that had changed, but the wills of the two people. The two people had used their powerful and terrifying wills to forcibly reverse this power. It was only because he had not reached their level that he felt that the world had begun to change. Compared to the confrontation between him and the black dragon, the confrontation between the two people seemed to be very gentle. It was clear that the power was extremely powerful, but did not cause even the slightest fluctuation in space. Su Yan knew that this had reached another level. They had only gathered the most powerful power together, and then let it directly cause the greatest damage at the place they wanted. Although Yangming's previous attack seemed to be extremely fierce, there was one thing. The dissipation of power was already unimaginable. The great demonic dragon was right. This was indeed a huge opportunity for him. Therefore, Su Yan did not dare to be distracted at all at this time. He was deeply afraid that he would accidentally skip the process of the battle. Evil creature, you traitor! The dragon god's voice was no longer as indifferent. In fact, this was inevitable. When you were high and mighty and looked at an ant that you could easily crush at any time, you naturally did not have the mood to express other emotions because it would be a waste of time. However, when you met a powerhouse like yourself, and this powerhouse did something against your will, your anger would be uncontrollable. This was because you hated his actions very much, but you could not do anything to him. Emotions were not something that could be completely eliminated, even by a god, unless it was a lifeless thing that had been lying quietly for thousands of years. Then it would not have any emotions. Haha, what do you mean by betrayal? Not living according to your will is betrayal? You three are called the three great dragon gods. But do you really think that you are gods who dominate everything? If you are really so powerful, why were you defeated by the Lord of Heaven? Don't make me laugh to death. The great demonic dragon ridiculed without holding back. Lord of Heaven, if it was in the past, Su Yan would not have known. However, the last time he was at the Pagoda sect, Fu Qing of the Pagoda sect had told him about the origin of the Five Counties continent. Back then, There were 5 extremely powerful kings on the 5 counties continent. They were the ones who created this continent, so this continent was called the 5 counties continent. However, for some unknown reason, the 5 lords of heaven disappeared later on, and the continent's name changed to the 5 counties continent through word of mouth. He did not expect the dragon god to have fought with the 5 of them. We are the ones who created the dragon race. We are the ancestors of the dragon race, so naturally, we are the gods of the dragon race. The survival of the dragon race is our will. If we go against it, it is betrayal. At this moment, the power of a law exploded. It was the law of darkness. At this time, the dragon god finally began to fight seriously. The law of darkness was displayed in his hands. Its strength was too terrifying and too domineering. That berserk power had already reached the point of lawlessness. Such a terrifying aura had erupted to an unimaginable level at this time. At this time, everything had begun to change dramatically. Although there were no fluctuations in space, in Su Yan's eyes, this was already a different world. In his eyes, at the very least, the laws of this world had changed. At this time, Su Yan's power had begun to tremble. All the aura had begun to be completely destroyed. Darkness and Shura fire. The laws of these 2 powers were constantly being destroyed and constantly being condensed. Such a terrifying power had really reached an unimaginable level. At this time, Su Yan was clearly in the middle of it, but his mind could not keep up. Even his world had completely fallen into the enemy's hands. He immediately knew that this was because his understanding of the laws could no longer keep up with the fight between these 2 powerful existences. Even his powerful divine sense could no longer analyze it. But it was precisely because of this that he felt that this was an extremely rare thing. It was yet another clash of extremes. At this time, the great demonic dragon's rough dragon language sounded, "Old dragon, at least this time, you'll be the loser. Because my current host is more powerful than you." The laws of ice, the laws of decay, appear. In a simple confrontation of laws, the 2 were almost evenly matched. But don't forget that Su Yan had directly mastered 3 laws. Su Yan's law sword condensed from the 3 laws could not withstand a single blow from the dragon god and could dissipate it with a single sentence. But at this time, the one who used this power was the great demonic dragon. The Shura fire law had already forced the dragon god to the point where he could not do anything. Now that the power of the 3 laws had erupted at the same time, his power immediately suppressed it. At this time, the dragon god was also furious, because at this time, he had also discovered that the black dragon was actually extremely powerful and outstanding. But compared to Su Yan, who was the child of destiny, he was still a little inferior. Not to mention other things, just the laws that Su Yan had mastered had already directly surpassed him. At this point, it was naturally impossible for him to descend with his real body. So, the more laws he had, the more advantage he had. When the great demonic dragon directly activated the 3 laws, he had already gained the upper hand. "Damn it, but you traitor, do you really think you can win against me?" He directly snorted, and then his aura rose again. That terrifying power changed again. At this time, the black dragon's body had become almost transparent, and at this time, his body directly rushed towards Su Yan. Even at this time, the great demonic dragon had become serious, and at this time, Su Yan had already felt a terrible threat. The great demonic dragon directly transmitted his thoughts to Su Yan. "Watch carefully. I will teach you the dragon god technique." After he finished speaking, he directly turned around. Chapter 1159. Female Literature, Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Su Yan immediately realized that his body had undergone a fundamental change. He felt that he was no longer a human. Instead, he had transformed into a dragon that he had never seen before. Although the dragon's body was not big, its aura was terrifying. It was also at this moment that the auras began to overlap one another. The great demonic dragon spoke again. "I really didn't expect you to cultivate to such a level when you were still in the dragon realm. When he transformed into a dragon, Su Yin had reached the 10 Dragons realm. It was an unprecedented step. Even the great demonic dragon did not expect Su Yin to be able to do it. Now, the effort he put in back then was reaping the rewards. The terrifying power overlapped, and a terrifying aura soared in the sky. At this time, Su Yin had completely transformed into a real dragon. Under the control of the great demonic dragon, Su Yin's dragon body directly soared into the sky and then directly collided with the almost transparent dragon. Aha! Old dragon god, you're destined to fail today. You will also be incomparably angry. Dragon god technique, devour dragon's soul. At this moment, the great demonic dragon suddenly unleashed a move. Su Yan's body transformed into a dragon and began to devour the black dragon's soul. The black dragon's soul had been sacrificed. In other words, it was already the dragon god's. However, at this moment, he was snatching food from the dragon god's mouth. The dragon god roared, "Traitor! How dare you?" However, the great demonic dragon had already used his actions to tell him that he dared. Old thing, you are already rotten. You still want to obtain the unparalleled upper realm. How laughable. Now, you should return to your dragon soul sea and continue sleeping. As for this dragon soul, I will accept it. As he laughed, the dragon's soul was snatched away. When the black dragon's soul was finally seized, the dragon god's soul immediately became rootless, even though he was already incomparably furious at this time. Although he was furious, just as the great demonic dragon had said, he had no choice but to return to his dragon soul sea. Traitor, I will definitely destroy your soul. After leaving behind a final angry declaration, he finally disappeared completely. When the dragon god's soul completely disappeared, the world changed again. When they were fighting earlier, it was as if the entire world had been turned upside down. But at this time, everything returned to normal. Su Yin was still in his dragon form. At this moment, the dragon soul was directly absorbed by him. At this time, the great demonic dragons will also begin to fade away. Su Yin, you are the child of destiny. But don't worry, I, the great demon dragon, disdain to seize the body of others. Since my heart entered your body, I have accepted your kindness. If it weren't for you, my remnant soul would not have been able to recover. I, the great demonic dragon, will walk a brand new path. I will be reborn in the endless netherworld and return to this world once again. Therefore, if you have the ability to refine my heart, feel free to do so. Su Yin was stunned. He didn't expect the great demon dragon to say such words. However, he had already understood the other party's intentions. What the great demonic dragon wanted was not to resurrect itself, but to be reborn. The so-called resurrection was to bring the dead self back to life. However, the meaning of rebirth was different. It was another way to throw away everything that one originally had and directly revive. All this time, Su Yin had been extremely wary of the great demonic dragon's heart. It was the first outsider to enter his body, and the wild nature of it was extremely terrifying. That was the instinct of the great demonic dragon's body. At the very beginning, there were many times when he was almost dominated by the great demonic dragon's heart and completely turned into a wild beast. Even now, Su Yin was still very wary of the great demonic dragon's power, suddenly waking up and then occupying his body. However, at this time, the great demonic dragon told Su Yin that he had completely given up on this body. Su Yin didn't know much about the great demonic dragon. However, at this moment, it seemed that the great demonic dragon was clearly a pioneer. He had always been a pioneer. He didn't know about the conflict between the great demonic dragon and the dragon god. However, at this moment, it seemed that the great demonic dragon had directly chosen to resist the power of fate. In fact, Su Yin couldn't explain how powerful the three dragon gods were. However, just by looking at the power of the dragon god's projection, Su Yin already understood that the dragon god's strength must be extremely terrifying. The word god was too sacred. If one didn't have the corresponding strength, how could one be called a god? At that time, although the great demonic dragon's strength was already very powerful and had become a powerful sky dragon, Su Yin could still imagine the gap between the two of them. At that time, the great demonic dragon didn't know how much courage it took to make such a resistance. However, Su Yin understood that this must be an extremely difficult process. Now, the great demonic dragon even proposed to give up everything he had. Su Yin said, "Why? Senior, you are already very powerful. I heard that back then, it was the 3 dragon gods who joined forces to defeat you. Moreover, in fact, you could be resurrected directly." Su Yin wasn't wrong. He could definitely do this. After all, his heart was already resurrected. If he used it as a foundation, he could definitely do it. However, the great demonic dragon shook his head and said, "You don't have to worry. Since I said that I want to start over, I will definitely return. Back then, I was indeed very powerful. I wasn't inferior to any of the 3 of them. They even had to join forces to kill me. But what's the point of that?" The great demonic dragon's shadow was getting fainter and fainter, but he still transmitted his last thoughts to Su Yin. "You must remember the kind of goal you strive for, the kind of height you can reach. In addition, you must be careful of Fudu and the great demonic heaven lord. They are not good people." As soon as the great demonic dragon finished speaking, it completely disappeared. At this moment, Su Yin was still in a state of shock. At this time, he suddenly muttered to himself, "The kind of goal I strive for, the kind of height I can reach." In fact, for such a long time, Su Yin's real goal was still unclear. What he wanted was to protect the people he loved, but to protect the people he loved, what kind of height did he have to reach? He didn't know. Perhaps it was because his knowledge was too shallow, so he didn't know this point yet. Perhaps it was because he was avoiding this question. Cultivators all wanted to go against the heavens and make themselves stronger. However, the road of cultivation was actually endless, as if it would never end. Was Su Yin strong now? Of course, his battle strength was comparable to that of a Tao master, and he could even win. However, it depended on who he was compared to. Today, the dragon god had only sent down a little bit of his will through the black dragon sacrifice, and Su Yin had no means to deal with it. He was almost directly killed by the dragon god. If the great demonic dragon's remnant soul hadn't sensed the dragon god and directly entered his body, and then fought with the dragon god, Su Yin wouldn't have had any chance. Therefore, the road ahead of Su Yin was still long and endless. Right now, his true realm was only a 3 essences venerable. Above this, one could only achieve the Tao at 6 essences. Above Tao masters, there were sovereign and holy venerables. The powerful holy venerables were not the end. Even the dragon god, who was so terrifying, was defeated back then. Therefore, where was Su Yin's end? He didn't know. He didn't know because of the shock. If the great demonic dragon said so, then his goal is not the 3 dragon gods, but a more powerful realm. Could it be the Heavenly Lord? The 2 words, Heavenly Lord, were too terrifying. It meant the King of the Heavens. The great demonic dragon was indeed the great demonic dragon. He was right. It was time for him to figure out where he wanted to be. Of course, Su Yin wouldn't forget the last sentence he said before leaving. That was to be careful of the great demonic heaven lord and Futu. Although Su Yin didn't really have any real contact with these powerful existences. But now, he was more willing to believe the great demonic dragon's words. However, he didn't know how to be careful at all times. At this time in the sky, the aura was constantly changing. It was the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. At this time, Su Yin began to use his divine consciousness to examine himself. Dragon body. It was the true perfect dragon body. In his sea of consciousness, an extremely mysterious secret technique, the dragon god art, appeared. It was a gift or gratitude from the great demonic dragon. Su Yin didn't know how the great demonic dragon allowed him to be reborn, but the great demonic dragon had said that it had a lot to do with Su Yin activating his great demonic dragon heart. Now, since the great demonic dragon had said that he wanted to abandon everything in his past, it meant that he didn't have the slightest attachment to his previous body. Next, Su Yin would go and directly refine the great demonic dragon's heart. The great demonic dragon was right. Where your goal is, there will be your achievements. Heavenly Lord. At this moment, Su Yin suddenly felt an incomparable boldness. He wanted to become a heavenly lord. In the eyes of others, this was simply crazy, but he had absolute confidence in himself. He believed that he could do it. At this time, Su Yin turned around and immediately put away his true dragon incarnation. His battle was over, and at this time, the sea-splitting demonic snake's battle was also coming to an end. Obviously, the battle that the sea-splitting demonic snake had experienced was extremely dangerous. Even with such a powerful body, at this time, it was still covered in wounds. It could be seen how cruel the battle just now was. Chapter 1160. Female Literature. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. At this moment, Su Yin did not make a move. His gaze was extremely calm. That was the battle of the demonic sea snake. Furthermore, the demonic sea snake had already gained the upper hand. Since that was the case, there was no need for him to interfere. He believed that the demonic sea snake could do a good job. After this battle, Su Yin's aura had completely transformed. This was not only because he saw a more spiritual application of the laws, but also because he knew where he should go. Being able to clearly understand where he should go was the most important thing. At this moment, Su Yin, only by knowing where he should go would he be able to go further. After a long time, the huge winged serpent was finally bitten to death by the demonic sea snake. The dragon god was indeed terrifying. He could immediately create a sacred beast just by injecting his power into the winged serpent's body. Such means were truly worthy of the title god. Of course, Su Yin was not the only one who had gained a lot from this battle. The demonic sea snake was the same. He directly devoured the remaining power of the dragon god in the winged serpent. At this moment, the demonic sea snake was extremely irritable. He directly dragged the winged serpent's body into the bottom of the sea. He did not even greet Su Yin. Of course, Su Yin did not mind this. This was because he knew very well that the demonic sea snake was sometimes like a child. However, his pride was still extremely strong. This time, he could not help Su Yin in his battle. This made him feel extremely aggrieved. Not long ago, he thought that since he had become a sacred beast, his combat strength had greatly increased. He would definitely be able to help share a lot of the pressure on Su Yin. However, only now did he realize that he was still too naive. Su Yin's battle was no longer something he could interfere in. He was still too weak. Therefore, he made up his mind that he must make himself stronger. Su Yin smiled and then returned to the Heaven and Earth organization. He was going to go into seclusion. In this battle, he had gained too many things. It was enough to make Su Yin's strength improve qualitatively. At this moment, he went into seclusion. However, Su Yin himself did not expect that this closed-door training would actually last for 10 years. For cultivators, 10 years was not a long time. However, it was enough for a lot of things to happen in the 5 counties. In the past 10 years, the continent's world energy had continued to increase, and the mysterious suppressive force had also become weaker. With the increase in spiritual energy, human powerhouses would continue to emerge, and war would inevitably begin. Among them, the most intense was, of course, the war between demonic beasts and humans. That was a battle of survival. Among the demonic beasts, 4 extremely terrifying demonic beasts had appeared. They had all transformed into sacred beasts. They were the Devil Snake King, the White Ant Demon King, the Golden Condor Demon King, and the Soaring Locust Emperor. They had transformed from the most ordinary demon beasts, and finally became saint beasts. Each of them who had walked out like this had extremely terrifying strength. Under their leadership, the awakened demonic beasts gathered together. They occupied the northern part of the 5 counties and divided it into the northern wilderness. The original sects of the 5 counties also began to unite. The one leading them was a sect called the Heavenly Saint Sect. It was a powerful sect in the Antiquity Age. Thousands of years ago, they had directly retreated into the small world, and now they had directly returned. This sect was extremely powerful. At this time, there were 5 down masters in the sect. Legend had it that there were even sovereigns in their sect. The The second was the Futu sect. The next three sects were the Celestial sect, the Shinin sect, and the Heavenly Fire sect. These 5 sects had been preserved from the Antiquity Age until now. At this time, they immediately began to rebuild their sections. The sixth was the Heaven and Earth organization. These sects had accumulated a lot of resources. Each sect had more than 3 Dao masters in the sect. They were very powerful. The place where these sects were located was divided into the Eastern Land. On the other side were the evil sects, such as the Dark Demon sect and the White Bone Demon sect. The demonic Dao was especially rampant in troubled times. They directly ruled the southern area and became the southern wilderness. Finally, the Western Land was occupied by the Dragon Tribe. This was an extremely shocking thing. The Dragon Tribe, which almost never left the Dragon Island, had directly appeared at this time. Moreover, there was a Dragon King personally leading 8 sacred dragons, directly becoming the master of the Western Land. The 10 years that Su Yan had been in seclusion were enough for them to stabilize their respective territories. The Heaven and Earth organization and the Sound of Thunder sect had already developed together. The development of these 2 sects was also very fast. The Heaven and Earth organization became the 6th sect, and the Sound of Thunder sect was the 9th. This showed the changes in these 2 sects at this time. Within the Heaven and Earth organization, Yun Wanqing had become a 4 essences venerable. However, the Heaven and Earth organization had an aureole. Moreover, Su Yan's reputation still existed. In addition, the Sound of Thunder and Futu sect were on good terms with him. Therefore, his 6th place was very stable. Speaking of the Sound of Thunder sect, Zhang Daqian had to be mentioned. In these 10 years, Zhang Daqian's rise was like a myth. In the 2nd year after Su Yan's seclusion, he had already broken through the Dragon Realm and became a venerable. In the 5th year after Su Yan's seclusion, he had already become a 2 essences venerable. Zhang Daqian was simply a madman. He placed himself in the northern wasteland and fought almost all the time. This caused his cultivation level to rise crazily. In the end, he was even crowned as the Thunder God. At this time, he had already reached the 5 essences venerable level. Even Yun Wanqing could not compare with him in terms of cultivation. Moreover, not only was his cultivation speed fast, but his combat strength was also extremely terrifying. When he was in the northern wilderness, he encountered one of the 4 great sacred beasts, the demonic snake. In the end, he left safely in front of the demonic snake. One must know that the demonic snake's terror was unimaginable. However, he was able to retreat safely, which showed his strength. Moreover, he once fought with a Dao Master expert from the Dark Demon sect in the southern wilderness. In the end, both sides suffered losses. It was because of this that Zhang Daqian's reputation was so strong. In these years, because of his active activities, the Sound of Thunder sect was thriving. On the contrary, the Heaven and Earth organization, ranked 6th, was extremely dull. However, the Heaven and Earth organization's cloud mist technique was really miraculous. Moreover, because of the Heaven and Earth organization's special background, no one dared to provoke them. Of course, the continent of the 5 counties was extremely complicated at this time. Not only were there ancient sects that reappeared in the world, but there were also forces from the 9 states. In short, it was intricate and unimaginable. This was an unprecedentedly grand occasion. At this time, the entire continent of the 5 counties had entered a period of relative peace. However, in the center of the continent of the 5 counties, it was an extremely terrifying battlefield. The battles and conflicts between the 4 great forces often occurred in this place. On this day, the Heaven and Earth organization was as peaceful as usual. After 10 years of development, the Mountain Gate of the Heavenly Cloud sect had already become a tranquil and peaceful place. The spirit energy here was terrifyingly dense. Among the many sects, the spirit energy here was at the top of the list. Even the Heavenly Saints sect, which was ranked first, could not be compared with this place. The spiritual chi here was so rich because of Su Yan's contribution. Su Yan's gigantic spirit formation was extremely powerful. In these past few years, this formation had always been in operation. Powerful forces continued to condense, causing the aura of this place to constantly change. The Heavenly Saint sect also had a similar formation, which was the Sanqing Spirit Gathering Formation. However, it was still not as good as the Heaven and Earth Organization. When talking about the Heavenly Saint sect, it was necessary to mention their inheritance. The reason why they were so powerful was that their inheritance was really top-notch. Legend had it that their founder was the Lord of the 5 Heavenly Lords. The strength of their inheritance led to their terrifying strength. Over the years, this sect had indeed displayed enough strength. In the past few years, the demonic beasts were already so powerful that they couldn't be any stronger. The monsters of the northern wilderness directly attacked the eastern lands. At the same time, the demons of the southern wilderness also took the opportunity to add insult to injury. Not only that, but the Dragon Clan in the west also began to join the fun. They used the excuse that a Saint Dragon had died in the eastern lands and directly launched an attack. At that time, the eastern lands was under great pressure. However, the Heavenly Saint sect directly united all the powerful sects and finally defeated these people. This led to the peace of the eastern lands for the next few years. Today was the day when the Heavenly Saint sect visited the Heaven and Earth Organization. Therefore, although the Heaven and Earth Organization had calmed down, there was still a hint of seriousness. After all, the Heavenly Saint sect was the #1 sect in the world. With the strength that the Heavenly Saint sect displayed today, they were completely qualified to compete with the strongest sect in the 9 states. The Heaven and Earth Organization did not know why the Heavenly Saint sect suddenly visited at this time. However, since it was such a sect that came, they had to welcome them. This time, the Heavenly Saint sect's visitor was one of the 5 great Tao Masters, Holy Flame Tao Master. Legend had it that this Holy Flame Tao Master was extremely young. He was also born in a secret realm and grew up there. However, when he had just made some progress in his cultivation, he had been fighting in the void outside the domain, so his murderous aura was very strong. In the battle a few years ago, his sacred fire technique was extremely terrifying. It was not inferior to the Heavenly Fire sect's boundless Heavenly Fire technique. He and the Heavenly Fire sect's Heavenly Fire Holy Man were both called fire gods. However, for some reason, this person suddenly visited the Heaven and Earth Organization this time. At this time, a voice broke the silence. The Heavenly Saint sect's Ling Laikong is here to visit the Heaven and Earth Organization. I hope that the leader of the Heaven and Earth Organization can meet me. Chapter 1161, Female Literature. Chapter 1159. The Heavenly Sage's visit. His voice was loud and clear, and the entire Heaven and Earth Organization could hear him. Of course, his voice did not have the slightest bit of power or authority. Not long after, the 1,000-cloud universe Great Array was activated, and a cloud door slowly opened. Ling Laikong was the name of Holy Flame Tao Master. Behind him were about 20 disciples, and every one of them was extremely outstanding. They were all in the Dragon Realm, and 1 or 2 of them were at the peak of the Honorable Realm. Such a team was already unimaginable. When the cloud door opened, Yin Wanqing did not come personally. Instead, it was Lin Sheng who came. He was a rising star of the Heaven and Earth Organization. In terms of cultivation, he was already a 4 essences honorable. However, the people of the Heaven and Earth Organization were not good at fighting, so they were not that famous. Ling Laikong could be considered a very delicate person, but there was an unconcealable, murderous aura in his delicate appearance. It was Lin Sheng's first time meeting one of the legendary figures of the continent. However, he did not panic and was neither humble nor arrogant. Compared to Ling Laikong, Lin Sheng was much more ordinary. He stood there like an ordinary person without any cultivation. His facial features were also very ordinary, and there was nothing special about him. However, his body exuded an extremely comfortable aura. I am Lin Sheng of the Heaven and Earth Organization. Holy Flame Tao Master, please follow me. His attitude was very calm, as if he was talking to an ordinary visitor. There was no pretense at all, because he was a Tao Master. Ling Laikong nodded his head. and then lifted his feet to follow. However, a disciple behind him softly grumbled, "This heavenly cloud sect is truly imposing. Our Tao master has personally come." Yet Yin Wanqing did not personally welcome him. She did not even have the slightest bit of extravagance. Could it be that she is looking down on us? However, just as he finished speaking, he was immediately reprimanded by Ling Laikong. "Impudent! Where did all this nonsense come from?" When Ling Laikong opened his mouth, that disciple naturally didn't dare to say anything else. Lin Qing naturally heard what he said, but he didn't stop. He just smiled and said, "I'm sorry. It's really unfortunate that you all came at the wrong time. Just half a month ago, the sect leader went into seclusion. The Heaven and Earth organization doesn't have many people, and we've been immersed in cultivation all these years. That's why we're a little shabby." He spoke unhurriedly, appearing calm and composed. At this time, Ling Laikong said, "Fellow Taoist Lin, what are you saying? Don't mind this evil creature. He is already used to being naughty." He continued, "If I'm not mistaken, Lin Daoyuan has already reached the Four Essences Venerable Realm." Ling Laikong was extremely powerful, and what was even rarer was that his insight was extremely shrewd. Almost in an instant, he had seen through his cultivation. Lin Qing nodded and said, "Tao Sovereign, you have a good eye." It was not easy for him to reach his current level of cultivation. The increase in his strength was all in exchange for his hard work. At this time, if he released his aura, it was already extremely powerful. However, the Heaven and Earth organization's cultivation methods became more and more ordinary as one progressed. This was the characteristic of the sect's cultivation methods. Lin Cheng was a member of the Heaven and Earth organization. When Su Yin first came here, he was actually an official disciple of the Heaven and Earth organization. At that time, the Heaven and Earth organization was still led by Yun He, Yin Wanqing's father. In fact, the Heaven and Earth organization under Yun He's leadership was considered powerful and had a unique position in the Five Counties continent at that time. However, as the saying goes, there is no harm without comparison. Although the sect at that time was not bad, it was still far from what it was now. It was a completely different concept. "Tao Sovereign, please follow me." The group of people followed Lin Cheng. At this time, they had already seen the strength of the Heaven and Earth organization. The Heavenly Cloud sect indeed had its own uniqueness to be able to be ranked 6th. Other things aside, just the spirit formation here was already extremely powerful. The Thousand Clouds Cosmos formation truly possessed an unfathomable might. Those disciples in the Dragon Realm might not feel much, but as a Tao Sovereign, he had a deep impression of it. He could feel the power of the Thousand Clouds universe formation. If this formation was fully activated, even a Tao Sovereign like him would be suppressed. Although he would not be killed, it would not be a problem for him to be suppressed for 3 to 5 years. Their Heavenly Saint sect had a long history and was a true hidden sect. Even a sect like the Buddha sect could not compare to them. However, the Heaven and Earth organization was only a sect that had risen in recent times. At most, they had a history of less than 1,000 years. Naturally, their accumulation could not be compared to them. However, after witnessing the extraordinariness of this place, he was extremely shocked. The person who created this formation was really amazing. Even though 10 years had passed, Su Yan's name was still known by those powerful sections. It was a pity that a sect like the Heavenly Saint sect had only appeared in the past 10 years. However, during these 10 years, Su Yan had already chosen to go into seclusion. "Taoist Lin, I heard that this formation was created by Taoist Su Yan. I have always been fascinated by Taoist Su Yan. May I know where he is now?" Ling Laikong was also a proud and arrogant person. After he was born, his reputation was practically built by him bit by bit. However, the last time he fought with Fu Qing from the Buddha sect, he had lost by half a move. However, compared to him, Fu Qing was considered an elder. Therefore, his battle record was naturally extremely glorious. However, he had heard that 10 years ago, Su Yin had already been able to suppress Fu Qing. Moreover, Su Yin was not a member of the older generation, nor was he a genius disciple of a hidden sect who possessed a secret realm. Instead, he was someone who was born and raised in the mainland of the Five Counties. He was a genius of the Heavenly Saints sect, but he could not compare to Su Yin. This made him very curious about Su Yin and wanted to meet Su Yin. When he spoke of Su Yin, Lin Cheng's face revealed an extremely respectful expression. Tao Master is right. This formation was indeed created by Su Yin. However, he had already gone into seclusion 10 years ago. Until now, there has been no news of him. When he spoke of Su Yin, the yearning that came from the bottom of his heart could not be hidden. It was almost a kind of blind worship. In fact, it was not just Lin Cheng. In the Heaven and Earth organization, the Sound of Thunder sect, and even the Stupa sect, there were many people who admired Su Yin very much. At this moment, the disciple suddenly spoke again. I'm just saying, if he is really so powerful, why hasn't he come out for the past 10 years? The war has been so tense these past 10 years. If he is really so powerful, I'm afraid he can't wait and directly appear. Ever since the Heavenly Saints sect appeared, it had displayed an extremely dazzling brilliance. This sect had been in hiding since ancient times. Even when the Stupa sect and the demonic sect were at war, they did not make an appearance. At most, they only sent their Empyrean walkers to help the Stupa sect fight. However, this time, they finally directly appeared and displayed their powerful strength. The disciples of this sect were naturally proud and arrogant. In their opinion, which sect in the world could be their match? The 5 Tao masters of their sect should be invincible. Among the 5 Tao masters, Holy Flame Tao Master Ling Laikong was the youngest. However, his battle record was also the most outstanding. Therefore, he had always been their idol. They cultivated diligently in the hope that one day they could become a powerhouse like him. However, at this time, someone actually said that Su Yin was stronger than Ling Laikong. Moreover, there were more than 1 or 2 people who said this. However, Su Yin had not made any moves in the past 10 years. Naturally, they were extremely dissatisfied. Gao Ziyun, no one will think you are mute if you don't speak. Ling Laikong reprimanded him directly. This time, he did not just reprimand him. He had already released his power. The disciple named Gao Ziyun immediately trembled. It was obvious that he had been taught a lesson. Of course, Ling Laikong did not hold back. At this moment, he was only giving a small punishment. However, this time, Gao Ziyun did not stop. Instead, he rebutted, Tao Master, I am telling the truth. Everyone knows that Su Yin is just a person who fishes for fame. If he is really so powerful, why did he hide in the Heaven and Earth organization like a coward for the past 10 years? Why should such a person be on the same level as you? It turned out that in the past 10 years, the strength of the Eastern land had become stronger and stronger. Among them, there were even young Tao masters who defeated powerhouses. The major sects had also evaluated the 4 young Tao masters and regarded them as the 4 heavenly kings of the human tribe. They were hailed as the future hope of the human tribe in the 5 counties. Holy Flame, Tao Master Ling Laikong of the Sky Saint sect, was one of the 4 young Tao masters. The others were Qin Weiyang of the Celestial sect and Yi Xingxing of the Pagoda sect. However, the 4th young Tao master was not a disciple of the top 5 sections. Instead, it was Su Yin. Zhang Daqian, who was in the limelight now, was not qualified. For those who were originally from the 5 counties, it was natural for Su Yin to be able to occupy one of the positions. After all, for the 5 counties, Su Yin had created too many miracles. However, for those powerful hidden sects that had just come out of seclusion, they did not even know who Su Yin was. Naturally, they were extremely indignant that such a person would be able to suppress their own geniuses. What made Gao Ziyun even more dissatisfied was that Su Yin's ranking was actually higher than Ling Liekong's. At this moment, they had already arrived at the Heaven and Earth organization. When he saw Lin Cheng's worshipful expression, he did not know why, but he finally could not suppress his anger. Of course, he was not angry at Ling Laikong. Instead, he was provoking him. He wanted to force Su Yin out directly